Good morning. With your permission, sir, we will start with today's proceeding. To chair today's session, Vishnu, Sarma Sahab, I request Sri B.M. Sarma, Chief Wildlife Warden, Union Territory of Ladakh, to chair the session, and to assist him, I request Mrs. Pratima Srivastav, Chief Conservator of Forest from the state of Punjab. She is also representing the Chief Wildlife Warden of Punjab, and my colleague Dr. Satya Kumar to chair the session. So we have presentations on aquatic ecosystem. We have presentations on 5 presentations in this session. So I hand over the chair to Mr. Sarma.
Shall I start? Huh?
WhatsApp check कर लीजिएगा. I have sent.
नहीं start hello. Well, good morning to all the participants, senior forest officers, researchers, speakers, and distinguished scientists. Well, at the outset, I welcome all the participants to this technical session today after a very hectic and long technical session of yesterday. And I believe everybody must be very, very receptive and fresh today morning. Well, the first technical session is on conservation planning. To my mind, if you don't plan, we can't be successful in any aspect of the life. For conservation planning, we have to have a prior plan to go for the conservation projects. Now, I also take this opportunity to introduce my co-chairs, Dr. Pratima and Dr. Satya Kumar also. And without wasting much of time, I request Dr. Satya Kumar to please proceed with the proceedings of the technical session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. The first speaker today is Dr. Shivani Bartwal. May I now invite Dr. Shivani Bartwal to come on the stage, please. Dr. Shivani Bartwal holds a PhD in wildlife sciences from Saurashtra University, and she's currently engaged as project scientist in the NMCG-funded Ganga project. She has worked extensively in the Indian Himalayan region. She is a recipient of many international fellowships, including SIDA, MEA, and IC-Mode. Over to Dr. Shivani, please.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction, and a very good morning to you all. Before I begin, let me give you a brief glimpse of the background of why we took up this project. Globally, the species are declining at an unprecedented rate in the ongoing Anthropocene. However, rate of decline is higher in the freshwater species than in their terrestrial or marine counterparts. Also, it is noteworthy that species in flowing water, higher percentage of species in flowing water are in threatened categories than in lakes and marshes. When we look at the spatial distribution of threat to riverine ecosystem species, we see that riverine species are threatened all across the continents, and particularly the Indian subcontinent and the Ganga Basin. The Ganga Basin is the largest river basin of India, which occupies 1/3 of India's landmass and supports about 50% of India's population. This basin has huge social, ecological, and economic significance, and the basin is a stronghold of many aquatic species, including the Gangic dolphin, 3 species of turtles, 3 species of smooth otters, 3 species of crocodiles, and about 14 species of turtles, and about 300 or more species of fishes and birds. However, these species are threatened due to pollution, intensive resource extraction, entanglement in nets, invasive species, and water abstraction, as well as other intensified human activities, which has resulted in changes in land use, land management, and degraded habitat, and also resulted in habitat loss. Efforts to restore Ganga River started in early 1980s with Ganga Action Plan, through which the government started initiatives to address water quality through engineering and structural changes. However, since the Ganga Action Plan did not have aspects on social aspects as well as ecological consideration, the desired efforts of cleaning the Ganga could not be felt. In 2015, the government started Namami Gange program with the aim of having a Nirmal and a Viral Ganga. With the recommendation from the Wildlife Institute of India, aspects on biodiversity and afforestation were added as 7th and 8th pillar of Namami Gange program. And with this, the NMCG funded phase 1 of the project to the Wildlife Institute of India. While doing this project, we realized that to address restoration of Ganga River, we need to address and examine the interplay of social ecological systems in the basin level. And thus, we started phase 2 of the project, and I will be talking about the progress we have done so far in this project on behalf of my PI and the team. When we started this project, in phase 1, we had answers to some of these questions, and in phase 2, we repeated the same questions for the entire basin. We wanted to know that what is the status of river habitat and the distribution of species along these habitats. We wanted to identify high biodiversity value areas and bring them under conservation measures. And we also wanted to develop capacity of riverside communities. And we wanted to find answer at how do we ensure sustainability of these conservation efforts. We had this aim of developing science-based ecological restoration plan for Ganga River by involving multiple stakeholders based on the principle of systematic and integrated conservation planning. We did this by first identifying threats and species distribution. We also delineated priority stretches based on threats and species distribution. And finally, we secured these priority stretches through rescue and rehabilitation centers, capacity building, community engagement, and conservation education. For ecological assessment, we carried out surveys of the 22 rivers, including main stem Ganga River, and we divided each of these rivers into 5-kilometer segment of basic evaluation unit. Information of river morphology, water quality, species presence, and anthropogenic factors was collected through various methods, including continuous boat surveys, foot surveys, flow measurement, and depth profiling. We also mapped all the threats and recorded data using GPS. On the basis of presence of species, we identified biodiversity hotspots, and we found that Kosi, Gandak, Ghagra, and Chambal River, they are the stronghold of species of conservation concern. Nonetheless, these areas also had high anthropogenic pressures, which are visible in terms of mining, fishing activities, open drains, ferry, and boats. Based on presence of species of conservation concern, habitat quality, and anthropogenic stressors, we identified that 51% of the Ganga River Ganga Basin still has high biodiversity concentration, and we delineated these as conservation priority stretches. The blue areas that you see here, which are not marked as pink, that doesn't mean the species are not present there. The species are also present there, but the distribution or probability of distribution is less than 50% in these stretches. Pollution is one of the major causes for habitat degradation, but it is also a cause which impacts the individual level through endocrine systems. So we wanted to know that how these contaminants or emerging pollutants are distributed across the Ganga Basin, and on the basis of that, we identified ecological risk areas. We examined 43 contaminants in 6 different categories of contaminants, which range from plastics to personal care products, heavy metals, and pesticides. Based on the analysis, we found that 36% of the river stretches are under high ecological risk, 51% are under moderate ecological risk. Inputs from agriculture and industrial effluents were the major leading cause for these ecological risks. We also mapped instances of confiscation, killing, and entanglement, and produced hotspots. Based on these hotspots and also the available infrastructure, we established rescue and rehabilitation centers in collaboration with the Forest Department, And so far, we have rescued and successfully released about 7,000 individuals of turtles in Ganga Basin. Since local communities are the ones who live in close vicinity with the riverine ecosystem, and these are the ones who report the cases of entanglement and poaching first. So we train them as first responder, and these first responders, they work in close tandem with Forest Department for effective rescue and rehabilitation of species in distress. We further took up rescue and rehabilitation to people all around the globe, and through offline and online courses, we trained people, particularly veterinarians, para-veterinarians, Forest Department, university professors, and students through our different courses. It was realized that there is limited capacity among our stakeholders for managing freshwater ecosystem, except for the Forest Department. So we undertook capacity building, particularly for aquatic species conservation, and for that we developed 5 training modules on various aspects of aquatic conservation. We also established spearhead team all across 11 Ganga Basin states, and these spearhead teams are carrying forward activities related for conservation of Ganga River. We have a distribution of these trained personnel all along the Ganga Basin. It was realized that conservation has to move beyond the realm of traditional protected area notion, and thus we started community engagement. We realized that when our team started working in the field, we realized that the level of participation was passive, as per the 7 stages of participation, which moved from passive to active after interaction and inspiring them and providing skills and trainings to them, which was need-based. The level of active participation is evident through the number of people who have participated in different aspects of our activities. Going a step forward, we also included those volunteers who wanted to do something for Ganga River as part of Ganga Prairie cadre. And these Ganga Prairie cadres are present throughout our Ganga Basin. 2 of these Ganga Prairies were felicitated yesterday for Ganga under the Swachhta Abhiyan and Wildlife Week campaign. These Ganga Prairies, they are taking up activities on their own, as mentioned earlier, and they're also taking part in rescue and rehabilitation of species of aquatic concern. Linking conservation with livelihood is an essential part of community engagement. For that, a Jalaj model was developed in Banaras in first phase of the project, which was taken up and upscaled at the country level, and this is now an independent project and is part of our National Mission for Clean Ganga funded project to the Wildlife Institute of India. The Ganga Prairies, they get training on various aspects of their skill development. Their products and services are being sold at different platforms. We provide linkages to them through sale points, and one of the sale point is in Delhi Heart in New Delhi. Recently, a canteen of SSB has also included the products of Ganga Prairie in their product invoice. Conservation efforts would go futile if it is not integrated into development planning. So for that, we initiated a pilot-level micro-planning exercise in 28 villages. These micro-plans deal with 8 aspects of biodiversity conservation, and they had 8 thematic areas. These thematic areas are site-specific and species-specific and issue-specific, and they all deal with habitat loss, pollution, stakeholder, and policy coherence. One of the important aspects is to reaching out to the future generation. In this aspect, we developed Bal Ganga Prairie corners along the basin. We also developed or established Jal Mala Samvad all across the Ganga Basin. And so far, we have reached out to more than 250,000 individuals through our outreach programs. To see the effectiveness of our conservation initiative, we did pre- and post-training analysis, and we found that there's an increase of 40% after we provided training to the school kids. One of the important outcomes of the project was building and strengthening of institutions. These institutions, which are layered and nested, they have been built right from the individual level, where our Ganga Prairies, they are a representation of those institutions. These are being integrated into Panchayati Raj institutions, civil society organizations, And at the national level, we have National Center for River Research housed at the Wildlife Institute of India campus, and we provide advocacy and policy support to the Ministry on aquatic species matter. Realizing that there is a need of professionals for managing freshwater, we initiated MSc course in freshwater ecology, and Ministry of Jal Shakti has funded this project. For next 10 years, we'll be producing about 100 professionals on freshwater ecology. Apart from that, we have 26 PhD scholars registered in various universities, and they are working on various aspects of freshwater conservation. So far, we have published about 200 publications, including 54 scientific papers in peer-reviewed international journals. These papers are cited more than 300 times, and they have been mentioned more than 3,000 times across various platforms. Our work on ecological restoration through community engagement was showcased by the Namami Ganga program at International Forum, which resulted in recognition of Namami Ganga program as one of the flagship restoration program, and the Namami Ganga was awarded a top 10 ecological restoration award by the United Nations. Our work on the Ganga River and the basin was upscaled to the entire country, and through an RCD project. The lessons that we learned from our project was that we found that all the rivers and tributaries, they are living entity, and they are stronghold of species of conservation concern. We have put in place mechanism for ecological assessment. Status of species of conservation significance were mapped. We have a spearhead team who are conducting trainings and carrying forward conservation activities. Local communities are sensitized, and their concerns were aligned with conservation goals. There's inclusion of aquatic biodiversity conservation in mandate of local communities. We also have multi-layered platforms, and we have established and strengthened bottom-up and top-down linkages. In 2020, the erstwhile turtle sanctuary near Benares was denotified. On our recommendation, we recommended that about 140-kilometer stretch downstream of Prayagraj should be notified as a turtle sanctuary, but only 30 kilometers of this was approved. This 30 kilometer is only 0.5% of the conservation priority stretch identified by us. So we recommend that the remaining 99.5% of conservation priority stretch should be included as other effective area-based conservation measures to reach out and fulfill post-2020 global biodiversity target. We also developed key messages for policymakers, and the key takeaways are that integrated river basin management should consider ecological needs of aquatic species. There is a need to improve freshwater management, their protection and connectivity, including with the floodplain wetlands and Sundarbans. The governance has to be integrative and adaptive to ensure policy coherence at sectoral level. The sensitization and capacity building has to be an ongoing procedure. We need to promote stakeholder engagement and participation. Lastly but not least, integrated market-based instruments such as payment for ecosystem services and incentives are needed for conservation-friendly behavior. The work would not have been possible without the support from following people right from the inception. I thank you all, and thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Shivani. I request all those researchers and students who are standing near the doors, please come and take your seats. We'll move on to the next presentation. The next speaker is Dr. Tanveer Ahmed. He's a faculty member at the Wildlife Institute of India. He joined last year as Scientist C. He has an MPhil and PhD in wildlife sciences from the Aligarh Muslim University. His experience is on biodiversity assessment and socioeconomic studies in the Indian Trans-Himalaya and Terai Arc landscape. Currently, he's working in the NRCD project. Over to Dr. Tanveer.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good morning, all of you. Just now, you have seen various conservation activities for River Ganga. These conservation activities set a benchmark for river conservation in India, which attracted the attention of Ministry of Jal Shakti, and later Ministry of Jal Shakti requested Wildlife Institute of India to implement similar activities in other rivers of India. This is how this project came into picture. In the first phase of this project, we are assessing the ecological status of 7 major rivers of India with the aim to spearhead river conservation through biodiversity characterization and conservation planning. In this project, we have 7 rivers which flows through some 15 states of India and diverse biogeographic zones. For example, we have Barak from northeastern part, and we have Narmada, Godavari, Mahanadi, and Kaveri, which largely flows through the Deccan Peninsula and merge with the sea through east and west coast of India. We have 2 rivers, Periyar and Pamba, from Western Ghats. In this project, our aim to develop a baseline information on the status and distribution of flora and fauna inhabiting these rivers. Moreover, we also aim to find out the factor which influences their richness, abundance, or the occurrence of some species of conservation significance. We are also targeted towards finding the pollution level, be it heavy metal or EDC pollution. Since these rivers have a large number of dams, so we are also targeted to find out what is the effect on the genetic variability and gene flow of some of these species of conservation significance, and we are targeted toward delineating some areas which has high biodiversity value and prepare conservation action plan. When we started this project, we were more focused to find out what is existed in these river basins and what is their status. Moreover, through literature review, we have tried to find out the factors such as land use changes in the basin, pollution level, and climate change vulnerabilities to these basins. So this literature review lead us to two main conclusions, that there are very limited studies in these on the main channel of the river. And if these studies have been conducted on the main channel, they are largely concentrated on a smaller stretch, be it upper, middle, or lower zone. So this make this entire study utmost important, as we are targeted toward assessing the ecological status from source to the mouth. Just a quick glimpse to the rivers. As of now, we have conducted ecological assessment in 3 rivers, Barak, Godavari, and Periyar. Barak flows through the state of Manipur and Assam. It's a small river, 500 kilometers long in India, though it is 900 kilometers, and its basin is largely dominated by forest land. It is one of the rivers which has no dam on it, though there was a proposal of Tipaimukh Dam in Chochanpur. Godavari River flows through the state of Maharashtra, Telangana, and Andhra Pradesh, and its basin is largely dominated by agriculture areas. Moreover, there are industrial hubs at Nasik and Aurangabad region. Periyar flows entirely through the states of Kerala, and its basin also is largely dominated by the forest land. Unlike Ganga project, we have not surveyed the entire length of the river, but we delineated 5-kilometer segments to assess the status of biodiversity and the river characteristics. Within each 5-kilometer segment, we laid 3 transects. And on each transect, we have assessed the status of flora and fauna, be it butterflies, be it vegetation, mammals, and our major focus was on, in the mammals, our major focus was on the otters. So what we found? We found that beside trees, fish, and amphibians, the richness of species we found on the main channel of the river represent 35 to 56%. But the abundance of these taxa is quite low in the Barak River. In Godavari River, though we have a good richness of trees, fish, and birds, but their frequency of sighting or the abundance in the Godavari river was also low. As far as the biodiversity of Periyar is concerned, we have a very low richness of amphibian and reptile in this river, but we have recorded, wherever we have recorded, we found them in good abundance. Besides sustaining this biodiversity, these rivers are also hub for sustaining the population of a species of conservation significance. And we found large number of threatened and near threatened species in Periyar, followed by Barak and Godavari river. Beside the fauna, we have also assessed the above ground biomass in these rivers. These values seem to be very low, but as of now, we have developed a baseline information on above ground biomass, and this could be useful in these rivers can also be a part of in mitigating the phenomena of climate change. Beside these, we have also assessed the factor that influences the fish communities, and we found with salinity, pH, TDS, boulders in different proportions influencing the fish communities in these rivers. Beside community structure, we are also targeted to find out the factor which influences certain species, and we found factors like current fallow, deciduous forest, and scrubland are the preferred habitat in the Periyar river for the otters. If you look at Ganga have Gangetic dolphin, ghadial, Indian skimmers. These are the key indicator species. So as you might have heard the news of the population of Gangetic dolphin has increased in Ganga, which signifies the health of the river. But what about the indicator species in other rivers? So we tried to find out the indicator species for the low disturbance, and we found some 4 species which indicate low, some 5 species of fish, 5 species of birds, and 2 species of amphibian, which represent indicator of low disturbance. So when you do conservation activities and the river health will increase, these species could be used as an indicator to see the health of the river. Beside this, we have also tried to understand, are these river ecosystem unique? So as these belong to diverse biogeographic zones, and we found these rivers are unique in terms of sustaining the plants, birds, and fishes. So in India, most rivers found protection if they accidentally pass from any protected area. Take an example of Ganga. When it get protection when it pass from Rajaji Tiger Reserve or Hasnapur Wildlife Sanctuary. Areas dedicated for the conservation of aquatic species is quite low. So we have delineated those areas which has biodiversity, which has high biodiversity values. Or these conservation priority areas were delineated on the basis of the habitat suitability. In Barak, we found some 168 kilometers, which has high potential to sustain biodiversity. As there are no protected areas on this could be declared as bring under protection to sustain or manage the biodiversity of Barak River. Commercer has done surveys in the Barak River. We didn't find any individual of Gangetic dolphin in Barak River. Earlier, there was record of presence of Gangetic dolphin in Barak River. So what we did, we tried to understand, is the habitat is still present in the Barak River? So we, on the basis of previous record, we tried to understand, is there is habitat suitable for Gangetic dolphin? And we found towards the Bangladesh border, some 15 kilometers is the highly suitable for Gangetic dolphin. In Godavari River, we found that 119 kilometers, be it in Maharashtra, be it in Telangana or Andhra Pradesh, we have certain areas which could support biodiversity if conserved. In Periyar, 2 pockets can support high biodiversity values. So what are the factors that could influence this? So in the Barak River, we found fishing is the dominant activity, and this fishing is also high in Periyar River. But in Godavari River, irrespective of fishing, we found huge illegal water abstraction. Beside this anthropogenic pressure, there is huge chunk of invasive species exist in the Barak, Godavari, and Periyar River. But as far as Barak, we don't find any fish species which is invasive to this ecosystem, but Godavari and Periyar sustain invasive species. And if you look at this image, it seems to be an agriculture field. But this is the actual Godavari River, which is infested by Pistia or Potendria, and some 15-kilometer length of the Godavari River is choked due to these invasive species. If you look at the bank of the Godavari River, this is Prosophis juliflora. So it seems there are trees available, but this is all invasive species. As far as pollution is concerned, we found elevated level of pH and TDS and conductivity in Godavari River. As far as the water quality of Periyar is concerned, it seems to be within the permissible limit. So if we compare all three rivers, we found that the value of conductivity was high in Godavari River, followed by Barak and Periyar River. Similarly, TDS was high in Godavari River, followed by Barak and Periyar River. As far as heavy metal concentration is concerned, we found elevated level of cadmium, mercury, and lead in Godavari River, mercury in Periyar River, and cadmium and lead in the Barak River. So if we compare the entire scenario, we found elevated level of lead in all three rivers, but majorly in the Godavari River, followed by Barak River. So there are certain hotspot stretches. We found that the heavy metal hotspots are available toward the Jirivam till the Bangladesh border and Silchar region. The upper zone of the Godavari River, particularly towards Nasik and Nanded region, was found the hotspot of heavy metal in Godavari River, and the Ellure industrial belt in Periyar River is famous for the lot of industries are present there. We found heavy metal hotspot here. As far as endocrine disruptive compound is concerned, there are bisphenol. We found high concentration of bisphenol both in Barak and Godavari. In Periyar, there's a lot of pesticide is there. Beside this, we found elevated level of phthalates, but the highest concentration was observed in Periyar River. So the EDC hotspot is more or less same what we have recorded for the heavy metal. As far as bioaccumulation is concerned, if we compare the heavy metals in all three rivers, the bioaccumulation we found for chromium, cobalt, nickel, zinc, and these all are heavy metals. And beside this, some EDCs are also bioaccumulating in the fish fauna that include bisphenol, pharmaceutical, hormones, and tricloban. So which later we try to find which heavy metal is accumulated the highest. And we found in Barak River, mercury followed by lead and arsenic is accumulating in the bodies of fish. And similar is the case with the, a little bit different case is observed in Godavari and Periyar River, where we find higher concentration of lead followed by mercury. Beside this, we find accumulation of phthalate esters in the bodies of fishes in all three rivers. If we assess the risk, we find 100% of the rivers is at the risk from heavy metals, and in other rivers as well, more or less the similar situation existed. In EDCs as well, the Barak has the highest risk from plasticizers, and Periyar also have the highest risk from the pesticizers, but in Godavari has the highest risk from antimicrobials. Since I have talked about there are dams in the river, and when we see the genetic diversity of fishes, though we have target to assess the genetic diversity and gene flow of the turtles and reptiles, but the permission is still pending with the MOEFCC and with the respective forest department. And we found that the genetic diversity of Garamulia, be it in Godavari and Periyar, is less than what it expected. And if we see the Barak River, the genetic diversity was quite high. And this is the river which has no dam. So this signifies how dam is influencing the genetic diversity of fishes. Beside this, a top-down approach is required for any sort of conservation. Dr. Shivani was also talking about this. So another 5 minutes more. So if you want to do conservation, you have to involve mass human. For this, Wildlife Institute of India met state secretaries, ministers, head of the forest department, and through such meetings, we were able to add Pamba River in this project. Moreover, we have conducted multiple stakeholder meetings in which we have called pollution department, irrigation department, forest department, and find out the solution how we can conserve these rivers. Beside this, we have involved multiple schools and colleges, local communities, through various national initiatives like Nadi Utsav, Har Ghar Tiranga, and Swachh Bharat, Lifestyle for Environment, and more than 30,000 researchers, individuals have been spread aware about the conservation of the river. Beside this, we have also enhanced the capacity of various institutes, and we have done multiple capacity building workshop, be it in the institute and outside the institute as well. So some of the output of the project is that we have developed brochures which highlight the river ecosystem and various threatened species. And since the project have started, we have submitted 8 reports to the ministry in the first year of its, in the first year. Next, we have submitted 3 reports which highlight the biodiversity values of the river. We have developed 3 reports on ecotoxicological status, which is yet to be submitted. Beside this, we have developed reports on the outreach program as well. So what the actionable point from this whole exercise? We were able to conclude that these rivers sustain high biodiversity values and species of conservation significance as well. So there need to be a consortium of regional institutes in the respective river. All the hotspot of biodiversity should be brought under the purview of Indian Wildlife Protection Act, or it could be declared as OECM. There should be regular monitoring of the biodiversity, and measures should be taken to control the pollution, be it by implanting the STPs or ETPs, and sensitize policymaker and other stakeholders on river conservation through mass media and creation of interpretation facilities at various respective forest department. So what is the way forward? The work is not yet done. We have to repeat the same exercise in Narmada, Mahanadi, Kaveri, and Pamba River, and we have planned to add some more rivers, be it Indus, Brahmaputra, and Krishna River. So I would like to thank these many organizations and individuals, particularly our beloved director. Thank you.
May I now invite the next speaker, Dr. Vinit Dubey. Dr. Vinit Dubey holds a PhD in zoology from Lucknow University, and for his PhD worked on fish assemblages and river interlinking in a collaborative doctorate with Lucknow University and National Bureau of Fish Genetic Resources. He is with Wildlife Institute of India for the last 10 years, and in the last 7 years, he has been the project scientist in the NMC project. And over to Dr. Vinit.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. A colorful and beautiful planet with plants, butterflies, birds, and all that wildlife that steal our heart. It could have stayed that way if our actions did not raise the Earth's temperature to a certain extent. If we continue this, many species that we love will be forced to go to the extinction. And what we'll have is the only man-made items on the earth. We definitely don't want this, and to prevent this, the government of India initiated several missions, and one of the missions is National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. And we are working on assessment and monitoring of climate change effects on wildlife species and ecosystem for developing adaptation strategies in the Indian Himalayan region. We are a very strong team of faculties and researchers who are working on diverse taxa and diverse subjects of climate biology. NMC has 6 task forces, being designated as a task force 4 on microflora, fauna, wildlife, and animal population. The Wildlife Institute of India initiated this long-term project in 2014, and now we are in the second phase of the project. The phase 2 objectives are to generate especially explicit information on observed and predicted impact of climate change on wildlife populations. We are also generating microclimatic patterns through automated fine-scale data generation. We are also assessing the ecosystem health under climate change scenarios, and we are also characterizing the landscape identified as climate refugia. And we have to develop a spatial database infrastructure, and our overall goal is to establish permanent monitoring plots through trained local stakeholders. We are studying across the longitudinal and elevational gradients in the Indian Himalayan region. We have selected basins and sub-basins like Byas, Bhagirathi, Teesta, and West Kameng for long-term monitoring. Our current targets is to first go for baseline data and then go for a long-term monitoring. So we are focusing on Teesta and West Kameng rivers, as we already completed a first phase round of sampling in the Western Himalayan rivers. Let me give you a quick introduction about what we have done in NMC phase 1. So NMC phase 1 was pioneer in collating multi-taxa baseline on species distribution. We have collected several new distribution records of mammals, identified new species, developed phenologies on breeding, age, and growth, and also identified climate refugia for certain range-restricted species. As you can see, a steep rise in our the publication we published a very good impact factor, a cumulative impact factor of 119, that tells you the quality of work we are doing under NMC project. We are working on multi-taxa group, soil, aquatic, semi-aquatic, and terrestrial. For this presentation, I will be largely focusing on developing baseline data on soil nematode communities, baseline on fish and macroinvertebrates, and monitoring on mammals in the Eastern Himalaya. We are also collating data to developing climate change scenarios that we have developed for Uttarakhand state, and that we'll be doing for other states as well. So let's coming to the results. So far we have identified 51 genera of nematodes in the West Kameng, and we are also working on experimental warming and its effect on diurnal respiration in alpine meadows of Western Himalaya, where we recorded ecosystem respiration and soil respiration, and which were resulted in the peak respiration occurred during 12 hours, followed by an evening and decline. And there was a significant ER increase across all the sites in zone. We thoroughly covered the West Kameng River and sampled around 280 sampling locations and recorded 75 families. This is the first baseline that we have recorded from the West Kameng River. And that was resulted in high abundance of families at around 1,700 to 2,000 meters. We so far identified 16 fishes. 3 of them were endemic to the West Kameng, and we grouped them into cold water and warm water groups because they are highly influenced by the temperature and altitude in grouping those two fish assemblages. In mammals, we recorded 31 mammalian species. At lower elevations, we recorded highest relative abundance of barking deer, wild pig, goral. At mid elevations, we recorded takin, red panda, dhole. At higher elevation, we recorded snow leopard, blue sheep, and red fox. In Teesta, we recorded 35 mammalian species. We also recorded a very high elevation record of tiger and gaur, and also Indian peafowl. As I already mentioned that we are collating data. We have collated data from the phase 1 of this NMC project, and also collated data from Uttarakhand state wildlife population, snow leopard population estimation, and also from literature and online resources. We removed the ambiguous records and conducted special thinning to remove the autocorrelation. And then we collated a total of 36 species we collated, and around 17,000 occurrence record we collated from the 12 years of data. So this tells you how the multiple project objectives can give benefit for a larger data sets. So for modeling, we collated data, and then we also collected several covariates like temperature, precipitation, land cover, and several topographic variables like profile curvature, roughness, topographic positioning index, terrain ruggedness index, vector ruggedness index. And we used gradient boosted machines, support vector machines, random forest, Maxent, GLM. We used 5 cross validation runs, 5 pseudo absence sampling, and we evaluated on our model with TSS and ROC scores. We construct ensemble models, and then we projected into the future environments using different scenarios. We used GFDL ESM4, which was developed under CMIP 6. We used different scenarios, and I will be using these terms SSP simultaneously. So let me put it that way, because the SSP 126 is the lowest scenario, 370 is a high scenario, and 585 is a very high scenario. So the model performance across species suggested the random forests perform better, followed by Maxent. Among variable importance scores, as you can see, all the 12 variables that we have used, all the variables has some significance in the distribution of the species, but the Bio 1 and Bio 12 was found to be most important in the distribution, in governing the distribution of species. Specifically, as you can see that the Bio 12, the precipitation was slightly more important for certain species which was found in very high altitude region like Eurasian lynx, then Tibetan woolly hare, and others. So we predicted the loss and gain in terms of climatic scenarios. As you can see, the red areas are the loss due to climate change. The yellow areas are the stable presences, and the blue areas are the areas where the species will tend to shift. We have used different species, be it large carnivore, herbivore, general species like wild boar or rhesus macaque. Everyone, all the species is moving from their lagging edges, and they are moving in upward directions. So there is we assume that there will be a rearrangement of biodiversity in the changing scenarios. We specifically monitored these mountain ungulates because they are adapted to certain elevation bands. So as you can see, we also compared it with the expert-based elevation ranges and also the model-based elevation ranges. As you can see, the goral, which was commonly found in the between 1,000 and 3,500 meters, similarly, it was predicted between those bands. And in the coming scenario, the upcoming scenario, the species is predicted to move up, but not beyond the 4,000 meters. In case of Himalayan thar, the species will also predicted to move up, but not beyond the 4,500 meters, because there won't be any suitable climatic niche will be available for that species. For musk deer, the fate is not very good, because that species is already distributed in a very narrow range, and that species is predicted to shrink between those ranges, and there won't be any latitudinal or elevational shift. Same fate is predicted for Siro and blue sheep. While comparing all the mammals in the Uttarakhand, we can say that staying small is a risky business, because as you compared all the species, the smallest species were predicted to lose much of its current range in the both scenario, full dispersal and non-dispersal scenarios. The full dispersal is a scenario where the species can move to newer areas, but in no dispersal they cannot move. In terms of species richness, as you can see that middle elevation areas of the Uttarakhand having a very high species richness, and there are certain areas outside the protected areas which also have a very high species richness, and under future scenarios, SSP 1 to 6, the species will try to, all the species will try to move from the lower elevation and from the northwestern direction to the eastern direction. And there will be some congregation at certain places, and these congregation will lose, and the species in the very high scenarios will try to move up in the higher elevation. In terms of loss and gain in species richness, this is very interesting, because there are areas in the middle elevation bands of the Uttarakhand. There is a loss of 12 to 15 species, but there are certain refugias in the eastern part of the Uttarakhand where 6 to 9 species can take refuge. But in the highest scenarios, there will be, these areas will disappear and all the species, many species will try to move in the higher latitude and higher elevations. But in the extreme scenarios, the high elevation areas can be buffer areas, as we have compared all the protected areas in terms of their refuge and loss. So as you can see that the Asan wetland, Jhilmil Jheel, Sona Nadi, Corbett, Rajaji, they all will lose at around 1 to 2 species, but at the same time, Nandhor, Binsar, Nanda Devi, they will come to the rescue and they will add 2 to 3 species. But regardless of climate scenarios that we have used, the Govind National Park, Govind Wildlife Sanctuary, they will lose around 3 to 4 species. But in the very high extreme scenarios, the very high elevation protected areas like Kedarnath, Askot, Valley of Flowers, they will provide rescue for certain species. So in conclusion, we have developed baseline data in terms of soil nematode communities, fishes, and also recorded mammals. And in terms of modeling, we suggest that high altitude protected areas may buffer climate change impacts, but many areas outside PAs also have potential as a climate refugia. And there is adequate landscape connectivity and expansion of PA will be required for protecting mammals in the face of climate change. And many species will need to track to the changing climate condition, but that can be potentially leading to the dramatic reorganization of biodiversity. So priority action should be taken when all the species will be shifting from here to there. We are also integrating several new approaches, like we are also modeling stream temperatures and integrating models like mechanistic models for certain reptiles and amphibians. With this, I would like to acknowledge following people and our NMC team who helped me for this presentation, and thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vineet. The next speaker is Ms. Shrushi Kumar. She joined Wildlife Institute in 2019, and she's currently an ACSAR PhD fellow. She has a bachelor's and master's degree from the University of Calcutta. She's also a Bharatanatyam dancer.
Hello.
Over to Shrushi.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. The Indian one-horned rhinoceros. It is one of the most iconic grassland obligate mega herbivore endemic to India and Nepal. The species plays a crucial role as ecosystem engineers by controlling the invasive plant species within their range. The species also faces severe anthropogenic pressures in the form of habitat loss, human-wildlife conflict, competition requiring population management scenarios, and illegal wildlife trade and poaching also negatively impacts their conservation efforts. But despite all these challenges, the species has made a remarkable recovery from few hundred individuals to currently 4,000 individuals in the wild. And this is one of the most conservation success story in the history of Indian wildlife. Now, although their population is increasing, the rhino habitats are reaching their carrying capacities. And future rhino conservation programs are focusing towards reintroduction and translocation efforts. This has led to the management of grasslands in form of extension of protected areas, as well as removal of invasive floras, which has led the rhinos to venture into newer territories. But poaching still exists for this species, as India lies in geographic proximity to the major rhino horn consumer countries. And this illegal trade is a complex network that consists of multiple middlemen, ensuring secure transfer of body parts from source to consumers. And identifying these trading routes and poaching hotspots is critical to break the network. And DNA-based approaches will, of course, help to tackle these issues. With this background, in 2016, a collaborative approach between MOFCC, WII, and WWF India was done, and Rhodes India program, that is the Rhino DNA indexing system, was started, whose main two objectives were to combat poaching and aid in population management in India. Now, this approach requires an exhaustive genetic sampling, which is done through non-invasive sampling by collecting fresh rhino dung bolus, and tissue samples from deceased rhinos are provided by the respective forest departments. Presently, Road is India harbors about 1,014 unique individuals from all the rhino-bearing areas, that is, Dudhwa National Park in Uttar Pradesh, Gorumara and Jaldapara National Park in West Bengal, Manas, Povitora, Orang, Laukha Burachapuri, and Kaziranga National Park in Assam. And out of these, the population in Dudhwa and Manas is a reintroduced one. Now, usually when we talk about genetic database, it is based upon two different marker types. That is the mitochondrial DNA, which gives us the maternal signature, and the nuclear DNA or the microsatellite that gives us the biparental signature. This circular figure here depicts the complete mitogenome or the mitochondrial DNA of the Indian rhinoceros, which we have generated. And the variants in it were identified and built in what we call as a haplotype network. In this figure, each circle is a unique variation. The colors represent the different areas, and the size of the circles is dependent upon the sample size. And all of these variations corresponded to three rhino-bearing states, that is Uttar Pradesh, West Bengal, and Assam. On the other hand, the nuclear DNA or the microsatellite corresponded to the 6 genetic clusters, that is Dudhwa, Gorumara, Jaldapara, Pobitora, Orang, and Kaziranga. However, Manas showed mixed signatures from Kaziranga as the individuals in Manas were reintroduced from Kaziranga. Now, if we compare both these figures, that is mitochondria and microsatellite, we can see that the mitochondria is showing 3 genetic clusters, whereas the microsatellite is showing 6 genetic clusters. This is because the mitochondria gives an idea of the history of the Indian one-horned rhinoceros when they were continuously distributed and had genetic connectivity amongst them. But with time, their range got restricted and they had no genetic connectivity whatsoever. And thus, they have developed their own unique genetic signals. And this is not good, since they are prone to stochastic events. Now, in light of these, we calculated genetic health of the current population of Indian one-horned rhinoceros using genetic distance, allelic richness, and population-specific FST or FIT, which gives an idea of the inbreeding status of the current population. Thus, a good genetic health is indicated by negative GD, positive allelic diversity, and the value of FIT or the inbreeding closer to 0. So, we identified that Kaziranga and Manas are showing good measures of genetic health. Orang and Povitora shows moderate genetic health, and the population of Uttar Pradesh, that is Dudhwa, and in West Bengal, Jaldapara and Gorumara are in urgent need of genetic restoration. Now, with these indices, we simulated some supplementary scenarios in the current parks. Let's start with the moderate genetic health population, that is Orang National Park. Here, we can see that the diversity indices can be improved by maintaining the meta-population between Kaziranga and Orang. As I said earlier, rhinos are venturing into newer territories. That is the Laukha Burachapuri Wildlife Sanctuary, which lies in just middle of Kaziranga and Orang. Now, this will, since individuals are coming in, so this will help in maintaining the meta-population. In case of Povitora, supplementation of any individuals won't work, since the habitat has already reached its carrying capacity. And there are around 100 rhinos living in only 16 square kilometer of area. And as you can see in the map, our sampling of rhino dung was also congregated into only one area. So the only way out for Povitora is the restoration of grasslands or increasing their grasslands from 16 square kilometer to 40 square kilometer. This will not only help to reduce the human-wildlife conflict there, but also will help to reduce the inbreeding. As I said earlier, West Bengal population shows poor genetic health. In Jaldapara National Park, introducing individuals from Gorumara won't help in improving their genetic diversity, but introducing individuals from Kaziranga and Orang, that is the Assam population, will help in improving their genetic diversity. If we look at Gorumara, introducing individuals from Jaldapara might help a little bit, but introducing individuals from Kaziranga and Orang will definitely improve their genetic diversity. Now, potential reintroduction sites, as you can see in the orange color, these are the potential reintroduction sites for the Indian rhinos. We have also modeled these supplementation events, where we found that the mixed source from Kaziranga and Orang will be helpful. Now, this was all about population management, but one threat still persists, that is poaching. And here our genetic database is helpful in tackling this issue. Let's say an unknown sample comes to us with its species and origin unknown. Of course, first and foremost is to identify whether it's a rhino or not. Then a two-step approach is adapted, where we do the state-specific mitochondrial DNA assignment, which we had earlier identified that the mitochondria shows 3 states, UP, West Bengal, and Assam, followed by population-specific assignment, that is 6 genetic subpopulation we had identified through the microsatellite. Now, the basic idea behind the geographic assignment is to identify the source of the unknown sample. This is done through a 70% accuracy. But what about the rest 30%? Is it distributed equally among the remaining 5 areas, or is it concentrated in only one area? Here the exclusion principle comes in. That is, by excluding the chances of the other source population being the source of the unknown or the seized samples. Thus, our accuracy is highly dependent upon probability of assigning and probability of excluding the unknown population. Here is a glimpse of how our database is currently being used. So we had received a case sample from Kaziranga National Park with its source unknown. Upon assigning the state, we found that it belonged to West Bengal, and the population assignment gave an 100% accuracy to Gorumara National Park. Thus, a possible trafficking route was identified from West Bengal to Assam, and earlier this route was not known, since in reports it was classified and it was stated that the rhino horn were directly being poached via the Myanmar and not passing through the Assam. Additionally, in the population management scenarios, this year Roadies India was lucky enough to sample to in the Lakhwa Burachapuri area, where 3 or 4 individuals were reported to come to the Lakhwa Burachapuri, but their origin was not known, that whether it was coming from Kaziranga or it was coming from Orang. So our population assignment gave an accuracy of 96% that the 2 rhino individuals which we had identified, 2 male individuals, that they were coming from Orang. Now this belt of Orang, Lakhwa and Kaziranga, it's a complex that is an important corridor. It is also an important tiger corridor. So conserving this area is of a specific concern. With this, I would like to say that our genetic database has demonstrated the genetic health indices based population management solution. It has also proposed genetic data-driven translocation efforts for future reintroduction efforts, and facilitating the targeted law enforcement in newly identified emerging trading routes is also important. With this, I would like to acknowledge all these people. Thank you. And also thanks to Debranjan for beautiful photos. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Shree. We move on to the last presentation of the session. I invite Ms. Manisha Bishnoi. She is a master's in environmental science and is currently pursuing her PhD. She is an Inspire Fellow. Over to Ms. Manisha.
Thank you so much, sir, for introduction. Good morning, everyone. I'll start with the story of a tigress. Imagine a tigress is reciting the story to her cubs, where she says their great-grandparents used to roam the forest freely. There were no strange path to fear, there were no barrier to their movement. But as the time passed, humans began to build roads that cut through their home, and now it is difficult for them to move from one forested area to other. As tigers continued speaking, 3 of them reached to the part of a road which is comparatively easier to cross. There, tigress instructed her cubs to be careful because always they'll not find safer crossing like this. Sometimes similar challenges are also faced by other large mammals like rhinoceros and elephants. Their habitats are fragmented and corridors are dissected by linear infrastructure network. Therefore, it is important for us to identify and protect the areas important for wildlife movement. This brings us to our today's topic, which is to identify the bottlenecks and prioritize critical corridors for large mammal conservation in transboundary Tarayak landscape. Tarayak landscape spans across the borders of India and Nepal. It comprises of Shivalik Hills, Babar Tract, and Tarai floodplains. It is one of the 200 global ecoregion, which is rich in biodiversity and home to many endangered species. It is one of the last remaining places where 3 large mammals coexist. The landscape is highly productive, therefore it supports a very high human population density, which is even more than the national average. Now, to meet the aspirations of growing human population, there's a constant expansion in linear infrastructure networks such as roads, railways, canals, transmission lines. Currently, the landscape is having a very high road network, wherein if you only consider the major roads, they are cutting across the corridors and wildlife habitats more than 200 times and resulting in excessive fragmentation. These linear infrastructure networks are projected to grow in the future, especially the railway line, which recently started to grow in this landscape, and the improved demand to increase the transboundary connectivity via roads and improve access to irrigation system via canals. Collectively, these structures are threatening the integrity of this landscape, and we all are well aware of the negative impacts caused by the linear infrastructures. Interestingly, Tarayak landscape is a very well researched area in terms of wildlife, and it is known to all of us through multiple stakeholders and researchers worked here. Several studies have identified and mapped connectivity corridors, but few of them were limited to the spatial extents and others were conducted decades back. So considering the rich biodiversity and constant development pressure in this landscape, we do not have information on the road segments which can be prioritized for mitigation across the transboundary Tarayak landscape. Therefore, in our study, we have considered TAL India and Nepal as one connectivity conservation unit where we have used tigers and rhinoceros as a representative species. So our objective is to identify the connectivity bottlenecks across the Tarayak landscape and further identify the priority corridors and road segments within these corridors for mitigation prioritization. First objective consists of 3 sub-objectives, which is to identify the least cost path between the habitats and to analyze the centrality of course and corridors connecting them and to further identify the potential bottlenecks in them. So what is least cost path? The path that offers least resistance to animal movement. To derive these paths, we first modeled the habitat suitability using the maxent, and the inverse of habitat suitability was used as landscape resistance. Landscape resistance along with the habitat course were used to map least cost pathways using the linkage pathways toolbox. Further, we analyzed the centrality of these linkages. So what is centrality? If an animal has to move from Kishanpur to Shukla Phanta, Pilibhit is central, but Dudhwa is also central and it can help animal reach Katania Ghat, Bake Badia complex as well as Shukla Phanta. Therefore, Dudhwa is more central. So centrality is a measure of how important a core or a corridor connecting them for maintaining the connectivity across the landscape. So we identified the importance of corridors and habitat cores using centrality mapper toolbox, wherein high score indicates higher importance in connectivity. As a result of least cost paths, we got multiple least cost paths for both the species. Out of these, the shortest for both the species were between Pilibhit and Kishanpur, Bardia and Katania Ghat. And the longest least cost path for tiger was between Bake Bardia to Chitwan Parsa Valmiki complex. As a result of centrality, the linkage with the highest centrality was found between Dudhwa and Katania Ghat, Nindhaur and Pawalgarh. Among the cores, Dudhwa and Nindhaur was highly central, which means these linkages and cores are highly important for maintaining connectivity across the Tarayak landscape. For rhinoceros, we found the connectivity between Bardia Bake Katanya Ghat and Bardia, Dudhwa Katanya Ghat was important. Among the course, Bardia, Baki and Katanya Ghat was important. Further, we identified the bottlenecks in these important linkages. So bottlenecks are the narrow areas which restrict the animal movement to larger habitats. And if there comes any further disturbance in the form of linear infrastructure or land conversion, it can be deleterious for the wildlife populations. So to identify these bottlenecks in Tarayak landscape, we used the pinch point mapper toolbox, which gave us local scale and landscape scale pinch points, wherein high density of current represents higher constriction in the movement pathways. As a result, we got 12 potential landscape scale pinch points. It takes into account all the protected areas in the landscape and shows the constriction in the movement pathways between them. These are important from a landscape perspective, and it can affect the connectivity at a larger scale. At local scale, we found 21 pinch points. It takes into account the adjacent protected areas and shows if there is any constriction in the movement pathways. For rhino, we found 7 landscape scale pinch points and 15 local scale pinch points. So now we have identified the important and potential bottlenecks in the corridors. Now let's see the critical corridors. To do so, we merged the landscape and local scale corridors for both the species and used a prioritization matrix. The matrix consists of several criteria. The first two are derived from the linkage mapper. The cost weighted to Euclidean distance ratio for a corridor indicates the cost of movement to traverse the landscape from point A to B. Centrality score we just saw in the previous slide. We calculated the linear infrastructure density in the corridors and checked if there's any proposed linear infrastructure. We also checked the forest loss in past 10 years and from 2000 onwards till 2022. Additionally, we use IUCN status for 11 large mammals which are present in different protected areas across the Tarayak landscape. Collectively, we assign the score in 3 categories: high, medium, and low. Further, to identify the road segments in these corridors, we extracted the major roads and around 2-kilometer buffer. We calculated the forest loss and used the priority corridor scores from the previous exercise. As a result, we got total of 24 corridors. Out of these, 7 were found to be transboundary. 16 are in level 1, which means the corridors important for the landscape scale movement of the species, and 8 were in level 2, the corridors which are important for the local scale movement of the species. Among all the PAs, the most important connectivity link which we found in Tarayak landscape for its long-term conservation was between Nandhaur to Shukla Fanta to Dudhwa till Katanya and Bake Bardia complex. Now let's see the road segments important for mitigation in the Tarayak landscape. Total of 32 road segments were found which are cutting through the corridors. In level 1 corridors, there are 25 road segments, and in level 2 corridors, there are 7 road segments. If we see in the Indian side, 19 road segments are cutting through the corridors with an average length of 4.8 kilometer. In the Nepal part of Tar, there are 13 road segments with an average length of 7.5 kilometers. Now let's see the road segments in each priority corridors. In India, we found there were 4 level 1 corridors. Their average length was 16 kilometer. And 4 road segments are selected here for mitigation prioritization. The blue line here represents the proposed roads in these corridors. On the Nepal part, there were 2 level 1 corridors. The average length was 176 kilometer. And 8 road segments are selected here for mitigation. If we see the transboundary path, there were 4 level 1 corridors. Average length was 65 kilometers. So we saw that the average length for transboundary corridor was more than the corridors on the Indian side, but it was less than the Nepal side, which means the forest area in the Indian part of Tarayak landscape is comparatively fragmented than Nepal side. So here, 12 road segments are selected for mitigation. In level 2 corridors, there are 2 important linkages where 3 to 5 road segments are selected. One is between Rajaji and Kalesa, where we report recent tiger movement was reported. Another one is Baki and Suhelwa. Suhelwa is not connected to any protected area on the Indian side, but it indicates the recent tiger colonization in this corridor indicates the importance to mitigate this road segment. Additionally, we selected some road segments inside the protected area for mitigation. To conclude, this study has considered Tal India and Tal Nepal as one connectivity conservation unit to target the areas important for mitigation prioritization. We found important areas, important protected areas for maintaining the overall connectivity of species. In India, there were Dutwa and Kitania were found, and on Nepal part, Bardia and Bankya was found important. We found potential bottlenecks across the Tarayak landscape, but the majority of bottlenecks were found in a long stretch of corridor between Bardia Bankya to Chitwan Parsa Valmiki complex. And the key corridor for maintaining connectivity for long term in Tarayak landscape was between Nandhaur to Shukla Fanta to Dudhwa Katania till Bardia Bankya complex. And 32 road segments are selected for mitigation prioritization ranging from 2 to 11 kilometers in length, and 20 are selected inside the protected area. So linkage mapper has given us the potential corridors and the potential bottlenecks in them. Now to further validate these corridors, we'll conduct field examination at the selected road segments inside the corridors and the protected areas. We'll also incorporate elephant connectivity to strengthen this study. With this, I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manisha. Now, please stay back here. Manisha, you stay back here. I request all the speakers to come on the dais, please. With the permission of the chair, I will start the question and answer sessions. We have a large number of questions. In the interest of time, I will also try and moderate. Dr. Shivani Bartwal, please. This is from Samank Samantara. Nice presentation. How were the high moderate risk stretches of Ganga River and different tributaries assessed? What was the threshold value for various categories of contaminants that were taken into consideration? And the third one is, where did you find saltwater crocodiles? Is it Hooghly, or if yes, what were the threats faced by them? You can take one by one.
Yes, thank you for the question. As for the first question, that how were the high, moderate risk stretches were identified. So these high, moderate risk areas were basically identified on the basis of 43 contaminants, which range from pesticides to heavy metals and also plasticizers, including estrogen. Based on these were assessed, and based on the aquatic life criteria approved by globally approved criteria, these were assessed, and these were the threshold. The threshold value were used for as per the aquatic life criteria. On the basis of that, these were identified. Next question were, where did you find salties? Is it Hooghly? Yes, we did find. Yes, we did find salties in the Hooghly near Sundarban areas, and the threats faced by them are basically human-wildlife conflict and changes in salt water regime.
The next is from Dr. Vaibhav Mathur. How do you ensure the sustainability of Ganga prairies and the work they are undertaking once the project inflows taper? Do you have an exit policy in?
So this is a very interesting question, and we are working towards sustainability of Ganga prairie cadre. And many of these Ganga prairies have been linked with the state level and national level institutions, and they are carrying forward activities either on their own. As I mentioned earlier also, these Ganga prairies are institutions amongst themselves. So the ministry is reaching out to them either individually or through us. I can say directly, and the latest example is the Bihar Forest Department using them for People's Biodiversity Register and giving them employability.
There's no name, but the question is, after training, there was an increase of 40% in awareness. What factors influence increase in awareness through training? What do you mean by increase in awareness?
Increase in awareness here we meant that they had more information on what type of species were present in riverine ecosystem and what were the threats. For example, students from Himalayan states, they had never seen Gangetic dolphin. So they had no idea that Gangetic dolphins are present in the Ganges river system. And since we carried out there was a difference of 1 to 2 months between pre and post training analysis, we reached out again to those students where we had conducted trainings after a gap of 1 or 2 months. And then we assessed their information and knowledge, and on the basis of that, we could say that their awareness increased to 40%.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shivani. Now I invite Dr. Tanveer. Dr. Tanveer, you spoke 5 minutes extra, you have the maximum number of questions. First is from Dr. Jagdish. He says, nice overview of river ecosystems. Each river has its own distinctive geochemistry and biogeochemistry based on the geological features of its catchments. Comparing of water chemistry across rivers should be interpreted with caution and care.
Sir, we have not compared the among the rivers. We have just presented whether which constituent of the pollutant is high in which river. It's just a representation of the all 3 rivers in one figure. So we are not comparing, we just representing through a figures.
You have 3 questions about your indicator species. Dr. Abhijit Das, Anukul, and Ashish. On what basis indicator species were selected? Some of them are not even riverine species. Is there any database developed based on the survey of findings? Night heron indicator species, can you please explain? This is from Anukul. And the third from Ashish. Indicator species of birds like black heron night heron have wider distribution in India. Please clarify their roles as indicator species resulting in your study. What is your opinion on river linking plan also in India? So you can answer all of them.
Sir, we have to understand the definition of indicator species. We are not representing the indicator species of a river. We are saying indicator species of disturbance. So what I have presented is the indicator of less disturbed habitat. So all those species are, sir, please, you want to say something?
But the species that you have selected, they are not actually indicate less disturbance. Yeah, they actually breed in the disturbed areas. So
Sir,
modified dams.
Sir, it might be possible in other ecosystem, they might be having habitat in the disturbed habitat. What in this ecosystem, particularly Periyar, we found lot of occurrence of this species in the undisturbed habitat. We don't find in the disturbed habitat. So on the basis of the abundance and the distribution of these species, we have evaluated which are the indicator species.
But Tanveer, you need to understand that night heron is not the indicator species.
Sir, sir.
Later on you can talk.
Sir. Sir, कोई एक question और था?
This is from Dr. Amit Kumar. He says, wonderful insights. In introduction, you mentioned that the Barak is largely dominated by riverine forest, whereas the tree density is just 1 ± 1 as compared to Godavari and other rivers. Please comment.
Sir, I was talking about the forest cover in the basin, not in the riverine. What we got is in the riverine habitat, sir. I was talking about the forest cover in the basin when I was presenting my introductory slide, and what we have presented is the tree density in the main channels.
This is from Dr. Vaibhav Mathur. Do you feel the states have the required wherewithal and capacity to manage river hotspots if notified under the Wildlife Protection Act 1972, as you suggested? Any consultations with the states on this aspect?
Sir, this is a very tricky question. We have to check it first. But we have delineated the biodiversity hotspot, and maybe we can go to different stakeholders, particularly the forest department or the state forest department, and have meeting with them. This is what we are getting. and maybe find solution how can we manage them.
Next question is from Dr. Anita Devi from the ministry. What strategies do you suggest to address the issue of invasives in terms of plants? Second question is, do you also have information on the faunal invasives? If yes, what are those species? And if no, what are the reasons of omission?
As far as invasive species is, I would suggest the eradication only, and in most protected areas, as the only solution we have found is the eradication if you talk about the lantana. So similar I would suggest here as well. And as far as the faunal composition is concerned, we have found Oreochromis mozambicus and Oreochromis nilotica in the Periyar and the Godavari river as well.
You have similar question from Dehradun also, who talks about plant invasives in riverbanks and also invasive aquatic fauna, and what are their impacts on native biodiversity?
Devranjan, this need to be, further investigation. As of now, we have not assessed what will be the impact of that. So maybe in the next exercise, we can see how these invasive fauna or the flora impact the native vegetation or the native fauna.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Tanveer.
Thank
Now
you.
may I invite Dr. Vineet Dubey, please. First comment is from Dr. Jagdish Krishnaswamy. He says, good comprehensive view, lot of effort. CMIP models should be assessed in terms of their ability to capture the historical/observed climate. Climate models, for example, have not been able to simulate observed decline in India's rainfall since 1950s.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Yes, sir, there are certain limitations, but as far as SDM development is concerned, we have to rely on CMIP6 because it also contributes into IPCC reports. And also, we have taken a long-term mean of temperature and precipitation, not the short-term variability. So yes, there are limitations as far as short-term variability, but we have taken a mean of 30 years. So I think that cannot be an issue.
The next is from Radhika Jha. Why was GFDL, North America-centered data for future predictions, used when Asia-centered models like MRA or C6 are well accepted? So she has a suggestion. Arithmetic averaging of results of multiple future models might yield even better results.
Thank you for your suggestion, ma'am. Yes, this is a good idea. We are planning to make a multi-GCM ensemble for this output because we have large data sets. So first we have developed for GFDL and then try to see what is the results are coming, and then we'll try to make an ensemble of large GCMs.
The next one, she says, using Boyce index as model evaluation in addition to TSS and ROC for presence-only models could be useful. Next is from Dr. Madhusudan. He also has raised a similar question. How have you accommodated the uncertainty in your models, in your maps, and other aggregate results? What does this uncertainty mean for the confidence in your inferences?
Yes, sir. There are several uncertainties involved in the models, and we have lots of uncertainties because we did not incorporate the species ability, barriers, and also several factors that we did not incorporate in our SDMs. And as far as uncertainty due to modeling schemes, we have used ensemble models, and we try to use the best performing models for creating these ensembles.
The next is from Mr. Rameshwar. Nice presentation. In addition to respiration studies, are you considering phenological change such as flowering time change and / plant pollinator decoupling?
Yeah, we are looking into plant phenology aspect also, and we are working on it. Thank you.
This is from Shahir Khan. To what extent do you think the observed increase in species recorded at higher elevations is a result of more intensive sampling efforts as being a direct consequence of climate change driven shifts?
Can you please elaborate
Shahid
the
Khan.
question?
I just wanted to know कि the new records in higher elevations, so like gore and pea fowls, so it is consequences of our intensive sampling effort, or they are shifting their range due to climate change?
I don't know. It is because of intensive sampling also. Because we do not know the previous records, so how can we say that they are shifting? We need to have a historical data for that.
I think yes, it's nowadays we have a lot of researchers doing a lot of work in high altitudes. With too much of intensive camera trapping, we are getting new records. That's the reason. That's the correct answer for that. Next, Ms. Shushri Kumar. Read this over. Next speaker, please. Yeah. This is from an MSc student. If you include individuals from Kaziranga to Jaldapara and Gurumara to avoid genetic depression, what could be its fate in the long go? I also have a similar question. You can take that also.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for the question. So, okay, I'll say it in a very simple way. So, we need to conserve the species, right? So, in our long-term goal is to increase their numbers, but not leading to inbreeding, but in a genetically diverse and healthy population. So, can I go to the previous?
You put the same question.
So its fate in a long go is, as I showed in my vortex, PVA graph also, in the long term, yes, for the, if we include individuals for the initial 20 or 25 years, if we supplement that, the diversity is increasing, but after it's getting a small dip and it's getting, the graph is in a straight line. So that means in a long way, yes, it will continue to exist, but in a genetically diverse and healthy way.
Next is from Dr. Jagdish. He says rhinos from Nepal, that is source Chitwan reintroduced from Barda, Suklapanta, are also part of the genetic dimensions of rhinos in Dudhwa, Pilibhit, Katanya Ghat, Valmiki. Any data on their genetic structure?
Sir, can you elaborate the question once?
Yeah, so when the rhinos were reintroduced to Dudhwa,
yes,
they came from two source populations,
yes,
if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
some from Popitera and some from Chitwan.
Yes.
So that is a mix to begin
Yes.
with. Then subsequently, the rhinos from Chitwan have been reintroduced into Bardia and Suklafanta,
Yes.
and some of them come into Pilibhit, Dudhwa, and Katanya Ghat especially. So there is some mixing as well. So in just the because you assess the genetic structure of rhinos from all the Indian PAs, so the contribution of the Chitwan population to the genetic dimensions of the rhinos within, so they should probably be added for us to get a comprehensive view.
Yes, so I have not shown in my presentation today, but we have individuals from the Nepal side when the individuals from were coming from this to Valmiki. So we have those individuals' data, and and we have data for Dudhwa also. So those Nepal individuals were showing the genetic signatures of Dudhwa only. I have not shown it here, but we have that data, and it is showing the signatures from this Indian part. So yes, we have included, but I've just not shown in my presentation, but we have the data.
Next question is from Sri Ajay Saxena. genetic diversity can be introduced through artificial insemination or breeding rather than complicated process of translocating rhinos? It's a suggestion.
So, artificial insemination or breeding, yes, this has been going on for South African rhinos, where they have good enforcements and they have good manpower. But in Indian rhinos, it has still not been tried because, of course, in wild it is difficult to hold the rhinos and everything. But yes, in the long term, if we can plan the artificial insemination or breeding, it will help. And currently, translocation is only being suggested because I think India has now, the conservationists in India are now currently focusing on this only. And artificial breeding, yes, in long term, it may help and we can try this.
This is suggestion. This is information from Dr. Vaibhav Mathur. He says, great presentation, but for information, the state of Assam has notified the second addition to Orang National Park, which continues to the first addition of the Bunachapori Laukoa Wildlife Sanctuary, which further continues east to abet the sixth addition of Kaziranga. All these additional areas have the status of a protected area as per the Indian Wildlife Protection Act. Hence, from Orang to Kaziranga, Assam has all notified PAs forming a rhinoscape with 2 tiger reserves.
Yes, sir, I have that information, and this was yesterday's news only, when about 20,000 encroachments have been removed from Orang National Park. And yes, the second edition in Orang and the first edition of Kaziranga, it still exists, and yes, rhinos are moving. So thank you for your suggestion.
Next is 2 questions from Dr. Ramesh. He's asked, is it technically feasible to reintroduce rhino in places like Baksa Tiger Reserve? And second, what has been the negative indicators for the insular populations such as Dudhwa?
So, sir, at Baksa Tiger Reserve, so rhinos, be it 5 or 50 or 500, it needs human intervention for their protection. And for a place like Baksa, I don't know if the habitat is suitable or enough for rhinos. And actually, rhinos need intensive amount of protection. So if it is there and if all the conservationists and managers agree, then of course it can be introduced. And Ramesh sir, can you please explain your second question?
The second question is more about, see, we've been talking about the rhino in one small population for too long. But my concern is, it really a worry for us, because since being insular, they seem to be surviving. What exactly the negative indicators that we see which should cause for concern?
Okay, so just a glimpse of our data set. So we had sampled in 2018 and we had sampled the same Dudhwa population in 2023. So over the years, yes, their number is increasing in a closed population, but their inbreeding, the genetic inbreeding is, the values it is increasing. So in 2018, we found an inbreeding of 0.2. But in 2023, our inbreeding value showed 0.4. So it's a high increase. Although their numbers are increasing, but genetically they are inbred. And let's say a disease strikes, so the whole population will be wiped off.
Oh, thank you, Shushri.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Manisha. Due to interest of time, I'm going to moderate now because this is from Dr. Jagdish. He compliments you for a nice comprehensive view on Terra-Arc landscape connectivities. So he says, Dr. Jagdish, would you like to read out?
Yeah, so these narrow riparian stretches, river beds, the land use, the history of human-wildlife interactions, and other socio-economic cultural aspects also play a role, directly or indirectly, in influencing ability of animals to move across barriers. And so I'm just wondering whether it is possible to include these in making these resistance maps and so on in the future.
Thank you so much, sir. So currently we have incorporated all the possible barriers such as linear infrastructure, human settlements, agriculture, forest, and a type of roads along with other environmental variables. But yes, we'll see if we can incorporate these at a more finer scale.
Next is from Dr. Madhusudan. You have used a wide range of connectivity metrics and Madhusudan, can you please read out?
Heuristics.
Okay.
You've used a range of connectivity metrics and heuristics, and they're all analytical constructs. So what did you do to ensure that these are ecologically or biologically meaningful? That's the first. And second, how did you incorporate the uncertainty in these metrics into your own inferences and recommendations? Because there was an enormous amount of certainty with which you made them.
So for our corridors, which we have mapped, they are potential corridors, and the bottlenecks we found, these are also potential bottlenecks. To validate these, we'll conduct the field studies at the selected road segments in the corridors and inside the protected areas. And for your second question, can you repeat the second question? Uncertainties in?
How do you incorporate the uncertainty into your inferences and recommendations? Because it's not completely certain. What you have identified is not completely certain, then how do you incorporate it into your recommendation or your inference?
Right now, as I mentioned earlier, it will depend on field studies to check the functionality of corridors, whether the corridors mapped, the potential corridors, are they structural or functional. It will be depending on the field studies, the field examination more.
Next question is from Shri Ajay Saxonji. Why leave analyzing connectivity of bottlenecks across the border in Nepal?
Why leave?
While analyzing, did you consider the Nepal connectivity also, the corridors and that side across the border?
Yes, entire Tarayak landscape, Nepal and India are considered one unit to map these connectivity corridors and bottlenecks.
Dr. Ramesh has asked, complimented you for the good presentation.
Thank you,
First question is, your connectivity model appears to have over-predicted. Do you think that this is due to do with the use of large-scale variables in the resistance surface? And second one is, don't you think that the use of changes in certain variables across time, such as land use, road density, etc., is important in the model?
So I cannot say it's over-predicted. And the variables which we have used is nearly 1 kilometer resolution. So that's fair enough, I think.
Can I just quickly just elaborate? Because when I meant over predicted, based on our experience looking at your connectivity from your Kishanpur to all the way to Kataniagad, it seems to be little not good. Maybe you have to look at that. And secondly, see, like what Madhu was asking, the model building also need to incorporate the changes in the landscape might also be helpful. So you can think of that,
So the connectivity between Kishanpur and Kataniagad, that is through the human-dominated areas. Agricultural land is there, but we know animals are there and they use that for the movement. So that we see that connectivity as an opportunity to mitigate those road segments to avoid the conflicts with humans.
Okay, there are 2 or 3 more questions, Manisha, but I don't want to answer. We're just reading out them. One is from Samayak, where other linear infrastructures like high-tension power lines, irrigation canals were also assessed to identify the pinch points and the degree of threat that they pose for wildlife. And Debranjan says, nice presentation. Are there any incidents where rhinos moved naturally to Dudhwa from protected areas of Nepal? You don't answer them now, you answer them separately.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
I thank all the speakers, and you can just go. Over to Chairman for his comment.
Well, thank you, Dr. Satyakumar, for conducting question-answer session so well. We are slightly late by 10 minutes as per the schedule. But before I conclude and say something, I request my colleague, Pratima, to please say something on the topic, please.
First of all, I would like to congratulate all the young researchers for making such nice presentations. This has been a wonderful session to set the ball rolling for the entire day, which I suppose wouldn't be a too long one. We started with the Ganga basin, and then we moved on to other important rivers of the country, where a researcher predicted the biodiversity conservation efforts in other rivers like Barak, Godavari, Kaveri, etc. And then we moved on to the poaching of rhinos in the northeastern part of the country. A very good presentation there also. Then the presentation on that high altitude biodiversity issues by the researcher was also a very good one and had a lot of information. In fact, today morning only I read a news item where it was mentioned that there has been an incidence of a peacock being found in the Bageshwar forest. So a very relevant topic there also. Then another important topic that was discussed today, and a very good presentation on that important issue of that linear infrastructure bisecting our prime animal habitats. So we have to strike a balance somewhere, because infrastructure, as we all know, is very important for the country. So before the chairman makes his concluding remarks, please just allow me to say a few words. This is a quote by Jacob Riis, and I think it is very apt considering our conservation efforts. When nothing seems to help, I go and look at the stone cutter hammering away at its rocks, perhaps 100 times without even a crack showing up, and yet at the 101st blow, it breaks into two. And I know that it was not the last one that did it, but all that had gone before. So we have to keep chipping in, we have to continue working, and our efforts will definitely bear fruit. And in that, I think the WII is playing a very pivotal role, and with all the work of all these new researchers, I certainly hope for a brighter future for our wildlife conservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Well, during this technical session, there were 5 topics. 5 speakers were there. They spoke about river ecosystem, morphology of rivers, then biodiversity of marine river ecosystems. Thereafter, then one topic was on climate change and impact on climate change on wildlife species. Thereafter, we also, there was a good talk on corridors, then navigation of linear dangers for the critical corridors for large mammals. So all the speakers, they did really well, and there was a lot of technical inputs from all the speakers. But to my mind, there was a reference in the first 2 topics by Shivani and Tanveer. There was a reference regarding, involvement of Ministry of Jal Shakti for, monitoring all these river pollution. The background behind that is judicial activism at the level of Honorable NGT. They issued one OA, this is a 673 OA in 2018. 6 years have passed, but rivers are still being polluted. And the order, by the series of orders have been issued in that OA by Honorable NGT. And I think nothing much has been done, primarily because of lack of, implementation of laws and rules. So that is very sad part. Pollution is a major issue with respect to the conservation, definitely, which has been highlighted very promptly and very well. Besides that, regarding the topic which Manisha was referring to, regarding critical corridors for large mammals, I find number of, when I attended number of meetings in National Wildlife Board, the part of, this linear projects have to be there, because it's a requirement. Development has to take place. The place which I come from, Ladakh, there's a massive landscape and lot of road infrastructure is being prioritized by the armed forces. To my observation, there's a place known as Daulat Beg Oldie. Our army was not able to move to that area, which is very, very important strategically, up to 2018. There was no road infrastructure, and across the border, China was having everything, intact there, and they were moving so fast. A lot of infrastructure is being done. Of course, there are laws here, legal requirements are there. But to my mind, the part of wildlife corridors for these road projects, that is being ignored. So the topic was very good, and I believe that all the topics they were taken up very well, except for one part which I would like to emphasize, that the floral part was missing from all the topics. I see this annual research seminar. There are about 30 research topics which are being deliberated today and yesterday also. There's not even a single topic on herbal flora and floral diversity. Even there was a reference by Dr. Tanveer regarding a survey done for tree recorded 35 tree species, 45 tree species, but the floral part was totally ignored in all the presentations. That should be taken up also, because that is also important part of wildlife. It has a reference in Schedule 4 of Wildlife Act also. All the participants, they were very good with a lot of technical inputs. Topics are very informative, and it will lead to a lot of action on the field, I strongly believe. And I once again compliment and congratulate all the speakers for beautiful presentation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for nicely conducting this session. I may now request Dr. Ruchi Badola, Dean, Faculty of Wildlife Sciences, to come and give a So we'll now break for tea and posters. I'll request all the poster research scholars giving the poster presentation to be there and reassemble here at 12:10. Good afternoon. We will start with the technical session 5 now, development and conservation. I request Sri N. Tam, the Chief Wildlife Warden of Government of Arunachal Pradesh, to chair the session. And I request Sri Sanjay Pathak, Additional Principal Chief Conservator Forest, Government of Uttar Pradesh, and my colleague Dr. Bilal Habib to co-chair the session. Sir.
पीछे दे दो बहुत सारे हैं बहुत एक पीछे दे दो क्वेश्चन वाला
So, good morning everybody. I thanks all of you for to chair this technical session of presentation. It is a privilege to have along with all of you. This technical session is development and conservation. And it is very important, and this further everywhere we forests are always, other departments are always after the forest department for this clearance and all. With this, a few words, I invite all presenter to researcher to present their cases, and I welcome also both of my co-chair for this session. So, आप बोलना तो बोल लीजिए.
Let us start first.
So we'll finally, in after presentation, we'll say something as an advisory role. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everybody. With the permission of the chair, I would like to invite the first speaker. The first speaker is Akanksha Saxena. She has done her master's in environment management from FRA, and she has initially worked in the strategic environment assessment at WI, and her doctoral work focused on assessing the ecological impacts of the road in central India. So she has interested in animal behavior in human-modified landscapes. Over to Akanksha.
Thank you, sir. Noah's Ark is the fabled boat that Noah built to save his family and all the animals of the world from a great flood that would endanger all life on Earth. Today, we are faced with a similar flood that endangers wildlife across the world, that is the great flood of infrastructure. These linear structures that we build to remain connected fragment landscapes and put wildlife right at the headlight of these impacts. So the impacts of roads may appear linear, but in fact, they are interrelated and they interact to compound each other. And most importantly, roads fragment wildlife populations and cause their mortalities. It's no wonder then that this issue is today a global conservation concern, with multiple international conservation organizations coming together to ensure that the infrastructure growth is sustainable. Across the world, crossing structures have cropped up. Crossing structures are structures that are built to enable wildlife movement across infrastructure. And while India is a little late to this endeavor, we have picked up the pace. These are some of the highway projects in India that have incorporated some sort of wildlife-friendly measures. And among the notable are the elevated structures on the Delhi-Dehradun expressway that you may have seen on your way here. Today, I'll be talking about two of these highway projects that have incorporated wildlife-friendly measures. Good morning, I'm Akanksha, and I'm here on behalf of the research team that monitors crossing structures in Maharashtra.
The monitoring is supported by the NTCA, the Maharashtra Forest Department, and the MSRDC. So the two highways, the first is the 16-kilometer stretch of the NH44, which is part of the vital north-south transportation corridor, and the 700 kilometers of the Samruddhi Expressway. The difference between the two highways is mostly the landscape. While Samruddhi consists of mixed dry deciduous and grasslands in a matrix of mostly agricultural areas, Pench is mostly a forested landscape. Another important notable point of difference between the two is that Samruddhi was a new alignment that provided us with a range of options to mitigate the impacts of this highway. Notably, it only passes through 3 eco-sensitive zones of protected areas. While the NH Highway 44 is one of the oldest highways in India and a 2-lane highway previously, and did exert a substantial impact on the wildlife and impeded the connectivity of tigers with adjacent habitats. So as part of the construction of Samruddhi, 94 different wildlife crossing structures were constructed, and as part of the upgradation of NH44, 9 different animal crossing structures were constructed on the Maharashtra part. While the Wallace-Annenberg Wildlife Overpass, still under construction in California, is touted as the largest of the world, one of the wildlife overpasses on Samruddhi is much larger than this structure, and this, I think, needs more popularization. Moreover, most of the underpasses in India under construction and operational are much bigger than others in the world. We need to monitor these structures because we need to inform future construction of mitigation measures, the management of these structures, and it is important to note that these crossing structures cost money, and we have to demonstrate that they are effective. Further, we need to build a baseline of information which is lacking from our part of the world, despite being one of the most vulnerable to road-related effects. So coming back to our study area, these are the 9 crossing structures we monitored on NH44, and the 24 crossing structures between Nagpur and Aurangabad on Samruddhi Expressway. We monitored the structures using camera traps. We deployed 2 camera traps each on 17 underpasses on Samruddhi, ranging between 5 and 40 meters in width, and on the 7 overpasses ranging between 32 and 60 meters. On NH44, we've been monitoring these structures since March 2019, and the number of cameras depends on the width of the structures and ranges from 2 to 25. We initially manually sorted the data, but given the large volume of data coming from these structures, we have now started using AI-based species segregator tools. And today, I'll be sharing with you the key takeaways from our 5-year-long monitoring of underpasses at Pench and the initial preliminary results from the Samruddhi monitoring, with the disclaimer that these are only initial results and we would need more data to give more solid conclusions. So, starting December last year, we have been able to capture 20 mammals using the crossing structures on Samruddhi, including leopards, wild dogs, hyenas, chinkara, black buck. And initial results indicate that ungulates are using both crossing structure types, with the exception of the four-horned antelope, which is captured only on the overpass. Among carnivores, there was an opposite trend, which means that most carnivores were captured on the overpasses, with the exception of the leopard, which was captured using both these structures. Through the 5 years of crossing structure monitoring at Pench, we've been able to capture 23 different wild animal species, ranging from the rarest to the most common. We wanted to understand what are the factors affecting the use of these structures by wildlife. So we, very briefly, we found that cheetal, which is the most frequent user of the underpass, it used crossing structures near the protected area more, and its use decreased with increasing crossing structure width. Gaur and sambar are shy forest-dwelling species, and this was reflected in the use of crossing structure. They preferred crossing structures with more nearby cover. Tiger use again decreased with increasing crossing structure width. Leopards used all of the crossing structure, but they showed a particular affinity for crossing structures that had human trails present. And wild dogs preferred crossing structures without natural drainage, which indicates their preference for dry substrates to move. Size is one of the most contentious issues when it comes to wildlife crossing structures, and the number. Will a large one suffice, or do we need several smaller ones? So to understand this better, we tried to understand the relationship between animal capture rates with the openness ratio, which is the cross-sectional area of the underpass divided by its length. And we found a positive trend for leopards. For hare and jungle cat, again, a positive relationship, and a mixture of responses among ungulates. And on wildlife overpasses of varying widths, we found that leopard right now shows a decreasing trend. Not very definite responses from small mammals, and a mixture of responses from ungulates. On NH44, we tried to understand the change point of width at which animal captures change. And we found significant threshold estimates of underpass width for different species, including the gaur and tiger at 300 meters. Gaur is the largest animal in the landscape, and tiger is often the focal species in this landscape. Further, the number of tiger individuals captured per structure per year was consistently high in the larger crossing structures, indicating that larger crossing structures are more important when we deal with territorial species. Speaking of tigers, we've been able to capture 31 unique tiger individuals over the 5 years of monitoring. And when we considered tigers which had shown more than 5 captures, we saw that at least 2 male tigers and 3 female tigers were using these crossing structure consistently over the years. Human disturbance is ubiquitous in landscapes, which is characteristic of India, and we wanted to understand how crossing structures perform in such landscapes. For Samruddhi, we found human captures on few of the crossing structures, but we would need to analyze this more to understand if this is affecting wildlife use of the crossing structures. On the NH44, we found that there are some species that do not change their activity patterns when it comes to disturbed and less disturbed crossing structures, while species such as gaur, leopard, and tiger temporarily avoided such structures. We have also reason to believe that larger crossing structures tend to buffer the effect of human presence. So we also saw that initially there were a lot of captures of single male Nilgai, gaur, and sambar individuals using the crossing structures, while female herds were captured much later, which led us to question, are these underpasses acting as a demographic filter? To understand this better, we categorized the individuals and herds using the crossing structures based on their 8 sex categories. And we found that the group sizes using the underpasses has steadily increased over the years. The number of female groups using these structures has also increased, particularly in the case of gaur and sambar. And there were higher visitation of larger crossing structures by female herds. We also saw a few incidents of wild prey predation by carnivores, especially wild dogs, and also by free-ranging dogs, which led us to question whether predators are actually following prey into the crossing structures in the intent of hunting them. So to understand this better, we calculated the time difference between a prey passage and a domestic or a wild predator, and we found that the least latency was calculated for wild dogs under the crossing structure, but this was not so small to indicate that wild dogs are actually following prey into the crossing structures, but we recommend that this phenomena be measured continuously. So animal behavior has repercussions for wildlife management in the wild, but in terms of such landscapes and human infrastructure, we recommend that interpreting our results in terms of animal behavior can help us manage these structures better. So for example, habitat preferences are reflected in the choice of crossing structures by animals. There are behavioral attributes such as preference for cover, which dictates how crossing structures are used by animals. Leopards preferring human trails and temporarily avoiding humans indicates how adaptable they are to living in human landscapes. Wild pig and cheetal, these are generalist species. They are able to use a range of different crossing structure types. And finally, as any protective animal would be, they are female herds of some species are wary of these crossing structures because these are non-natural elements in their landscape, and it takes them time to acclimatize. So to answer a question in some minds here, no, crossing structures are not the ultimate solution, but research around the world has shown that this is our best bet to save animals from the spurt of infrastructure growth. The crossing structures on the Trans-Canadian Highway in the Banff National Park is testament to this. Over 20 years of monitoring has shown that crossing structures decrease drastically the wildlife mortality and increase genetic health and connect previously fragmented wildlife populations. Through our study, we aim to generate a similar baseline to ensure that future road upgradation and unavoidable expansion is sustainable through an iterative feedback approach. Of course, as much as we would like to avoid further fragmentation of natural landscapes, there are many socio-economic imperatives at play. And as conservationists, the best we can do is try to help shape how this development plays out. So through our study and similar studies, we can help inform how and where to build these structures so that the crossroads of infrastructure development and conservation are harmonious. I would like to thank everybody involved in the crossing structure monitoring since the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you, Akanksha, for sticking to time. So the next presenter is Dr. Frank. He has done his master's in agriculture from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. He has done his master's and PhD from WIA, and he is presently working as a project scientist in WIA EI cell.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. So today my presentation will be on assessing the wildlife status and distribution in the impact zone of Kaiga Atomic Power Project, Units 5 and 6 in Uttara Kannada district of Karnataka. So nuclear power, it's a type of non-renewable energy production wherein the end product is highly radioactive elements. So India is one of the countries that has nuclear power capability with an enhanced capacity of 8,180 megawatts electricity from 7 operational nuclear power plants spread across 6 states. So the electricity generated from the nuclear power is about 2.7% of the total energy, but this is less when we compare with other renewable and non-renewable energy sources. But however, it is considered economical due to the amount of energy released from single nuclear reaction. So out of the 7 operational nuclear power plants, 2 nuclear power plants are situated within the Western Ghats biodiversity hotspot. One is in Maharashtra, that is Tarapur Atomic Power Point, another one is the Kaiga. So coming to the chronology, Kaiga generating stations comprises of 6 units. So for all the 6 units, forest clearance was obtained in the year 1988 and environmental clearance in 1992, which was then planned at 235 megawatts capacity each. For units 1 and 4, it was commissioned between 2000 and 2011 of 220 megawatts capacity of each, and construction began in the year 1989. However, in the year 2017, Government of India accorded proposals for developing 10 indigenous pressurized heavy water reactors of 700 megawatts capacity each. So Kaiga is one among the 5 sites which was approved by Government of India of 2 700 megawatt capacity units. So this map shows the location of the Kaiga Atomic Power Plant, which is situated in the Uttara Kannada district of Karnataka. So the map clearly shows the existing 4 units, that is 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the forest area that has been cleared for 5 and 6 units. So since units 5 and 6 involved enhancement in capacity, fresh environmental clearance was applied and was obtained in 2019. Since it is close to Kali Tiger Reserve, wildlife clearance was also obtained, including from NTCA in the year 2019. However, the EC was challenged in the Honorable NGT, and it was suspended, and fresh consideration upon additional studies were ordered in the year 2022. So the EC was challenged by Kaiga Anuvidyut Stawad. It's an association which takes care of the people of Kaiga, and mostly its works related to the projects, especially here it works on the ill effects of the projects with respect to Kaiga atomic power plant also. So their contention was that the site where it is located is within the Western Ghats, and it falls well within the ESZ Zone 1 as per Professor Gadgil's report. Moreover, as per the State Pollution Control Board and Central Pollution Control Board, nuclear power plant category, nuclear power plant comes under the red category, so it has to be banned. Moreover, the EIA report also didn't mention much about the location of the site, considering the endemicity as well as the high species diversity in that particular region. So our role was to follow the Honorable NGT's direction, letter and spirit, and to assess the impact of the project on the environment and eco-sensitive zone of Western Ghats. So Western Ghats, it runs parallel to the west coast of the Indian Peninsula and runs for a stretch of about 1,600 kilometers and encompasses an area of about 1,60,000 square kilometers. So it is considered as one of the major biodiversity hotspots in the world, and it harbors about 30% of the flora and fauna in the country. And it's known for its rich biodiversity and endemism. So apart from its ecological importance, it adds its geographical importance as well, as it acts as barrier for the southwest monsoon winds. So it has its varied landscapes, along with the forests of the Ghats act as a refuge for a variety of the species, and it supports high degree of endemism. So these are some of the species that were recorded during our study period. So coming to the study area. So our study area included 16-kilometer impact zone from the Kaiga atomic power plant. It included 3 forest divisions, that is Kali Tiger Reserve, Karwar Forest Division and Leopard Forest Division. So along with that, 10 ranges and 52 beats fall under the 16-kilometer impact zone, and the Kali River flows from northeast towards the west with respect to the Kaiga atomic power plant. So the overall objective was to assess the biological diversity within the demarcated area of 16-kilometer impact zone and to prepare a wildlife conservation and mitigation plan. And following the Honorable NGT's order, the study was conducted in the earlier part of the year 2024. So these are some of the previous studies in the landscape, mostly connected to Uttara Kannada district and Kali Tiger Reserve. So coming to methodology, for vegetation we used opportunistic surveys near the roads, streams and transects which have been cut up by the forest department. For herpetofauna, visual encounter survey was used. For fishes, since the survey was carried during heat peak summer season, most of the streams were dry. With the help of local fishermen, we were able to identify certain streams. Sampling was done in a 100-meter stage along the selected stream using drag nets, gill nets and cast nets. So avifauna point count method along with opportunistic eBird surveys data was also used. For mammals, camera trap method along with sign survey was used. So for vegetation, the study area was stratified based on the forest type, which included tropical semi-evergreen, tropical wet evergreen and tropical moist deciduous forests. So coming to the results, a total of about 522 plant species belonging to 369 genera and 106 families were documented, out of which 48% of the plants were tree species followed by herbs and shrubs. So largest number of species were recorded from the family Fabaceae followed by Rubiaceae and Orchidaceae. So within the 16-kilometer impact zone, a total of 94 species endemic to Western Ghats were recorded. Mangrove species, 6 species from Rhizoporaceae and 1 species each from Acanthaceae, Euphorbacea and Fabaceae were documented. So 44 species were threatened flora that were documented in the study area. So we documented a Myristica swamp also in the Kadra range of the Karwar Forest Division. So Myristica swamps, these are specialized freshwater swamps found in the evergreen forests of Western Ghats. So they are home to several reptile and amphibian species. So 4 species of amphibians were identified in the evergreen forest of Arur Beat. So coming to herpetofauna, the survey was conducted in the habitat like encompassing semi-evergreen, evergreen, streams and human habitation. and active search was done in forest floors, streams, rock crevices, agricultural fields, and plantations. So here the maps shows the study like herpetofauna sampling location within the 16-kilometer impact zone. So coming to the results, the survey period was done for 59 days. It covered summer, that is dry season, as well as the first showers of monsoon. So here the species accumulation curve did not reach asymptote. However, there were chances of finding more species if at all the period has been increased, that is both the seasons of monsoon and winter has been covered. So the survey here yielded about 52 species, of which 19 are amphibians and 33 are reptiles. So among the amphibians, it belonged to 8 families and 17 genera, and reptiles 12 families and 28 genera. So the species richness was high in the family Colobiridae. The species richness was higher in the semi-evergreen forest, followed by evergreen, stream, and human habitation, whereas the diversity was high in the evergreen forest, followed by semi-evergreen, streams, and human habitation. So Western Ghats endemic, 8 amphibians and 4 reptiles were recorded. So as per the Wildlife Protection Act, 8 species fall under the category Schedule 1 species category. So these are some of the species that were recorded during a survey period, that is the 52 species, which encompasses both amphibians and reptiles. So coming to fishes, these were some of the sampling locations of the fishes that we had done in the study area. So we can see that most of the streams were dry during the study period. So however, the survey yielded about 19 species belonging to 18 genera, 15 families, and 7 orders. So out of which 6 species were endemic and 13 species were non-endemic, and 2 vulnerable species, that is Hypus loberus colus and Hyporamphus xanthopterus, were recorded in the study area. So coming to heavy fauna, both the point count method as well as the opportunity keyword survey yielded 207 species belonging to 66 families and 18 order from the 118 plots. So the Shannon diversity index of 4.24 showed that the region has high diversity, and the Piolos evenness index also showed that the species are evenly distributed in the study area. So under the migratory status, about 85% of the species fall under the resident category, whereas followed by winter migrant, summer migrant, and local migrants. Considering the foraging ecology of the birds, the foraging guilds were categorized into 8, wherein the insectivorous birds had the highest number of species, followed by omnivorous, carnivorous, and frugivorous. So these are some of the Western Ghats endemics that we have recorded during the study period. The species richness was high in the semi-evergreen forest, followed by moist deciduous forest. The case was similar in terms of total bird abundance also, wherein higher bird abundance was found in the semi-evergreen forest, followed by moist deciduous forest. So some of the species of conservation significance, like 10 species were under the category of near threatened and 4 were vulnerable. So coming to mammals, a total of 89 camera traps were laid. Within Karwar Forest Division, 43 camera traps were laid, and inside the Kaiga nuclear power plant premises, 10 camera traps were laid. And in Kali Tiger Reserve, 24 camera traps, and in Leopard Forest Division, 10 camera traps were laid. So these are some of the mammalian species that we recorded in the camera trap. So tiger, common leopard, dhole, sloth bear, gaur, and common civet leopard's cat, ruddy mongoose, Indian porcupine, and smooth-coated otters. So when we look at the relative abundance, wild pig had the highest relative abundance, followed by spotted deer, sambar, and gaur. So for species space use, we used kernel density estimate to understand the spatial movement of the species in the study area. So here the relative space use of some of the species are shown here within the 16-kilometer impact zone, considering the beats. So this shows the relative space use of sloth bear, followed by common leopard, dhole, and tiger. And for some of the herbivores, which include gaur, samba, spotted deer, and barking deer. So one of the other major objective of the NGT order was to find whether the Kaiga atomic power plant falls well within the eco-sensitive zone as well as the ecologically sensitive area. So here the Kaiga atomic power plant is right at the edge of the Kali Tiger Reserve, and as per the draft notification of Kali Tiger Reserve, the Kaiga atomic power plant falls well within the ecological sensitive zone. Moreover, the forests that have been cleared for the construction of 5 and 6 units falls well within the eco-sensitive zone of Kali Tiger Reserve eco-sensitive zone draft notification. So as per the 6th Western Ghats ecological sensitive area draft notification, an area of about 20,668 square kilometer in the state of Karnataka falls under the ecological sensitive area. So the shape files of all these villages that falls under the eco-sensitive area were like obtained from the Karnataka GIS, and list of villages were downloaded from the website. So here, like out of the 50 villages, either wholly or partly, 42 villages fall within the ecological sensitive area of 16-kilometer impact zone of the Kaiga of the study area. So out of which, about 89% of the study area falls within the ecological sensitive area. So coming to the recommendations, so in compliance to the Honorable NGT order, 2 decision-making scenarios with the different objectives were proposed. One is keeping the Western Ghats wildlife and riverine ecosystem intact and conserving this as of utmost importance. So as per the 6th Western Ghats draft notification of ESA, all the new red category industries as specified by Central Pollution Board as well as State Pollution Control Board, and expansion of such existing industries shall be banned, and list of red category industries shall be specified by the Central Pollution Control Board. Moreover, as per the ESA of 6th draft notification, the Kaiga atomic power plant falls well within the eco-sensitive area and also within the ecological sensitive zone as per the Kali Tiger Reserve draft notification. So another one is to balance the interests of both sustainable development and conservation values. If at all the project has to happen, certain conservation and mitigation plans has to be followed, which was part of our objective. So some of the, like within the conservation and mitigation plans, some of the major heads will be to develop baseline assessment wherein habitat mapping, biodiversity inventory has to be developed. And in terms of monitoring and research, long-term monitoring program, especially to know the wildlife species that are present in the area, their health and habitat. Emergency response plan, if at all, if some unforeseen, like if something happens, certain protocols to rescue the wildlife has to be taken into account, contingency plans, impact assessment, public engagement, as well as and education involving stakeholders of various NGOs and other local communities, etc. So to conclude, our study area, like within the 16-kilometer impact zone, had a very diverse array of species and distribution pattern, which shows the ecological function of the area. So these findings highlight the monitoring and protection of wildlife habitats that has to be taken into account. So in the overall 16-kilometer impact zone, a total of about 522 plant species, 19 fish species, 52 species of reptiles and amphibians, and 207 birds and 26 mammal species were observed, out of which 8 herpetofauna species, 50 bird species, and 19 mammal species fall under the Schedule 1 category of Wildlife Protection Act. So the Kaiga nuclear power plant occurs well within the ESA, that is the ecological sensitive area, as well as within the ecological sensitive zone of Kali Tiger Reserve. So considering the endemism as well as the high species richness of the study area, conservation strategies and further research to assess long-term impacts on wildlife has to be taken into account. So with this, I would like to acknowledge the following people. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for finishing at the time. I now request the next speaker, Rohit Jha. Rohit has done his master's from NCBS, and after that he has been working as a principal project associate in WIS Conservation Advisory and Policy Cell. He has now joined a Delhi-based NGO, which is an independent think tank, VIRI, which talks about the policy matters in the climate ecosystems. So he has more than 8 years of a professional experience and has also registered with Dr. Gopi as a PhD candidate. Over to Rohit.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. This is a typical spring day in Koderma Wildlife Sanctuary. I always tend to begin with this. So I also went through the book of abstracts that was circulated by the research coordinator, and found that there were only a handful of studies done in this oft-ignored region of the country, which is the Chota Nagpur Plateau. I think I could find only 2 or 3 studies being done here. I also went through the Dean's presentation, and the region here showed as a cold spot. Why is that? One is the resource curse. So these regions are actually extremely important, very old. They date back to more than 540 million years old. Our Himalayas, on the other hand, are quite recent in that sense, in the geological sense. And they also play a very important role in the evolutionary diversity of the living beings that we have in our country. For example, it is situated in the middle of eastern Himalaya and Satpura Hills, as is indicated in the map. And you could see that it is kind of a stepping stone habitat for diversity in both these other areas. This is where our study area is located, but more on that later. As I mentioned, the resource curse phenomenon simply states that regions that are very rich in resources are somehow economically backward. We'll speak a bit about it towards the end as well. As you can see, so the region, the Central Indian region, looks very green on any GIS map, and but is that the reality? Is what we will see now. And of course, it has a concentration of all types of mineral deposits as well. This is just an image of a tiger that was taken in 1963 in Hazaribagh. So our study is located in the Hazaribagh and Kodarma districts of Jharkhand. And today, unfortunately, all the protected areas in that landscape do not have any tiger. And some say that it kind of represents the empty forest syndrome. Now, in this scenario, dedicated Freight Corridor Corporation of India Limited is a special purpose vehicle by the Ministry of Railways. It has planned dedicated rail corridors to exclusively transport freight material all over the country. So there are 2 main corridors planned. There are several others now that are being planned. One is the Eastern Dedicated Freight Corridor, and the other one is the Western Dedicated Freight Corridor. The Eastern one is about 1841 kilometers long, of which around 538 route kilometers is in the Sonnagar, Gomo, Dankuni section of EDFC. This is being built under the PPP model. And now, of the 538 kilometers, about 256 kilometers is between Sonnagar and Gomo, and it largely runs parallel to the existing Indian Railway track. So existing tracks are doing dual duties, transporting material as well as people. But since this is being planned, largely running parallel to the existing section, but unfortunately for biodiversity, there is a small area. So as you move from Gangetic Plains to the Chota Nagpur Plateau, the elevation rises, the topography profile increases, and this necessitates a detour. That is what the Ministry of Railway says. This needs to be ascertained actually, but this is what the railway says. And the current railway track also passes through existing forest in Jharkhand, but they will not be able to cater to trains that are loaded with goods. And since the ministry wants to run trains at more than 100 kilometers per hour, it will not be feasible for the existing track to do these duties. So a detour is being planned. Now, of the 56.4 kilometer detour, 38 kilometers of the proposed railway track will be within the state of Jharkhand in Hazaribagh Wildlife, Hazaribagh West and Kodarma Forest divisions. So accordingly 2 separate proposals were submitted, one for the Hazaribagh district, for which they need 203 hectares of forest land for the railway track, and the other one was for Kodarma. So this is how the work came to WII. We were asked to prepare an integrated wildlife action plan. This is just a small recap. I had presented the overall findings from this study in 2023 last ARS, but in this particular presentation, I'll delve a bit more deeper into the avian aspect. Of course, after the presentation, we also submitted the final report earlier this year, and we suggested several mitigation measures as detailed here. Trees have already been earmarked. I think most of them have been felled also. So today's presentation, as I said, will try to see if a balancing act is even possible or not between development and conservation. I think previous speakers have already spoke about, detailed about linear infrastructure and its impacts on wildlife, so I won't really delve deep into it. It's just that these are the 6 kinds of chief impacts that any linear infrastructure exerts on biodiversity, most egregious of which is habitat fragmentation. But on the other hand, there are various kinds of linear infrastructure, but there are significant differences between railways and roads. Traffic flow is much lower on railways. It is characterized by long traffic-free intervals. Consequently, they have lower direct wildlife mortality. They are narrower, of course. And due to technological efficiency, the pollutant load is also apparently less. But the knowledge gap that currently still exists is that most research is on large mammals. I mean, most research concerning impact of linear infrastructure is on large mammals, because obviously the larger carcasses persist for a longer period of time and are easily detectable. That is not the case with other taxa. So there is limited understanding of mortality rates in inconspicuous species, especially small vertebrates and invertebrates. Now, the first step that we did is we defined an impact zone. So this is the existing railway track. This is the 58 odd kilometer detour that I just mentioned previously. As you can see, the detour passes through parts of the Gautam Buddha Wildlife Sanctuary in Jharkhand. Now there is a Gautam Buddha Sanctuary in Bihar as well. It passes through that sanctuary as well. And it just touches the edge of Koderma Wildlife Sanctuary towards its southern zone. But since the impact would be exerted on a vast area, and since the detour is right on the edge of a sanctuary, so we incorporated the entirety of the sanctuary as within the impact zone. And of course, then there were forest patches in between these two sanctuaries as well. So in total, the impact zone is about 600 square kilometers. This is how it looks. So you would see that the Koderma Wildlife Sanctuary towards the eastern region has more dense forest. That's because of topological features also, and also because it has an older protection history. So it is a reserve forest, while all other parts are protected forests. So this is the elevation profile. It is undulating. As you can see, there are plain regions in Bihar, and then the elevation profile rises when the Chota Nagpur plateau begins. There are large number of streams and rivers, as you would expect in any such topographical region. Our region is also important in the sense that it acts as a connecting forest corridor between a very vast landscape that stretches from Bhimban Sanctuary in Bihar to all the way to Sanjay Dubri in Madhya Pradesh. So this is the impact zone. So these are the things that I've already spoken about. So I'd come to the results quickly. The one particular feature of this particular region of our study area is that there are several small tribal settlements as well, and this, as we know, increases the edge habitat area. So our objective was to establish baseline data on birds. We did this for all kinds of taxa, but today's presentation is on birds. And we use the results to inform suitable recommendations as mitigation measures. So obviously, since one of the objective was to recommend mitigation measures, our study was done in a nested manner. So a lot of sampling points were in and around the proposed landscape itself, while there were a few landscape level transects as well. So we did all of this in 10-minute point counts, and the minimum distance between point counts was always 250 meters. So the first step was to assess the adequacy of sampling. So it says, I mean, these species accumulation curves depict that at least the sampling was more or less okay. Now this is important. So we found around 125 species within our 10-minute point count. So we did several hundreds of them because we spent almost a year in this landscape, and we divided the data into summer and winter seasons, because obviously the the species turnover changes during these seasons. Now this is very important. So as I mentioned, the Chota Nagpur Plateau actually is kind of a connecting link between two diverse regions, such as Eastern Himalayas and Satpura Hills, Western Ghats, and stuff like that. So it does not have a lot of endemicity. Yet we documented 158 species in the landscape, which is more than what has been done in comparable studies earlier. Even Dr. Raja Jaipal's PhD work documented about 104 species from the general landscape. But we were able to document almost 160. But here something is interesting. So when we divide the data into alignment and landscape separately, as I mentioned earlier, we did very high density sampling around alignment. So we were able to compare the results, and from this you can see that the Shannon diversity and Simpson evenness indices for Gautam Buddha sanctuary in the alignment is significantly higher than what it is in other parts of the sanctuary when we take the sanctuary as a whole. What this means is that the proposed alignment is actually passing through areas that are very rich in bird diversity, and this was actually corroborated by the vegetation data as well, which my colleague Aruna collected. So again, the canopy cover is much higher in and around areas of the proposed alignment than in the sanctuary generally. And if you see the bird assemblage, you would see that most of the species that are fairly common are what are occupying a large proportion of the total abundance space. So for example, the top 10 most abundant species actually are, if you take the sum of their relative abundances, it is about 57%. So there are a large number of species that are really found in small numbers. So 27 of these are singletons and doubletons. They were only seen either once or twice during the point count. So what I am indicating is that there are a large number of generalist species, there are very small number of specialist species, and probably their habitat is shrinking by the day. And then and these are some of the results that we obtained from the mammalian part of the study as well. So this is just to indicate that the place is rich in diversity, but there are of course certain threats that need to be addressed. There are elephants, there are wolves, there are rusty spotted cats, hyenas, sambar deer, and lots of four-horned antelopes. So what are the threats? So forest fire is one threat, one kind of threat. It has been present in the landscape for a long time, but its effects on biodiversity are still being ascertained and not yet fully comprehended. There is a bit of hunting, there is logging, and there are of course these mica mineral deposits that are still being mined in small ways in the sanctuary or in the region. So again, my main point is that a largely compact forest block with high diversity of flora and fauna will now almost be bisected by this new linear infrastructure. So where are we moving towards? Probably imperfect future. I want to stress on this that mitigation is only a band-aid, and in the larger biodiversity offset strategy, it is probably the third step. The first two is actually avoidance and reduce. Now it might have been possible to bunch the new infrastructure with existing infrastructure. I don't mean to say for this particular case, but probably for lots of linear infrastructure that are being planned in this region and in the country generally. So habitat specialist birds are losing space. We need better research to, we need better investigations and more long-term investigations perhaps. And it is very important to take into account numbers. So we need to collect data not only in terms of species diversity and just the richness, but also their numbers taken in a manner that enables comparison, few years down the line. So I see this region as, an opportunity for several organizations to come together and with the work with the local people and work towards better solutions. And of course, follow-up research and timely course corrections are absolutely critical. There are a few questions I'll just rush through in 30 seconds. So these are the alternate routes that were planned. So as you can see, the red one is what they have finalized, the Ministry of Railways. But there were several alternates planned. But see the poor way in which this is being depicted. I mean, even the topo sheet is incomplete, and this is what is there in the public domain. So are we ready to compromise with such shoddy data that is being put up for appraisal? The justification given was that there is serious gradient constraint, but of course this is unassessed. For monitoring, so as I mentioned earlier, we have submitted a plan to the Forest Department, and joint committees have been suggested. We had also suggested a joint committee to monitor what is happening off the plan. What all the activities that we had proposed, how are they being executed in the field? Are they being monitored timely or not? But the problem is, who is monitoring? There is no way that we can assess whether those activities are being really done in the field in the manner that we had specified in our plan. So I'll just wrap up with the conclusion. Biodiversity is in decline in the Chota Nagpur plateau, but even before we have begun properly documenting them. So this is kind of a very paradoxical state. So of course we need more studies. We need concerted action to improve the overall governance in the place. It's caught in a policy blind spot is what I feel, because it is not in our imagination, the region at all. So I don't know if it is because of the tribal population there or what, but again, I come back to the resource curse. Probably the resource curse has something to do with this. Alternative routes need to be well studied, and information need to be more comprehensively disclosed to the general public and to the decision makers. Tigers and other large mammals bring in funds, but evidence as they acting umbrella species for a whole host of threatened species is very weak, and we need to scale up efforts, in fact, to regularly document and monitor more abundant taxa that may be more indicative of biodiversity degradation, such as birds, insects, and amphibians. And of course, there need to be a comprehensive policy and structural rethink. Thank you very much, and I dedicate this presentation to the late Dr. Ravi Shankaran, whose 61st birth anniversary we celebrated a couple of days ago. Two things he said, or two things he actually did. One was that he thought out of the box, and the other one is that he never did hero worship. I think these are two qualities that we as ecologists need to ingrain ourselves with. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rohit, for your talk. The next presenter is Nikit. So Nikit has done his master's from Pune University, and he has been working in WA from last 2 years, and he's working on a Castle Rock project, Castle Rock doubling project. Over to Nikit.
Thank you, sir. So we have already been seeing the different dimensions of wildlife research. And just like Rohit mentioned, linear infrastructures and like Dr. Frank mentioned, other atomic and certain projects have been continuously intruding into protected areas. So I would specifically focus about linear infrastructures, which is our increasing demand for a right of way. Sadly, as I mentioned, we have been continuously cutting through the limited protected areas we are left with and intruding into the animals' right of passage. So among these, railways have turned out to be an efficient mode of transport, mainly because of its higher faster developmental efficiencies and the lower predictable traffic that Rohit just mentioned. But is the scenario same in India? So currently, India has the 4th largest network of railways, and it is planning to electrify its entire network by the next year. Although this makes it more energy efficient, this also means that trains will be running at faster speeds, the tracks can accommodate more trains, and the one positive effect that we have for railways is the lower barrier effect, which will surely be increasing again. So when we are looking at any such developmental projects, minimizing these impacts becomes a major motive. This brings me to a project of mitigating the impacts of a railway doubling in the northern western Ghats of India. You would be familiar with the Dudhsagar waterfall in Goa and the famous railway track which passes in front of it. This railway track was built in the 1890s to connect the then Portuguese Goa and India. It has a very interesting history and it passes through a very steep ghat section in the northern western Ghats. So to give a gist of the project, it is a proposal of doubling for the stretch of 345 kilometers, out of which 35 kilometers passes through protected areas, the Kali Tiger Reserve in Karnataka and Molem National Park in Goa. To understand the impacts of this existing railway track and the proposed doubling, we focused on a more comprehensive framework by looking at the landscape level and the track by characterizing it, the key terrestrial diversity there, and assessing the mortality hotspots. We also emphasized on understanding the variations in the biotic and abiotic factors that are currently being disturbed because of the existing track. So we firstly characterized the entire landscape using geospatial methods and then characterized every meter of the railway track and the surrounding habitat on the ground. We generated preliminary hotspots with a focus on amphibians as per the project objectives. To understand the vegetation composition, we used point-centered quarters and then enumerated most of the trees that are to be lost in the doubling. Further, we collected systematic observations of the animal mortality along the railway track. To understand the diversity in the area, we firstly used visual encounter surveys for herpetofauna and tagged certain amphibians to understand their movement in the water bodies which are close to the railway tracks. We also conducted point count methods for avian diversity and placed camera traps at every 250 meters to check for the mammalian diversity. So to look at the level of disturbance that the existing track is causing, we sampled for soil, water and plants to check for metals and polyaromatic hydrocarbons, placed audio moth recorders to check the levels of noise and hobo data loggers to check the levels of light pollution, and estimated the levels of vibration at different intervals from the railway track. So the preliminary characterization showcased that most of the landscape was quite heterogeneous and about 37% within 2 kilometers buffer of the railway track fell under major amphibian hotspots. As expected, we encountered the huge diversity of flora and fauna within the area, with elements from evergreen, semi-evergreen, and moist deciduous vegetation. Of these, 61 species were endemic to the Western Ghats. Also, we found 18 interesting records which are potentially new to the area. But 6 invasive species were already prevalent along the railway track. Among the 61 herpetofaunal species, 12 were threatened as per IUCN, and many species which are dependent on the streams were regularly using or abundant close to the streams up to 40 to 50 meters, which brings them into direct threat being in close proximity of the tracks too. Of the bird species, 11 of them were Western Ghats endemic, and as just Rohit explained, we could see a prevalence of many generalist species already there close to the railway track competing with the forest species. Also, mammals like gaur, sambar, cheetal were very abundant near the railway track, but we could also find leopards, tigers, barking deer, and the Western Ghats endemic brown palm civet regularly around the railway track. So the mortality was quite variable throughout seasons and the stretch of the track, but we could decipher about 4 to 5 major hotspots, and we saw an upsurge of mortality, especially in the monsoon season, by about 6-fold for amphibians and 5-fold for mammals. The soil, water and plant samples showcase that the 6 polyaromatic hydrocarbons were were in high concentrations near the railway track, And these were mainly components of the diesel combustion that is happening due to the trains. Also, metals like aluminum, iron, lead were accumulating in the water bodies there, and also majority of the trees which were in the immediate vicinity of the railway track showed quite a decrease in their carbon dioxide assimilation capacity. So these were impacts which could be visibly assessed. But what about noise, light, and vibration levels? So we could see that noise was persistent up to 300 meters of the track and was present for a longer period of time, just like it is present very close to the track as well, because of the pressures that engines put while climbing the ghat section. In contrast, light could only penetrate up to 10 to 15 meters because of the still prevalent and thick vegetation that is present close to the tracks. Just like noise again, vibration of the majority of the vibration was found up to 250 meters from the track. So with all this data in mind, what do we use to suggest the mitigations? So it is believed that animal mortality hotspots can actually be used to suggest the exact placement of mitigation structures. But these hotspots are quite dynamic in temporal scales especially, and so mitigation measures which will stay for the next 50 to 100 years won't suffice their purpose. So we started with the idea that animals will be present wherever the environment supports them, and with the inclusion of our track and habitat characterization, diversity hotspots and mortality hotspots, we could suggest mitigation measures where animals are bound to come close to the track. Here you can see the level crossings, underpasses and overpasses we are suggesting, which do not necessarily have to overlap with the current mortality hotspots, but will still work for the purpose. So I'll quickly run you through certain specific measures that we use for railways, like guiding fences, certain small animal passages which allows herpetofaunal and small mammal species to pass right under the railway track, certain canopy bridges for arboreal species, and dry access ledges which allows mammals to pass in the drainage structures. Also, overpasses and underpasses allow animals to directly cross the railway track with ease. So a major constraint we face while suggesting mitigation for railways is the level of change we can make with the topography. On the bright side, we can see that the traffic on railways is quite low, and unlike roadways, this does not repel animals from the track. So this brings to a not so novel solution of level crossings. Just like we have level crossings for vehicles, they are built for animals, especially in flatter terrains, to let them easily cross the tracks. These rubberized level crossings can be mechanized with guiding and detection mechanisms, and so we can easily monitor any movement close to these level crossings. So majority of the detection has been done majorly by the use of laser beams, sensors close to the track, and camera monitoring. But even with the increasing advancements in deep vision mechanisms, these techniques have been leaving a lot of gaps for errors. Also, the methods like camera monitoring are quite restricted in their range, and so very few species can be monitored with the use of this. So it brings me to a recent technology that has been used into railways, is the DASH system. DASH is basically an optic fiber which is layered throughout the stretch of the railway track, and it detects vibrations with any movement close to it, and with the use of AI, it can now understand the signatures of the species. So being quite an advanced method, it can send early warnings to the locopilots directly, and so can easily combat any intrusion on the railway track. This is currently being tried in West Bengal and Assam to reduce elephant mortality due to trains there. So to summarize the mitigations that we are suggesting for our Tinai Ghat to Kulem stretch, with the use of level crossings, underpasses, overpasses, we could suggest mitigations measures with a total length of 3.7 kilometers on the existing track. and about 10.3 kilometers on the proposed track as well. Also, the proposed track has 23 tunnels, which is way more than the existing railway track. And we suggested to use that for the benefit of the forest as well. We have planned to shift certain stretches of the existing railway track into the proposed tunnels with a total length of 2 kilometers. So which will again restore the connectivity in these areas. So you would have got a gist of how railway mechanisms work in the forest system and what can be supplemented to reduce the damage. I would firstly like to mention that in this case, upgradation is providing a solution to actually reduce the damage which is going to happen in the future because of the doubling which is already being done on the either side of these forest stretches. This is the damage we can't actually reduce, and so mitigating this is the best solution here. Also, for such projects which are quite short, combined assessments with the use of noise, vibrations will give solutions which will work for the long term. These levels of vibrations and sound are quite novel in the Indian scenario, and so we need to critically assess this to understand their impact on wildlife species in our region. Also, I would like to highlight that we are still talking about the eco-sensitive Western Ghats, and so any compromise with these mitigation measures will be very detrimental in the long term. So all these measures need to be incorporated in totality, or we are going to be seeing a major fragmentation in this area. I would like to thank the following people. Firstly, with my entire team, the Wildlife Institute of India, Goa and Karnataka Forest Department, Rail Vikas Nigam, and my friends. Thank you.
कृपया ध्यान दीजिए, हम आपकी सफल, सुखद एवं मंगलमय यात्रा की कामना करते हैं.
So the next speaker is Shivam. So Shivam has been in WA from last 10, 11 years, and he has completed his PhD on the wolves, and now he's talking about a case study of railway track and road in Rajaji landscape.
Thank you, sir. And very good afternoon to everyone. It's about lunchtime. So I believe that most of you have been to Dehradun and seen it through for a very long time. Yesterday, Dr. Adkori was saying from here that he's presenting after 20 years. Unless this is your first visit to Dehradun, it is very hard to miss that the changes that have happened in Dehradun in last couple of years or last 10, 15 years. But I bet that this iconic place in Dehradun, how many of you will be able to recognize this? Yeah. This is iconic Paltan Bazaar from Clock Tower, and this was taken in 1970. And the same place has now transformed into a vibrant market with high-rising buildings and a crowd-packed streets. So if you see Dehradun, in 1969, the population was about 1.9 lakh. And currently, the population has just crossed 10 lakh also. And as you can imagine, as the population is increasing, how the requirement of infrastructure are increasing for residential purpose as well as for transportation. But this is just the tip of iceberg. Last year, over 1 crore people visited Dehradun for nature tourism and religious tourism like Char Dham Yatra, which is about 10 times more than the resident population. And the situation is even more difficult if you see the neighboring city of Dehradun, which is Haridwar. The resident population currently is only about 4.5 lakh, but only within 1 month last year, 4 crore people visited Haridwar, which is 100 times more than the resident population. So if it's not just the resident population, a very large population is using the infrastructure, and that's why the Uttarakhand tourism policy has also put a very high focus on improving infrastructure to these cities. But the problem is that these cities may not be able to withhold this much pressure. For this, we are going to look at two case studies. One is about the road project, and one is a railway project that has been proposed between these two cities. Now, between Dehradun and Haridwar, we have Rajaji National Park, which is one of the very important wildlife habitat. It is one of the largest population of North India. Please do not ask how many elephants. Yeah. And also, it's the westernmost limit of tigers. Some of the tigers have been reintroduced recently in the western part of Rajaji by WWF. And there have been reports of their movement towards much western part of the Rajaji. But then Rajaji still remains the stronghold and the main safe place for their habitat. It also hosts over 50 species of mammals and 315 species of birds and a lot more species of plants. So the proposed structures, although they cross only through the fringes of this forest, but they pose a challenge for conservation of these species in the area. For the first case, just have a look at the area. The proposal is to build a 4-lane bypass so that whoever is coming to Dehradun and Rishikesh directly from Delhi and other areas, Haldwani, they can bypass Haridwar, which is already, in most of the cases, has a very choked traffic. So the people can just cross over Haridwar and take this detour. The package 2 is particularly crossing through Rajaji National Park, which is about 4.5 kilometers. So it has been proposed to take this detour completely through a tunnel so that the habitat is not disturbed as much. Despite that, there are challenges. So the proposers asked for recommendations on these structures. We collected data in a very rapid survey of about 2 months last year. So we deployed camera traps in 1 by 1 kilometer grids, and we also conducted science surveys in 2 by 2 kilometer grids. 41 camera traps were deployed for about 2,000 trap nights. And the data that emerged was about presence of 26 wildlife species, where spotted deer and sambar were the most common species, while rare species like Indian pangolin, Asiatic black bear, and goral were also captured. Using these data, we prepared some presence maps of different species, elephant being one of the most important species. So you can see that their movement is across all the proposed area as well. Particularly that green road that is Chandi barrier to Chila, that is being used by for traffic currently. But if the bypass is allowed, then this route does not serve any more purpose. So that area is also being used by wildlife currently. So we, as well as other species, you can see that their movement is also quite similar to the elephant in this landscape. So the recommendations that we have made, first we assessed what are the possible impacts, and to assess these possible impacts, it was just not the data that we generated, but we also augmented the information from other sources, previous studies, and consultation with the experts and forest department. So the major impacts that we assessed was habitat disturbance is one of the prime factor that might be for tigers in this landscape. Chila is one of the very high density area for tigers. Elephants are likely to be cut off from the access to river Ganga, especially close to the portals, north portal and south portal, where the tunnel is opening. Those are being used by elephants at a high rate. And animals moving onto the road is another challenge, and which might increase the human-elephant conflict, animal, and yeah. So the recommendations that we have proposed is, firstly, the Chandi barrier to North Portal, that road should not be allowed for any more traffic use further, so that this entire area becomes available for wildlife. Secondly, when the traffic comes out of the North Portal Tunnel, that traffic should be taken over the Bhimgoda barrage through an elevated structure, so that entire area is also available for elephant movement. These are elevated by 6 to 9 meters. And the suggestions were not only limited to this package 2 of the proposed road, but these suggestions were extended to the road that is going towards the Chila and Rishikesh, so that the mitigations can take place right away instead of waiting for the conflict to escalate and then later on we try to make the amendments. Further, although the recommendations were not asked for the package 1 part, but looking at the integrity of the entire landscape, we also suggested that the package 1 that has suggested a bridge on river Ganga, that bridge should be elevated up to 900 meters stretch and giving the elevation of 9 meter in the particular part that is highlighted in the map. So this allows access to many islands that are being used by the elephants at the moment. So this was about the road project. Now let's have a look at the second case study, which is the upgradation of Haridwar-Dehradun railway infrastructure. This is about 48 kilometers of track between Haridwar and Dehradun. And the proposal is mainly around these 3 points. One is upgradation of Harrawala railway station, which is largely in a residential area, so that it has very less impact on wildlife. Then extension of additional loop line for handling 24 coaches at en route stations. Currently, Dehradun is one of the last few stations where the capacity is only at 18 coaches. So that is limiting the traffic availability for railway. And increasing the speed up to 100 kilometers between Dehradun and Haridwar, because Vande Bharat train has been running between Dehradun to Delhi now, which is mandated to run at around 100 kilometers per hour. But because there is a national park in between, so there is a speed limitation of 35 kilometers during night and 40 kilometers during daytime. And Vande Bharat usually runs at 130 kilometers, and maximum speed can go up to 180 kilometers. So the proposers, Northern Railway, have asked for 2 different scenarios where they can run this train at 75 kilometers per hour, or in a second scenario where they can run it at the maximum speed that way they want is 100 kilometers per hour, which is a welcome approach by the proposers that they want to do a cost-benefit analysis for different scenarios. And these numbers, these ask for the speed might look jarring, but there is a rationale behind it, why this 75 and 100 has come. Because there has been change and advancement in the technology of braking systems. When these recommendations were made, at 40 kilometers per hour using vacuum brakes, the braking distance was about 100 meters, and which can be achieved nowadays by using air brakes, which has been replaced in most of the railways. So that can be achieved at 75 kilometers per hour as well. So our field team was collecting data across all this 48 kilometer track, and the entire track was segmented in 1 kilometer stretches, and on both sides of the track, up to 2 kilometers in 200 meter segments, the data was collected on habitat assessment, vegetation structure, terrain and habitat, animal trail densities, light and noise pollution, and assessment of existing railway structures. We also conducted intensive camera trapping. So again, 190 cameras were placed in 90 grids, a total effort of 7,000 more trap nights. And the presence was recorded for 21 mammalian species. Sambar and spotted deer were again the most common species, and rusty spotted and golden jackal were the least captured. That picture is, by the way, a leopard cat. And again, we created animal use maps using this data for different species and different groups of the species. And the major impacts that were assessed was mortality of the animals. There has been cases, almost 25 cases of elephant mortality between 1987 to 2018 on the existing track. The barrier effect is a very important effect where the animals and populations cannot mix from one side to other. And the map that I have used is very important, Chila Motichur corridor for elephants and tigers. So if the train is running at 100 km/h, this might cause some barrier effect. It might also cause habitat fragmentation. Additionally, garbage generation alongside the road tracks is a very important issue. So there are proposed recommendations for both the scenarios. In the scenario 1, where the speed is up to 75 kilometers, we have identified the areas and recommended about 19 rubberized level crossings. What are these structures? Niket just showed that. And then wildlife overpasses are recommended at 3 places, and 3 culverts are asked to be restructured to function as underpasses for animal of the size of elephant. Additionally, in Motichur area, because on one side there is a city, so it has been suggested that a rubble wall should be created parallel to the existing solar fence, and also a 2-tier solar fence should be created close to the Raiwala station area. There are other measures that the visibility should be increased near the curvatures. The water availability should be increased near the Kansrao area, because elephants in the summer time use the water sources from the river, which is on the other side of the track. So the crossing can be decreased. DS system should be incorporated and throughout the track, and also the managing garbage along the railway line is very important. If the scenario 2 is selected, then crossing of these railway line will become very difficult. That's why double fencing has been recommended throughout the area, and then additional 9 overpasses, those were rubberized level crossing, are asked to be converted to overpasses of 100 meters, and noise barrier should be installed. As conservation is a crisis discipline, and more so in the case of railway or road linear infrastructural clearances. So looking at the experiences from these projects and projects that were just shown previously, there are some guiding ideas that have been generated, which is that we should use fine-scale data and ecological drivers instead of depending on limited and species-specific data. We should try to maximize the area for wildlife use. The recommendations should be integrated for most species instead of species-targeted structures. And these should be integrated across different projects instead of looking at project-specific needs. So Rajaji could be called the beginning of Tal, depending on where you are from. But these projects are also the beginning of mitigation structures in a Tarai Arc landscape, which is facing the challenges of linear infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Shivam. I now request Dr. Pramod. He is a senior principal scientist from SciCon for his presentation.
Respected chair, co-chair, and everybody in the audience, a very good afternoon. This project is not out of a very specific project which I am going to present to you. It's rather a program for the last so many years going on in Salim Ali Center, SciCon. And in the last ARS, I have given a presentation about some of this outcome of this initiation of this project. Now, actually from there, how it is going ahead, what's the direction is going on, what is the further learning, that is the area which I wanted to present today through this presentation. You know, the bird hazards to aircraft, the topic which has been nowadays emerging in various places. To speak that usage, bird hazards to aircraft in this Wildlife Institute of India itself is a a wrong way, a usage to me. But even then, the funding agency and how is actually, that's the way it is being used. It is rather than, it's actually the hazard to whom is a question is there. But definitely in this process, there are a lot of damage happens to aircrafts and economic loss, as well as other issues, including the human loss and kind of a thing. But equally, a lot of birds are getting killed, all that is thing also happening in the airport. This is a conflict. It's actually, in the previous presentation, speaking about our right to path, it's like that right to fly. Right to fly, there's a conflict between our right to flight and their right to fly. But we are flying for the last 120 years, but birds are flying in this world for more than 120 million years. This is a conflict between these two species on Earth. But one thing, as we are increasing our number of flights and our number of people who fly, the conflict also increasing year by year, and that has become a serious issue which needs to handle. This whole for the last almost a decade, SACON Salimali Center, as our team is working on this field. It is based, our two major agencies in India for the Civil Aviation Airport Authority of India, as well as some private other airports. Plus, we have a very large presence of military aviation in the country. Our team is actually engaging and working with both the aspects. For the last few years, we have now experienced about some 15 civil aviation airports, as well as about some 21 military airports. Actually, what is happening, there is a lot of learning from that. This whole thing which we are discussing today is based on that learning and what is happening now. Actually, in the first phase, it started some 80 years back with 3 airports, civil aviation airport this is with the help of Ministry of Environment and Forest support, and which is later on in the Airport Authority of India has come into the picture and now started asking SACON to come into place to help the mitigation of these bird hazard problems. Now we are 5 airports, we are almost concluded, another 5 of them are in the hands. And military aviation, we have actually initially involved in the study of about some 21 airports all over the country. Later on, now Indian Air Force have a special ornithology cell. So based in ornithology cell now actually developed a team, very strong team, almost all the airports in the military airfields in the country. And SACON is now helping them to systematically collect data in all these areas through an advisory program, also giving special annual training to the Indian Air Force officers in SACON. Now this 2 years, last year and this year, we have now completed a training program for Air Force officers to take this program, these issues and mitigation process much more scientifically informed and collect systematic data and analyze and all that thing. So actually, when you just look at the whole country, the issues, there are so many issues are there, so many mitigation measures are there, but the fundamental problem for the country is actually it's not the major issues, but the reason for that issues is, I can just categorize into 2. One, particularly in the civil aviation field, I should say, the first thing is majority of the managers of the airfields and airports, they understand this issue as something like there is water is not coming the tap, call a technician, he goes and fix something and that problem is solved. This cannot be done like that. It is some sort of understanding the ecological perspective. It's a much more complicated issue. That issue is actually the awareness creation about the people who manage has become the fundamental issue of the managing this problem. Second issue is that, okay, bird is a problem, bird hazard, ye kya karna hai? Just we have to say, for all the birds they see as the same, birds are as a one group of things. Unfortunately, in each airport things are different, but what bird is the problem of that area is a most critical factor. Which species is the critical? It's actually each species, the problem is different, actually the manage to handle is different. That fundamental things also is very difficult to convey to them. That is the second major. A majority of our problems of the managing actually the hurdles can be classified into these 2 aspects. But we are coming to the detail. But most important factor is understanding, making a study, actually what is happening, why the birds are there, why, how it is there, actually what is the problem, to understand itself is the first part of it. Second part of it comes to the actually what is the kind of management part of it, the approach to the management, methods of management. These two, this slide and next slide, these two are the things, it's almost the same slides which I have presented in the last ARS. We have, because the birds are of any airport is not restricted to the airport, which is actually it's a subset of the birds of the whole larger landscape. So our approach is to understand the overall dynamic, the population, what kind of birds are in the whole landscape, which landscape now here we have defined as something like a 10-kilometer surrounding of the airport, and there is a systematically we have come up with a protocol to collect data with the point counts and transects and all kind of thing, which is systematically collect data to understand the population structure of the community structure of the birds of the landscape, and then actually go much deeper into it, completely map the whole land use, land cover of the surrounding 10 kilometers landscape. And inside the airport, detailed study of the even grass species and all the detailed habitat, micro habitat within the airport, and then go to also in the larger landscape, actually doing a sort of a GIS-based mapping of the positioning of the other attractive anthropogenic factors such as butcher shops, roosting areas, water bodies, and all that thing. Bringing all these factors together, we will be able to understand why that particular bird is there, why the birds are coming to the airport, kind of that fundamental question we will be able to answer for that. Once that is done, then comes to the question of the actual management recommendations and all. To come to the actual management recommendation also, first thing is what we require is the understanding about what is the birds are they getting strikes over there. And to understand that, we need the fundamentals, the information about each strike. The information like such as the day and time of the flight details, location, as well as weather details of that time. Also, most importantly, what species. If you go the record till today, most of the civil aviation airports, if you go, even most of the case, a significant bird, they don't even record it if it is not a problem for the person. Even if you're recording big bird, small bird, whichever be there is no information and all. That is a bigger issue. And second part of it, identification. Second part is it actually what are the kind of birds are there coming. The identification of the local bird species available in the airport and their movement. Then third one is actually, apart from a set of most of the airport, we will get something 70 to 80, up to even sometimes 100 species inside the airport, of which only a small set of birds will be actually really problematic. What are that problem and their behavior, various kinds, which we need a systematic data required from all that species. Then comes to the recommendation. There are several recommendation procedures which are available. Many of them are known. Fundamentally two categories. One is ecosystem management, other thing is deterring methods. I'm not getting into the details. Okay. I'm going to the details. I'm just, there are overall the problem, the cause has, actually the cause of the problem can be divided into some 3-4 categories. One is the landscape level parameters, as I told you, to understand what is the placement of the dump yards, butcheries, and all kind of things. Along with that, there are some special parameters inside the airport, the management of the grass inside, how it is, water, small placement of the buildings, and all kind of things. A third category is a behavioral analysis of some of the birds, their moving pattern within the airport. There are some issues outside the airport, something urbanization related issues are there. Some cultural issues such as bird feeding, very close to airport. That is becoming many airport, bird feeding for the pigeon, just bird feeding, pigeon feeding, sometimes even the kite feeding with the meats, all that becoming an issue which is to be in the surrounding area, which needs to be has to be handled indifferently. The overall solution, 3 categories, we can basically do habitat modifications and resource protection. That means there are some locations, something will be there, we will make that resources inaccessible for the birds, for that they are attracted over there. Finally, even if you do everything in habitat, there are some issues, we may have to handle the birds in a population management by catching and replacing it, or sometime, in the case of lapwings and all, try to even, because some of the airport, lapwing has become a pest kind of a thing. We may have to look for some ways of removing the eggs from the airport, such kind of activities. So just quickly, with a very limited time, I'll just show some case stories, very quickly run through some slides for you to get sort of an understanding. For example, Bhopal Airport is the air where the one of the larger, the Raja Bhoj wetland, the very close vicinity is a major issue. The other, one side is complete agricultural land, one side is wetland. The major regular crossing, it created a lot of problem. And inside habitats are initially, it was very bad. Many thing management, after we are clearly giving extra what are the things to be done in every location, there are a lot of change now it's happening. Also we give exact the regular movement patterns of the birds in the airport, so that and to make them understand why this recommendation should be implemented. And we just pursue with them, the progress is that we could many of the airport, make them understand and develop a regular monitoring bird movement monitoring system to be employed over there. Similarly, many of the airports have these jackals as an issue. We have jackal, when specifically trap system, how to make it, and all that we give. The whole program is something like that. 1 year we do systematically a detailed study, and the next 2 years we will be with them to help them to actually implement the recommendation, and to see that now that being with them the next 2 years is started getting the actually expected result of it. Similarly, Patna Airport, we thought initially the presence of it is whole landscape is in the Ganges dominated landscape, but the real problem was not that. Immediate surrounding was lot of the waste dumping area. That was the primary factor of the Patna Airport. It took actually 2 years to continuous persuasion with authorities to go and talk to them and bring them and go with them to the different corporation authorities. Now, after the third year, we started getting good results of it. People are come forward it, and now the corrections are, and the results, which in the birds movement, inside the airport, things are changing it. And it is showing in the bird hit also. Similar is the case with the indoor airport. The problem was, again, there was a lot of moving frugivorous bird flocks were there. Jackal was another issue. Lapwings also was there in the issue. There also, we have a direct specific intervention. First is we are giving the recommendation, and then go and talk to them and explain them why based on this data. I'm not putting all these graphs and data here because it is there all detailed in the big report which graphs everything, and convince them because of this scientific reason this is happening. Once they are convinced, the good results are coming. The moment it is, for example, Patna, initially 1 year they did not even take up. Finally, I had to go to the headquarters in Delhi, make a push from them, and that made them again wake up, do something. So similar is the case with Gujarat in the airport. The Surat airport is placed around the wetland. Biggest issue is that this is inside the airport. How to manage it? Some are which we cannot do at this point of time. We can only certain kind of, there are a lot of things we cannot do anything also is there. It's a real, and it is some of things, it's actually in the flyway, a lot of migratory bird. One day, flight was landing, hundreds of birds comes and sit on the runway. Suddenly, all of a sudden, nothing can be done. There are some such situations also there. But here also we could now, only thing is we try to manage all the recording systematically, bringing the data to just 2 minutes, 1 minute I'll complete it. We have come up with, in every airport, what we are trying to is to making them a systematic data collection, analyzing sort of a system making place, and also people to understand the importance of the study and informed decision making. Similar is the case, Agartala, this is not a paddy field or anything, within the airport only, situations are different. Management, I don't get into the details. I'll come at the last slide. I just, when we are talking about traveling towards an integrated strategy for mitigation of this issue, the first thing is for bird wildlife hazard issue. Actually, what we have to understand that this practice, this management practice is one single management practice cannot give an effective result. Rather, it is actually a combination of several factors. Each strategy adds on incrementally to an overall effectiveness of the thing. Each activity, that is the fundamental one training. Another thing is, there is for many of the recommendation, if it is not 100% implemented, it's as good as 0 or sometimes even negative. This is many examples are there. If it is not 100% implemented, it is as good as not implementing it. And there is there are many airports other than the general. There is a set of recommendation which is applicable to all airports. That has to be 100% implemented. Then there are some specific which is specific to that particular location, which need to be identified and implemented. Then most important thing is that develop a system of recording the scientific information systematically and attempt to learn, study and to understand the futuristic adaptive modification. Because if anything under to do a change, we need what is the past data, what is the history of that. And which can help the team there to an evidence-based, information-supported real-time management of the issue. And second thing is an ecological history of the location, imprinted memory of the birds, sporadic weather events, all these can create some sudden, unexpected even in that, for which the team should be ready, for which what is more important, which we have found out that whatever the outsiders research goes and give a recommendation is fun, once something can be done, but internal team should be properly trained. That is what now we have convinced Indian Air Force, and Indian Air Force have understood it, and now we have every year we have started training Indian Air Force bird hazard combat team regularly. Similar is the kind of thing process is going with the civil aviation also. We developing a systematic database for each of the airport, taking decision based on the analysis that information, and training the team, capacity building of the team has become the role of
Moji, little faster.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just one more point, thank you very much. This is for my all faculty colleagues of Wildlife Institute of India, researchers and students, all well-wishers, admirers and also lovers of Wildlife Institute of India. Now we have a center in South called SACON. Whoever comes to South, please make it a point to visit. Thank you very much.
I request all the speakers to come on stage. And we know that there's a scarcity of the time, so I will restrict number of questions, probably 1 or 2 per speaker. And I will restrict all anonymous questions, because I don't think in WIA you need to be anonymous, because we are very, very open to criticism. So you should not be anonymous. You should ask questions. So the first question is to Akanksha. Akanksha, can you come? This is Rasili's a very short question. Will it help if the walls and the pillars of the underpasses are given more natural appearance?
So definitely, but we would have to experiment to understand how it will help. The Maharashtra side of the crossing structures, they put camouflage painting, and if we are allowed to monitor those, we may come close to an answer.
So the second question is by Tirtho. You show declining trend of some animal usage with an increasing underpass width that has implications for mitigation planning. Can this be an artifact of the animals having to pass through small spaces in narrow underpasses, influencing capture rates? Was animal movement captures measured for the entire underpass width or camera traps just in view of the entry points? How were the threshold widths of the underpasses and structures obtained? Just putting it there.
So if you're talking about the passages on Samruddhi, these are just very preliminary. For some species, we got only, say, 2 or 3 events. So that's why I said it's not conclusive at all right now for Samruddhi. it does have implications for mitigation planning, but that is what we are trying to assert, that we must move beyond single species and towards the community. So we would go for the requirements of the largest species. So like in terms of NH44, we say that we need to accommodate the largest species, so 300 meters is the minimum.
Akanksha, my first question is just that you show a declining trend of animal crossings in wider underpasses, right? Is it because animals have more space and therefore the density in front of any camera view frame is less? Because then that will be a biased inference that animals are avoiding wider underpasses.
So as far as I know, we have good coverage in terms of camera traps on these Samruddhi underpasses. And we did account for the number of camera traps, and I think we do have like near good, it's a very narrow passage compared to natural habitats where we put out camera traps, so I think detection is pretty good. And secondly, so among all of the animals which showed a significant effect of the underpass width, we ran this change point analysis to see the width at which the capture rates changed, decreased. So we got this only for a few species, and the largest was for Gaur and tiger, 300 meters.
Thank you, Akanksha. So I now ask Frank. Frank, you have a lot of questions, and I'll just take two. The first is by Ajit. Ajit Kumar, sir. Did you consider an adequate sampling size effect while estimating species richness and making checklists? And it's already there. And EIA studies are often accused of making fast species assessments based on the survey, and the reporting is very important. It's there already.
So this is as per the time that we had, like as per the NGT's requirement within the time period, what we have to do, we have did this. So basically, to your first question, there were certain things like within the time period we could not assess certain areas with respect to certain areas in terms of like especially with evergreen forest areas, those areas we were not able to cover certain areas. So you're right, like whatever we could do best within the time period we have done, like to address the issues that has been given by the NGT.
Rohit, Frank, one more question by our diploma trainee.
Okay, sir.
What are possible impacts of the nuclear power plant on wildlife? Any such study and possible mitigation measures adapted in any other developed countries?
So impacts of nuclear power plant, when you consider other developmental projects, impacts of nuclear power plant is something different. So basically for other projects we have mitigation like structural as well as non-structural mitigation measures. But once for nuclear power plant, there are certain measures which can be done, and some of these things we have included in our conservation and mitigation plan. So this has been it has been submitted to the Karnataka Forest Department as well. Along with that, like a financial budget outlay. So what are all the hits that has to be done with respect to nuclear power plant and its impact has been clearly mentioned that it is in the draft condition. So one of the major things that we observed during the current study was the vehicular thing, like wherein a lot of road kills were observed. Apart from that, we have developed a map where like certain areas within the 16-kilometer impact zone where conservation importance, like our conservation issues has to be given much more importance in those areas in terms of Schedule 1 species. Apart from this, creating a buffer area around the nuclear power plant, as well as to avoid certain, developing certain protocols, if at all, if some unforeseen circumstances happens, so those protocols have to be followed. So with respect to the second thing, So there are some studies with respect to already happened nuclear power plant accidents in the especially with regards to recent one and as well as during the Chernobyl. There are certain studies wherein certain mitigation measures have been has been proposed and which is in practice also. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Rohit. So I think this is for audience. After Rohit, we have 3 speakers, and I have got only 2 questions. The reason is probably there are so many questions for Rohit that all the probably slips are exhausted. So, but I will only ask 2. The first question is from our diploma officer trainee. That how did you define impact zone? The second part is what are the possible railway project impact of the railway project on avifauna? What possible mitigation measures will be suggested, and what monitoring protocols are to be suggested?
So the impact zone was, if you go through official documents, typically for such projects, the ballpark or the rule of thumb is 10 kilometers. But we did not adopt that strategy because it did not really make sense ecologically. So, for example, if you, I don't think that I was able to clearly mention it, but the southern edge of the impact zone is all habitation. There are villages, there are towns, in fact. So that is obviously that cannot be part of an impact zone. So we adopted ecological criteria. So, for example, as I mentioned, that the planned railway actually only touches the Koderma sanctuary at the edge. But since the entire infrastructure was going to block movements of wildlife from one sanctuary to the other, from Koderma to Gautam Buddha, the entirety of the sanctuary was taken, despite it being more than 10 kilometers from the alignment. So we adopted certain ecological criteria. Possible impacts. So there are direct impacts, of course. Mortality. Because of the transmission lines, there are several bird deaths. But more than that, there are indirect impacts. So, for example, once a linear infrastructure is established, and especially in such a region where there was nothing. It's a greenfield project. So the amount of on either sides of the new infrastructure, the canopy opens up, and then you have a lot of invasive species, coming in. So if you don't have a concerted strategy, the community, the assemblage of birds will really change moving towards generalist species, and space for specialist species will keep shrinking.
So Rohit, I think that's most of it. I will take just one more question, which says that shouldn't species reach just increase in the winters considering the migratory season of the birds?
Correct. So that's a valid question. But the thing is, in our landscape, in our study area, there were no wetlands. So typically, most of the migrants that we have, or at least many of the migrants that we have, are wetland birds from Eurasia and Siberia. So since our study area did not really have these large wetlands, we did not have many migratory winter migrants. We did have 30 winter migrants, but they were compensated by summer migrants. So there were 13 summer migrants as well, and our sampling effort generally was more in summer, so it could be an artifact of more sampling as well.
The second question, which is very good for you because you will only person to justify it properly. Why mitigation is only a band-aid with India's growing population, which is ultimately spilling in our conservation-centric areas? Your thoughts?
So this is a very wide-ranging topic to discuss. But the thing is,
very short and brief.
So mitigation is band-aid because we are still not able to comprehend all the possible effects of linear infrastructure. That is one. And from whatever studies are available, and there is a large body of work now, both in India as well. Dr. Bilal Habib's team has been at the forefront of it. It is very clear that the effects are large-ranging and long-term effects, and of course there are short-term effects as well. So firstly, whatever we design is based on incomplete information. The timeline given is short. And we are not really able to see what will happen of the landscape in the next few decades. So that's why mitigation is good, but it must be remembered that it is only the third step in the mitigation hierarchy. The first being avoid, second being minimize, third is to remediate or mitigate, and then the last one is offset. So that's my short answer. Thanks.
Rohit, very good, but that is mostly for the projects which are greenfield projects, new projects, whereas the projects which are already there, the impact is already there. So I think the mitigation is far better for those projects which are already there. If you don't mitigate them, they are going to be more dangerous for the wildlife.
There's only one rider in that I agree with that actually, because modernization gives an opportunity to better execute mitigation measures. But in that case, the older route or whatever was existing has to be decommissioned. So, for example,
that's the first rule. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you so
yes,
much.
thanks.
So, Nikhit, I think you don't have any question. Okay. So the second one is for the Shivam. The question is from the Rasili Saab. Fencing around the level crossings might be a trap for animals. Please comment.
No, the fencing is not along the level crossings. Level crossings are guided and they are mechanized. So if the animal is approaching the level crossings, then those can be opened also.
Yeah, thank you so much. You had only one question. So the last question for Dr. Pramod, this is by Yash. While the study at different airports was underway, did you encounter bird strikes? If so, how many birds and species were involved? Which species were involved?
While the study? There are two kinds of sets of data with all of us. One is what the airport claim or on their record. There are some data which our own students have recorded, and there are a very large number of data our own students have recorded. But by and large, for this question, it's very difficult to answer because we are studying around more than 10 airports. But one large number of, across the country, some things like 60 to 70% of the bird hits in the country is happening by lapwings. Lapwings is the primary factor. Second, of course, kites coming, but very rare kind of thing. And there are lots with swallows and smaller things which never actually get properly recorded. This is a broad pattern to say, but the real problems with this at present, because this is very clearly recorded and studied in all this 10 kilometers surrounding, most of the airport we have studied, more than 95% of the lapwings are there inside the airport in the whole landscape, particularly during the breeding season, because Airport Authority as well as Indian Air Force are giving a completely secured breeding location for the lapwings inside the airport. So that is one of the fundamental issues which we need to handle, which we have different ways and we are experimenting on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are no many questions. Thank you so much. Over to Chair, sir.
So, all have excellently presented. Co-chair, you say something first?
Yeah, at the outset, I would like to thank the director and the organizers for inviting me to be witness to this very important seminar. And also, I would like to put my appreciation on record for WII for giving an opportunity to the young and budding scientists to showcase their work, which is going to be useful for the managers working in the wildlife field. The topic, the theme for this session was quite relevant, as we have been fighting with this thing. We have that much debate is going on for this thing, conservation versus development. And as Akanksha said, that avoidance is the best remedy. But in today's scenario, hardly anybody is going to buy this very prescription, as development is the need of the hour. So it is very difficult to avoid development related work. So reduction and then mitigation and the trade-offs, as has been done in the case of Ken-Betwa project. So whatever maximum we can add to the to the chunk of our protected areas, etc. in bargain. So that is going to help us. In today's scenario, at least we are talking about these mitigation measures, which was earlier not there. So at least people are now thinking of going for mitigation. And NH44, that is the classic case. Bilal Saab has been associated with this project, and NTCA was there. So I was also part of that team when this thing was there. We used to fight. We had to fight a battle in the NGT and the Nagpur bench of High Court also. So with the kind of result, now we are in a position to convince the people why we should go for such kind of infrastructure, why we should go for this underpasses and overpasses. Now, as it has been said, seeing is believing. So with the kind of result, everybody can be now convinced. The whole gamut of negative agents vis-a-vis human-wildlife interface with a special reference to the linear infrastructure has been dealt with in the presentations. So I would like to congratulate the presenters. They did a fantastic job through their presentations, and it is going to be very helpful for the management, especially the wildlife areas. So as the lunch time is already there, I won't go into detail, but I enjoyed every bit of all the sessions yesterday also and today also. Not for a single moment I got bored. So that was very enriching experience for me. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, co-chair. So it's the last before lunch. This is the last session. All the presenters have excellently presented, and even the questionnaires also, they have excellent questions they asked, including anonymous one also. Of course, Dr. Bilal has deleted. This conservation and development is now the talking point where everywhere it is. So researcher has also have to go with that change with situation. I will be little individualistic in this case for my state, considering the time. I will not deliberate this earlier presentation, and they have all presented. We have a lot of projects going on in Arunachal Pradesh, hydropower and linear project. There's a Trans-Arunachal Highway, then another frontier highway bordering Tibet. So lot of destruction going on, lots of mitigation plan going on. But nobody has studied this flora and fauna before taking up the infrastructure project, and then after completion of the infrastructure project, how this flora fauna change in that location. Because in our linear project, so many kilometers, no? And hydropower also so many 4,000, 3,000, 7,000 hectares has gone lost, forest area as well. Earlier, our forest area was 82%. Now it is reduced to 80%, approximately 80%. So this is also area of concern and area of study. So how this government, state government and central government can take up, and this research activity should be taken care of. Then beside that, we have this biodiversity hotspot of the country. And so lot of investigation and discovery had to be made. And most of the researchers who come over there in our state, they are basically going to Pake, Namdapa, Eagle Nest. All of them are going to, but they are not going to that interior protected areas like Jodi Rabse Moling National Park and Tale Wildlife Sanctuary. There we have lot of scope to do and lot of works to be carried out. So I request Wildlife Institute of India and this other researcher, they should come forward that. Last meeting, we have a state research advisory meeting also. Last time one researcher from JDSI came to me, he'll do in Pake. Well, I said, whatever information you get from Pake, you can get anytime. Why you don't go to the Yodi area? Then say, nahi, sir, wo project approval ho gaya, or ministry se. No, I said, no, I will change it, that project approval. And accordingly, I approve it. But later on, after 1 month, he came, sir, ho gaya, hum apna se approve kar liya, theek hai, so well and good. So my interest is that we have, Arunachal is a virgin area, you can do a lot of research. So you come forward. And the final diversity also, we have variety. Eastern Himalaya, previously chairperson. Then Western Himalayas, we have, comes under Western Himalaya. We have lot of diversity there, fauna also, flora also. Besides that, we are evergreen forest, semi-deciduous, deciduous, and then alpine, all these forests, temperate forests also are available. This is the, I want to say about, and they have given, Wildlife Institute has given a special occasion to give me this awesome FCP award. That's, and last 2 days, I enjoyed fully, and on that occasion of this research seminar, and I attended this event track also, Training and Research Advisory Committee. I am part of the member that, and of course at the ARS, CS. So I thanks all of you to this technical session for all. I will not thank you for this, with this few words. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please invite my colleague, Dr. Vishnu Priya, to hand over the token gifts to our chair and co-chairs. Yeah, I see a very poor strength in this auditorium. If people are not here, kindly inform me for dinner so that accordingly we will make arrangements. Food, I don't want food to be wasted. So on my honest request to all of you, please let me know if researchers are not interested to attend this annual research seminar and be present in the auditorium. It is a mandatory for all, and I am deeply pained to see this in this auditorium. It's almost half empty now. I mean, it's pathetic. I'm deeply appalled by this thing. This is not to be tolerated by this institute. And I request Director, Dean and Register to take steps on this. And we will break for lunch and we will reassemble in the auditorium at 3 o'clock for the next session. Good afternoon. So, I don't know, yesterday there was too much of chicken or today there was too less. So I was telling Tanvir, since Tanvir is looking after chicken and mutton, I was telling all the chickens have become alive and flew away from the kitchen. Anyway, we'll make sure that dinner, the chickens are on the table. they don't fly. So we'll start with the technical session now. I request Mrs. Shruti Sharma, former head of Forest Force, Government of Rajasthan, to chair the session. And I request Sri Dr. Ben Clements, additional PCCF Maharashtra, to co-chair the session along with my colleague Dr. Parag Nigam. Dr. Nigam, I don't see you here. No, you look so cryptic, first black pant and then maroon shirt. So. Dr. Ben is also wearing black pant.
Delicious lunch. It's going to be difficult to conduct this session. I invite the speakers to deliver the presentation. The theme of the session is man-animal conflict. And right now, while we are sitting in Dehradun, there are panthers in FRI. The DG's residence, from DG's residence on that road, you also have Director IGNFA's residence, former Task Force Principal's residence. So, and the FRI has, last week there was an order saying FRI will be closed for the next 4 or 5 days because of panther movement for all the morning walkers and visitors, etc. So this has become a regular situation. So I think we will begin this session, and I invite all the speakers to come and give them.
So very good afternoon. Welcome back to the session. And with the permission here, we will start this very important session on human-wildlife interaction. And I would invite Ms. Adwaita Ravindran. Ms. Adwaita Ravindran is a senior research fellow and a PhD scholar who has been associated with Wildlife Institute of India since 2018. She has a master's in environmental management from the Forest Research Institute. She's been working on understanding large carnivore conflict issues in Maharashtra for the past 5 years. She will be talking about drivers of human-wildlife conflict in Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. Over to Adwaita, please.
Thank you so much for the introduction, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Adwaita Ravindran, and today I'll be talking about the drivers of human-wildlife conflict in Vidarbha landscape of Maharashtra. This study is a part of the project Understanding Large Carnivore Conflict Issues in Maharashtra for suggesting conflict reduction measures headed by Dr. Bilal Habib and funded by the Maharashtra Forest Department. Our study area lies towards the eastern side of Maharashtra and in the Vidarbha landscape, and can be divided into 4 forest circles comprising of 15 territorial divisions, 5 tiger reserves, and 9 wildlife sanctuaries. Looking at each of the forest circles individually, starting with Chandrapur, this is the smallest of the 4 forest circles in our study area. It has the highest percentage of forest cover. It has 218 tigers, and tiger conflict incident reported is 322 from this circle. Nagpur is a bigger landscape with 3 tiger reserves and a higher proportion of agriculture, and the maximum incident report for sloth bear conflict from here is 167. Amravati is the largest forest circle in our study area and has the highest percentage of agriculture, and also the highest number of sloth bear conflict incidents, which is 201. Finally, Yavatmal circle has the minimum number of tigers reported from our study area, as well as the minimum number of conflict incidents, with a maximum of 34 sloth bear incidents reported. This brings our total to 392 tiger incidents, 253 leopard conflict incidents, and 554 sloth bear conflict incidents from our study area. Now, if we look at the year-wise numbers of conflict for each of the species, we see a general increasing trend across the study period. Tiger conflict has been reported more for males than females, with incidents being 294 for males and 98 for females, while the mortality for males is 45% and 78% in case of females. For leopard conflict, the numbers change. 167 incidents reported for men and 64 incidents reported for women, with the mortality of 17% for men and 41% for women. Now, while the number of incidents for sloth bear is higher than the other 2 species, with 454 incidents reported for men and 99 incidents reported for women, most of these incidents have resulted in injury. The data was collected from the study area and spatially validated at village level. Number of incidents were extracted for each of the village, and relevant covariates were selected. Hotspot was identified to look at the distribution of conflict in the study area. Generalized linear and additive modeling was done to understand the linear and non-linear relationships between the variables, and the villages were zoned on the basis of their location with respect to telemetry-based tiger corridors. Now, instead of looking at the traditional, instead of going with the traditional way of looking at conflict on a point-based system, we have looked at conflict at a village level, because when we think about villages, we only imagine the built-up area and the farmlands. But a village boundary can consist of forest patches, scrublands, water bodies, along with the built-up area and farmlands. So what we've done is we have attributed the conflict incidents that have occurred within the village boundaries to the respective villages, and we have used that number for further analysis. We selected 18 relevant covariates like distance to forest, human density, average patch size, and proportion of LULC classes. The additive model for tiger conflict in Chandrapur circle was able to explain 28% of the conflict using proportion of built-up human footprint index and average patch size as some of the significant covariates. While in Nagpur circle, it was only able to explain around 10% of the incidents. Amravati and Yavatmal circle reported 5 and 15 incidents respectively, which was less than 30 and were classified as low number of incidents, and thus the model cannot be considered as robust. For leopard conflict in Chandrapur, the model was able to explain more than 43% of the conflict data on the basis of 10 covariates out of the 18, while in Nagpur, 17% was explained on the basis of average patch size and proportion of agriculture, and 41% was explained in Amravati circle using area of forest, number of forest patches, and proportion of scrub as the significant covariates. In Yavatmal, again, the number of incidents being low, the model was not able to pick up anything significant. Sloth bear conflict in Chandrapur was explained using proportion of built up, proportion of scrub, and average patch size. Almost 20% of sloth bear conflict in Nagpur was explained using built-up terrain roughness and distance to linear infrastructure as some of the significant covariates. In Amravati, 41% was explained. But in Yavatmal, even though 71% of the incidents were explained, the model did not pick up anything significant. Now, we have information of tiger corridors in the landscape from previous telemetry-based studies that we used to classify the corridors into low connectivity and high connectivity, on the basis of which we have classified our study area into 3 zones. The first is the protected area zone, which contains wildlife sanctuaries and multiple use areas of tiger reserves, etc. The second is the coexistence zone, which has areas outside PAs and within corridors. And this we have classified further into high connectivity corridors and low connectivity corridors. And the final is the conflict zone, which are areas that lie beyond protected areas as well as corridors. So on the basis of these zones, we looked at tiger conflict across the landscape, and we see that the conflict in villages are concentrated towards the southeast of the study area in the Chandrapur circle. And when we look at a landscape level view of the conflict, we see 21 villages have experienced 24 incidents of conflict in over a decade, which comes to about an average of 1 incident per village. In contrast, when we look at the villages in low connectivity corridors, we see that 175 incidents of tiger conflict have been reported from 115 villages. Out of these villages, 77 villages have experienced single incident of tiger conflict in the past so many years, while 38 villages have experienced multiple incidents of conflict, with one particular village that has experienced 10 incidents of tiger conflict in over a decade. And we took a look at the number of villages that have experienced multiple incidents of conflict, and we see there are only 21 villages in the entire study area that have experienced a cumulative of 79 incidents of tiger conflict, which means that 25% of the tiger conflict occurring in our study area is concentrated in these villages. Leopard is an adaptive animal. That can be seen in the diffused pattern of conflict across the study area, with higher numbers still being reported from Chandrapur Forest Circle. But we also see a presence of conflict villages towards the west of the study area around Ganga Wildlife Sanctuary in Amravati Circle. Here, there is a stark contrast with the nature in the sense that the maximum number of incidents are happening in villages in low connectivity corridors. 127 incidents of leopard conflict have happened in 81 villages across the study area. 58 villages of these have experienced single incidents, while 23 villages have experienced multiple incidents of leopard conflict across the years, with one village that has experienced 8 incidents alone. Again, we see that 10 villages across the study area has experienced a cumulative of 43 leopard conflict incidents, which is around 20% of the leopard conflict that has happened in these 4 forest circles. Now, when we take a look at the sloth bear conflict in the study area, the pattern kind of shifts because sloth bear is not a carnivore. Its diet is dependent on insects, on fruits, on flowers, and in the study area especially, the sloth bears are dependent on maua, which is also an important economic commodity for the local communities. So we see a significant cluster of conflict villages around Ganga Wildlife Sanctuary in Amravati. But when we look at, and these villages are outside corridor areas. But when we look at the eastern side of the study area, in Nagpur and Chandrapur forest circles, we see that the conflict villages are situated in corridors. So even though there are 175 conflict incidents happening in 116 villages in low connectivity corridors, the alarming part is that there are 213 incidents of sloth bear conflict happening in 138 villages in the study area. Again, there is one village that has experienced 8 incidents of conflict in over a decade. And when we look at how many villages have experienced repeated incidents of conflict, sloth bear conflict in the study area, we see that the conflict is concentrated in 35 villages that have experienced 139 incidents of sloth bear conflict, which is approximately 27% of the sloth bear conflict that has been reported from the study area. So, to summarize, we see that Chandrapur Forest Circle has reported the highest overall incidence of conflict, followed by Nagpur and Amravati, with Yavatmal being the lowest incident report. There has been a general increase in the trends of conflict, with more number of males coming into conflict than females. And the ecological covariates that we selected have been able to identify partial trends of the conflict that has been reported from the study area. Tiger and leopard conflict here has occurred more in villages located in low connectivity corridors, while sloth bear conflict has been more in low connectivity corridors as well as outside corridor villages. And the final point is that 24% of the conflict that has occurred in our study area has occurred in only 9% of the villages. In conclusion, we would like to say that a clear demarcation of conflict and coexistence zones is vital for the development of effective management. And villages that have seen repeated incidents of conflict should be prioritized for these management interventions. Conflict patterns of tigers and leopards vary from those of sloth bears due to the differences in their ecologies, and context-specific strategies are essential for effective conflict management. We would like to bridge information gaps in the future by incorporating species ecology, human dimensions for a more holistic understanding. We would like to prepare zone-wise conflict atlas to identify the villages, and we'd like to do a finer scale analysis for better understanding of human-wildlife conflict patterns. And with this, I would like to acknowledge the following people without whom this study would not have been possible. And thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Advaita, for a wonderful presentation. Now I'd call upon Ms. Ananya Datta. Ananya has done a master's in wildlife science and joined WI in All India Tiger Estimation in 2022. He is currently working as project associate in the project Understanding Elephant Conflict Issues for suggesting conflict mitigation measures with Dr. Bilal Habib. Her research interests include human and wildlife conflict and wild canid ecology. She also makes hand-painted and digital illustrations as a hobby. She'll be making a presentation on elephant-human mortality patterns in state of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Assam. Over to you, Ananya.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. Human-elephant conflict has far-reaching impacts. The officers tasked to manage it face immense stress, as do the people and communities who face the direct consequences. The elephants, too, are in distress. It is not a new issue, but it has been increasing over the years with fatality on both sides. More humans and more elephants are dying every year. It is not that nothing has been done. In fact, extensive measures have been implemented to mitigate conflict. Hundreds of kilometers of fences have been installed and trenches have been dug. Innovative technologies have been implemented. Traditional methods have also been used. But after all these efforts, conflict still persists. Let's delve deeper into this issue and truly understand why, which brings us to today's topic of my presentation, Truncated Life, Understanding 23 Years of Elephant-Human Mortality Patterns in the states of Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and Assam. This presentation is under the project Understanding Elephant Conflict Issues for suggesting conflict reduction measures in these 3 states. India has reported more than 2,800 human casualties due to elephant attacks and has lost more than 500 elephants in the past 5 years. Our study area, Jharkhand, Assam, and Chhattisgarh, are a part of the top 8 most critical states of human-elephant conflict in India. In Assam, we sampled 21 forest divisions. Assam has an estimated population of 5,719 elephants, with major forest types of tropical wet evergreen, semi-evergreen, tropical moist deciduous, and grasslands. In Jharkhand, we sampled 22 forest divisions. Jharkhand is a critical state for elephant conservation as it has numerous corridors connecting it with the neighboring states of Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and West Bengal. It has mixed forest types, tropical semi-evergreen, tropical deciduous forest, and forest with sal forest patches. We sampled 19 forest divisions in Chhattisgarh. The elephant population in Chhattisgarh is relatively new, with the first elephants arriving there in the early 1990s. The forest types here are tropical moist, tropical dry, sal and teak dominant patches. Coming to the data analysis part, after the collection and ground truthing of the data, we segregated it into human death, human injuries, and elephant mortalities. To see the temporal trends, we saw yearly, seasonally, and in elephants, we wanted to see the relation between age class demography and the causes of the deaths. Spatial trends were analyzed by using kernel density maps. Land use, land change pattern was seen for 23 years in these 3 states. Villages were categorized according to low incident, high incident, and medium incident villages. We assigned predictors of different sources of conflict according to our study area, and proximity to these factors, how they influence the elephant and human mortality, was done by using general linear modeling. As there were numerous causes of elephant deaths in these 3 states, we broadly classified them into these 11 categories, in which anthropogenic stressors had causes like pesticide poisoning, which was a direct factor of malnourishment, heat stroke, dehydration in elephants, elephants getting stuck in drains, falling into canals and wells, landmine blast in Jharkhand, and problem animal being shot in Assam and Jharkhand. Natural deaths had categories like stillbirth, old age, and heart attacks. And accidental deaths had categories like drowning, lightning strikes, and elephants falling from hills. Coming to the result part, after collecting data from 62 divisions, we saw 6,029 human-elephant conflict incidents, amongst which 1,652 were elephant deaths and 3,547 were human deaths. In Assam, we can see that in the last 3 to 4 years, the range of human deaths have increased than human injuries, and there were 1,209 total elephant deaths. In Chhattisgarh, human injuries were very, very low than the human deaths. There were a total of 218 elephant deaths. In Jharkhand, we can see there is a fluctuation of increase and decrease in elephant and human deaths in every 2 to 3 years. When we analyzed the human mortality data gender-wise, we saw that males were the most affected in all these 3 states, and most of the incidents have taken place in the monsoon season, maybe because of low detectability and low visibility. More mortalities occurred as chances and risk of interaction between human and elephants increased during this season. Over here, we can see the land use, land change pattern of these 3 states. In Jharkhand, we can see a rise in 4% crop cover and a decline in 5% forest cover. In Chhattisgarh, there is a rise in 10% crop cover and 7% built-up area. And in Assam, there is a rise in 4% crop cover and 6% built-up area. Coming to the divisional-wise human-elephant mortality analysis, in Assam, Sonitpur has seen a constant rise in these incidents. It also records the highest number of human fatalities with no reported injuries. Udalguri and Goalpara has seen a spike in human and elephant deaths from the year 2016. In Chhattisgarh, conflict has spread to more divisions over the years, but HEC has been the highest in Dharamjaygarh and Jashpur divisions. These 2 divisions are located near Jharkhand and Odisha borders. Surajpur has also seen a recent influx of human-elephant conflict in the last 2 to 3 years. In Jharkhand, Ranchi, Khunti, and East Singhbhum had the most number of human-elephant conflict incidents. And after 2015, Saraikela Kharsawa saw an increase in human deaths due to elephants. Over here, we see the hotspots of conflict. In Assam, over the years, conflicts has intensified and expanded across every region. And in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, we can see that there are critical hotspots emerging, primarily where they are connected with West Bengal and Odisha. The major cause of elephant mortality in Chhattisgarh was electrocution, followed by natural deaths. And Dharamjaygarh is the division which accounts for the most number of electrocutional deaths. In Jharkhand, electrocution is a major cause of elephant death, but there were other reasons like anthropogenic stressors, illnesses, and train accidents. In Assam, there were multiple reasons of elephant deaths spread throughout every division. Coming to the part where we wanted to see which age class demography of elephants are affected by what causes of death, in these 3 states, there was more of adult female and adult male elephant mortality. In Assam, adult males were most affected by electrocution, and calves and yearlings mostly died of natural and accidental causes. In Chhattisgarh, adult females and subadult females were more susceptible to electrocution cases. Yearlings and calves mostly died of illness. In Jharkhand, adult male and subadult males were mostly died due to electrocution. Yearlings were mostly affected by the anthropogenic stressors, and calves, 26% of them died due to natural causes. After knowing the causes of elephant deaths, we wanted to also see how does proximity play a role in this. Proximity to different predictors of conflict, how do they affect human and elephant mortalities? In Chhattisgarh, we can see that how most of the elephants and human deaths are taking place near croplands, built-up area, and mining areas, because as the distance from cropland, built-up, and mining areas is increasing, the probability of human and elephant deaths are decreasing. But in protected area scenario, the probability of human and elephant conflict incidences increase as they move away from these protected areas. In Jharkhand, most of the incidents have taken place near forest fringes, cropland, and built-up area. As we can see that as the distance from these variables increases, the probability of elephant and human death also increases. When it comes to mining, railways, and roadways, the elephant and human mortality points are mostly near these areas, so the probability of death decreases as they are moving away from these variables. In Assam, probability of elephant and human deaths are more near forest, cropland, and roadways. Also, elephant deaths are more near tea gardens, built-up areas, and railways as opposed to human deaths. After knowing the landscape of risk, we wanted to decipher key distinctive features between villages with no human conflict incidents and villages with very high human conflict incidences. This was done to prioritize conflict mitigation. In Jharkhand, 45 elephant deaths have alone taken place in 2 incident villages, and over here there are 588 total incident villages. A total of 220 human deaths have taken place in 13 incident villages. So the key distinctive features of these high incident villages were that they had crop cover of 35 to 40%, forest cover of 55 to 60%, and built-up area as 0.1%. And in non-incident villages where no human-elephant conflict incidents have occurred, the crop cover is 25 to 30%, forest cover is 65 to 70%, and built-up area is 0.2%. Coming to Assam, 75 elephant deaths have happened in 14 villages, and the similar is for human deaths part. So the difference between these 14 villages and the villages where no incidences have occurred is that in high incident villages, there is more than 50% crop cover. The forest cover is very less, that is 25 to 30%, and built up area is 0.2%. And in non-incident villages, the forest cover is 40 to 50%, and the built up area is 0.01%. Coming to Chhattisgarh, more than 45 elephant deaths have taken place in one village, and human deaths similarly have taken place in 8 villages. In these 9 villages, crop cover is 40 to 50%, and in non-incident villages, the crop cover is very less, that is 20%. The forest cover is 25 to 30% in high incident villages. The major factor of difference was built up area. In non-incident villages, the built-up area is very less, that is 0.2 to 0.35%, but in high-incident villages, the built-up area was 0.9%. With this, we can conclude that villages experiencing conflict typically have 40 to 45% forest cover, indicating that these villages with this percentage of forest cover are more prone to conflict. These villages can be prioritized for targeted mitigation efforts. In the last 23 years, there were 4 villages in Jharkhand, 20 in Assam, and 9 in Chhattisgarh, which have been the epicenters of human-elephant conflict, accounting for almost 60 to 68% of total incidents. Focusing targeted mitigation efforts in these villages can solve these 60 to 68% of the problem, whereas spreading efforts too thin may result in limited success. When we talk about elephant mortality, it varies across every state with different causes, highlighting the need for tailored state-specific mitigation strategy. A one-size-fits-all solution won't effectively address the diverse challenges and causes of death which elephant faces. And lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that electrocution is rapidly becoming a critical threat to elephants, and 80% of most of the incidents are caused by electric wires set up by the villagers to safeguard their crops. I would like to acknowledge the following people, and also Chhattisgarh, Assam, and Jharkhand Forest Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananya, for a nice presentation. For the last speaker for the session would be Mr. Kumar Ankit. Kumar Ankit graduated from School of Forestry and Environment, Allahabad, Ecology University in Forestry. He joined WIS Master Student in 2015, worked on waterbirds and Indian skimmers in Allahabad, discovered new breeding colonies of Indian skimmers, played important role in uplisting of Indian skimmer from vulnerable to endangered category, worked in Mirzapur on blackbuck ecology, and since 2019 is studying ecology of leopard in human-dominated landscapes of Junar. He's pursuing his doctoral program under supervision of Dr. Bilal Habib. He'll be presenting on leopard ecology in human-dominated landscapes of Junar Forest Basin. Over to Ankit.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I'll take you to the place which is Bahraich. Was not so much popular, but became popular in the last 1-2 months because of the wolves attacking the humans in the landscape. So there was a buzz in the national media about the wolves. The negativity was spreading, which brought the generation of wolf scientists in one page, and they are giving their positive opinion regarding the wolf conservation. If we talk about Bahraich, Bahraich is in Tarai Arc landscape, a landscape which our legendary conservationists like F.W. Champion, Dr. A.J.T. Johnson has classified one of the protective landscape having the perfect habitat for different predators like tiger and other prey species. I'll try to take you to the tropical Tarai-like thing, which is in Junar Forest Division. Why I am telling this, I'll justify in my upcoming slides. So this is Junar Forest Division. It is in north part of Pune district, and it is in close proximity to 2 wildlife sanctuaries, Bhimashankar Wildlife Sanctuary and Kalsubai Wildlife Sanctuary. If you talk about the cultural significance, this is the birthplace of Shivaji Maharaj. As you can see, there is a ridge behind. It is called Sivneri, where the Shivaji Maharaj was born. It was mosaic of tropical dry deciduous forest and thorny scrubland, which the inhabitant species, the faunal species by wolf, chinkara, blackbuck, Rahmani sir is with us. He has worked exclusively in pan-India documenting these species in late 90s. But in the year 1980s, in between 1980s and 90s, there was a massive development occurred in this particular area. Lot of dams were constructed and irrigation channel expanded in this particular area, which ultimately led to the more number of more water level in the area and landscape change. It became a human modified landscape in which agriculture is dominating. And if you talk about the agriculture, sugarcane is the dominating crop in this particular field. In Bahraich also, it is like sugarcane is dominating, and that's why I said a human modified territe in the tropical area. So leopard started occupying this sugarcane field and started breeding, thriving in this particular area. You can see leopards in the sugarcane patches. Not only about the land use change, ecological alteration also happened. I mentioned that wolf was present in this particular area, but after leopard started occupying this particular area, wolf lastly reported from the year 2008. Leopard is present in human dominating landscape, so there will be human leopard conflict. You can see the conflict is increasing. We are receiving around 3,000 conflict cases in the Junnar Forest Division. There is an abrupt surge after the year 2014. The attacks on human beings are also very frequent, which is leading to death. And you can see there is some cyclic fluctuation which is happening in the landscape. Other way around, leopard death, it's around 200 leopard dead died between the year 2018 to 2023, and in which 117 individuals died because of natural death, and because of anthropogenic pressure, 108 death, which includes drowning in percolation wells and accidents. So there are previous studies from this landscape by Dr. Vidya Atreya, but because of the increase in the conflict cases, Wildlife Institute of India and Maharashtra Forest Department collaborated to initiate a project called Understanding Population Dynamics, Space Use, Movement and Diet of Leopard in Junnar Taluka of Maharashtra for human leopard conflict mitigation. The objectives of this project are to characterize the conflict site. We are categorizing the different type of the conflict. We are estimating the population in the landscape. We are looking at the space use and movement pattern. We are looking for the food habit. We are creating the genetic database in the landscape, and we are also doing socio-economic analysis. Under this background, I will present my talk today, Fields of Fear, Understanding Leopard Ecology in Human Dominating Landscape of Junnar Forest Division. So leopard adaptabilities. Leopards are found in different biogeographical regions of India. It can adapt in any situation. इतना अडाप्ट कर सकता है कि आज हमारे रिसर्च कोऑर्डिनेटर के साथ में भी अडाप्ट कर गया है leopard. So there are leopard studies inside the protected areas, but outside the protected areas, the studies are mainly centric toward the human leopard conflict and perception. So our first objective is to characterize the conflict site. We use 20 years conflict records, and we categorize our landscape in different hotspot categories using emerging hotspot analysis. And we submitted a report in the year 2020 to the Forest Department with the list of villages. And in the area, like you can see, we have predicted that in the Otu range, Mancha range, Sirur range, the cases are going to be happen in future. And the subsequent year, these cases happen in the this range only. So you might be wondering what the population of leopard in this particular area. So we did camera trapping exercise in different blocks, and my blocks are of 100 square kilometer with 2 square kilometer grid. So I'll show the results of hotspot area, which is Shirur block. Ben sir also in last year, he also visited this particular area. So we did sampling from 2020 to 2022 in the month of January and February with 1800 trap nights. You can see leopard and its background, different crops, activities with human and different wildlife. You can see leopards are predating on bandicoot, rat, domestic cat, dogs, poultry and goat. So we did our analysis in CamTrap R. We found density of 6.75 individual with 1:3 sex ratio and 13% of overlap between the human and leopard. You might be wondering the leopard are coming in this particular area, but it's not like that. Leopard are persisting in this landscape. You can see almost 13 individuals are turning over to the next year. Now, the question is how the leopard is moving in human dominated landscape. For this, we collared 11 individuals in which 6 was male and 5 were females. So this is a animated of the, we are collared the Junnar Forest Division, and the important message from this animation is that all the leopard came back to the area from where it was captured, and some of the leopard went to the up to Thane Forest Division and came back to Junnar Forest Division, and one leopard also went to Nasik West Forest Division. The synthesis of previously shown animation is this, and you can see our leopard has explored most of the part of the Junnar Forest Division. Sorry. So we analyzed home range and core in Brownian bridge movement model, which is a utility distribution model, uses time and space, and we got a core of very small 5.8 square kilometer area and home range of about 40 square kilometer. I want to ponder upon that the ratio of core and home range is 1:10. Like leopards are moving for the resources in a long area, but holding its territory in the human dominated landscape in the form of cores. So you can see I have shown the synthesis of my animation. You can see the core which is very small, and in the core area mostly the utilization is in the agriculture areas only. If we talk about the daily movement, leopards are moving around 4 kilometers per day, and speed is generally higher during the night time compared to the daytime. So the leopard is moving during the daytime, it is moving in the patches, right? After the day, the movement of the leopard is like the leopard is venturing in the night. So conflict is persisting in the Junnar Forest Division, and it's not about the injury and death. This boy, he has to go 3 more surgery for a better life in upcoming situation. So department are doing lot of things, patrolling, compensation scheme is there, awareness activities is there, regular monitoring is happening, but the conflict cases happens, local people agitation and blame game starts, and mainly forest department in the front line. So what become the ultimate solution? The capturing of leopard. I'll just say about that in the month of May, there are a lot of cases happened in Junnar Forest Division. Some alternate days, 3 to 4 people died, and that time 10 leopards were captured, and in which some of the leopards were sent to one Tara Jamnagar Zoo, and within 1 month of the monitoring, we have observed that 6 new individuals occupied the landscape. So there are a number of things to avoid conflicts, like fox audiovisual deterrents, sound. We are doing preventive husbandry like barriers. We are doing translocations. There are compensation scheme. But the question is, this is just immediate action that we are taking. We are not emphasizing in a long-term goal. So it is the time when we have to emphasize on ultimate measures, and we have to take hard decision. If it will be not taken now, then when? To summarize all, the leopard density is very high in human-dominated landscape of Junnar Forest Division compared to many protected areas. Leopards are persisting in our landscape. Leopards using the agricultural landscape of landscapes not coming from anywhere, it's persisting there, and mostly movement in the night with high speed compared to the daytime, and daily movement and speed is less compared to the other studies. We have to take hard decisions like birth control measure with dedicated monitoring to required to manage the conflict and to curb the conflict. With the acknowledgement, I thank you all.
Thank you, Kumar Ankit. I request all to hand over the questions, if any, on the slips which have been placed in front of you. And we'll start with the discussion part. I request all the speakers to please join us on the stage, please. All three of you. So I would request Advaita Ravedran to kindly just come here and respond to the questions. The first question comes from Dr. Jagdish Krishnamurthy. He says, nice presentation. Yours was a snapshot of conflict and using space for time substitution, as is it offers the case for short studies. Since we model, you tried only partially. Explain the patterns. Are there some, or there are some covariates that could be added?
Thank you so much for the question, sir. And also for the compliment. And I would like to say, like I mentioned in my summary and basically the conclusion of the presentation, that conflict is a very dynamic phenomenon. And like you said, it is a snapshot that I have given here without taking into account the temporal variations that are taking place. So, and here we have incorporated some ecological covariates. In going forward, we would really like to explore the human dimensions, the species ecology, all of it, how it impacts the trends of conflict in our study area. I hope that answers.
Thank you. Next one is from Dr. Ajit Kumar. It says, why didn't you consider human behavior as a covariate? Example, profession or others?
Again, thank you for the question, sir, but my answer remains quite similar. We haven't considered it yet, but this was just to gain a baseline understanding of what is happening in conflict in the study area across the 3 species, across the 4 forest circles, and we would very much like to incorporate the human dimensions, human behavior, all of these finer scale things into the understanding of conflict in our study area.
Thank you. Next question is from Mr. Basavaraj, who has joined us online. He says, just curious to know what methodology was used to collect the conflict data. Was the data collected from Forest Department? Did you conduct an independent survey to collect data?
Since this is a long-term data set that we have collected from around 2005, 2008 till 2022, we had to rely on the data that the department has provided us, and then the further analysis has been done on that data set that we were provided with.
So our next question comes from Dr. Madhusudan, who says, could you share some insights about the temporal dynamics of conflict?
Sir, I'm not entirely sure what you would mean by temporal dynamics. If
you
yes, sir.
You combine data across multiple years.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So if you were to really look at changes over time, what would they be?
Sir, there is a general increase in trend across the years from when we started in the data set is from around 2005, 2008 to 2022, and there is a general upward trend, but we are yet to look at the trend as in incorporating seasonal variations, incorporating local context of what happened in that year, maybe. All of those things, temporally, we are yet to analyze our data.
Thank you. There are a lot of questions for you, but we'll take this last one for you. That's come from Mr. Prashant Mahajan. He says, what are mitigation recommendations for tiger conflict in important corridors that are also areas for conservation concern?
Thank you for that question, which is very important to address when it comes to a topic like conflict. So basically, our main objective of identifying zones in our study area was to say that protected areas are areas where the priority would be and is given to species conservation. And conflict areas that lie beyond the corridors are areas where priority would be given to human well-being. And when it comes to corridors that we have identified from our previous studies, the management and the mitigation interventions would be very context-specific, meaning that if the tiger that is involved in conflict is a dispersing individual, if it is moving through the landscape, and if it happens upon a human, or if there is very accidental conflict that happens, then the way of dealing with that animal would be very different from, say, an animal that is loitering around a same area in the corridor, or some animal that is consistently coming into conflict even in corridor areas. So those kind of management and mitigation interventions would be very, very context specific, depending on what animal, what is the trend, how many incidents of conflict. And for example, like I mentioned, there is one village in our study area that has experienced 10 incidents of tiger conflict in a little over 10 years. So the way of addressing conflict in that village would be very different from the way we address conflict in a village that has experienced, say, 2 or 3 incidents of conflict, even if it's in the corridor area.
Thank you, Advita.
Thank you so much.
So I request Ms. Ananya to come here. We have a question from Sway M. It says, nice presentation. Is habitat fragmentation could be a cause for stress-induced mortality for elephants in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Assam?
Thank you for the question. There are actually numerous corridors in that patch, like in Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, and West Bengal patch. So where there are corridors, there is more habitat fragmentation. So it can be a reason.
Okay. That's the only question for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Now I request Kumar Ankit to join us. It says, wonderful insights. You said ultimate solutions are ultimate measures. What is that?
It's very difficult to, being a researcher, say something on this particular aspect. But yeah, definitely, I'll say, definitely what we are facing there, birth control or targeted systematic harvesting is required, what I feel.
Okay, thank you. Advita, there's one which is a little different, question, so I thought we'll just put up again. So thank you, Ankit, for being there. You only had one question. So Advita, another one. You've really generated a lot of curiosity.
I'm glad.
So we have from Kesha, it says, according to some literature, sloth bears are also observed scavenging on predator kills and dumping sites.
Yes.
What is your opinion on that based on sloth bear conflict in large numbers in Chandrapur Circle, and how will you interpret it based on this aspect?
So right now we are talking about sloth bears attacking humans, and this is not about scavenging on tiger prey. From our understanding of the species in the landscape, it is very resource driven. And the conflict that we have observed, the trends that we have observed for sloth bear conflict in the study area is mostly due to the availability of resources, whether in a seasonal manner or whether permanent availability in terms of food that they gather or they are drawn towards. I don't know if drawn towards is the right word. Sloth bears are observed to go into villages for food and other resources. So here we are talking about how that is the pattern of conflict that emerges rather than them scavenging on tiger prey. I'm not sure if scavenging on tiger prey will have a different impact on sloth bear conflict in the landscape. I hope.
Thank you, Advaita.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all the speakers as well as the audience who have really put up a lot of questions. Thank you so much. Over to the chair, please.
I would request Ben to.
Thank you, madam, for giving time to me. And at the outset, I thank Director Wildlife Institute of India for giving me an opportunity to co-chair this technical session on human-wildlife interaction. I take it's an interaction basically rather than the conflict. But when it's an interaction, it can be positive and negative. Positive thing, it's too minimal, and the place where I am working in Western Maharashtra, the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, I consider there is a positive interaction happening. At least during the wee hours, the dawn and dusk, and during the night, this leopard is manning the national park better than department frontline staff. So that's a positive interaction happening. But the negative interactions are more in the form of crop depredation, loss of life and property across the state. This interaction is a burning issue in the state of Maharashtra. So out of the three topics, two are very much relevant to the state of Maharashtra, and the third one, the elephant conflict thing, which has some relevance in the state of Maharashtra too, in Gadchiroli and Kolhapur and Sindhudurg districts. So this man-animal, human-wildlife interaction, it's a burning issue, as I've already told in the last assembly session. In the first day itself, this was the topic for discussion. And I was with the PS in the gallery watching these developments, some 20-odd MLAs. They were asking answers for addressing this issue to the Honorable Forest Minister. So such is the intensity of the issue, and finally government decided to form a technical committee. So under me, and there were some few experts, and they told we have maybe finalize this report and submit it to the state government. Most probably the first phase of it will be implemented in this financial year. So wherein we talked about PRT in a big way. First thing we did is actually we mapped the hot spots wherever these interactions are happening, negative interactions across the state. So we have some 6,700 forest guards in the state of Maharashtra, along with in the territorial wing, wildlife wing, and corporation also. And we involved these guards of social forestry wing also. So closely it's around to 7,000 personnel, and we made a questionnaire asking about the presence and abundance of maybe conflict-like situations at the beat level. So that exercise was conducted in the first week of December last, and we got a robust database for the entire state. So we actually filtered this data, fine-tuned that, and finally we boiled down to actually 15 conflict animals, including tiger atop to maybe snakes, black buck, leopard, crocs, and the like. So now what we did is in the proposal we did actually, in every division there should be some facility wherever these hotspots are there. So maybe we recommended for a vet. So I was told there are less than 75,000 vets in that country. So they are also becoming endangered. So some policy decision in maybe increasing strength of students in veterinary university should take place to address this conflict issue. So accordingly, we have made provision for a vet in every division, and he should be assisted by an assistant and a driver, and he should be mobile also, and a vehicle should be provided. And next, we have some TTCs, transit and treatment centers in the state of Maharashtra, around 8-9 of them. The biggest one is in Gorewada and Bowdoin in Pune. So wherein we are working with NGOs, also genuine NGOs who can man these facilities. So in this report, we have prescribed for mini TTCs, maybe a 1 crore facility near the hotspots, wherein this vet will be stationed there. and he can supervise the operation and he can report to the concerned DCF for further action. So that has been recommended, and we have made the floor design also for that. And in this place, the RRT will also be stationed. So around 12-13 personnel, they will be undergoing lot of drills and that all. So that facility also we have recommended. And speedy crop depredation thing, that's one thing. Then the most important thing is the primary response team. If there is a highland and it's evening during the dawn and dusk, if the problem animal is coming out, so all these villages will be covered, and youth who are landholders in that particular area are getting affected by conflict issue. They'll be under roles with the forest department. It's not a full-time salary for them, it's a honorarium of 2,500. So when the conflict comes actually under the forest guard, there are 10-15 people under him, so immediately it can be addressed. So that is the arrangement like, and we have made provisions for that also, and we have to look upon for the results. As for the Junnar issue is concerned, actually even the DCF Junnar sent a proposal for sterilization of leopards. And state government also with lot of discussions and deliberations on that forwarded to union government, and it's still lying at the ministry. So maybe as Sangeet has rightly said, locally surplus endangered animals, we have to find some alternative. One positive thing can be conservation translocation. In this regard, we have identified some 5 ideal habitats like Bhimashankar Wildlife Sanctuary and Yaval Wildlife Sanctuary, which is not having much of inhabitants, and another 3 habitats. We are going to shortlist on that. So conservation translocation ideal habitats for the state of Maharashtra. So we are working on that too. So I had been to this conflict area where Angit was referring to. There is a village called Shirur, and it's a non-forest village. 27 individuals are there in this particular village, right? And strangely, no stray dogs there. All the stray dogs have been finished. And as everybody know, of late we are calling these leopards as sugar leopards. So previously this, maybe this Panchayat lands or revenue wastelands or highlands, they were lying idle. So of late, because of mechanization and high-yielding lacy crops like sugarcane, has shown interest in many of the farmers for expansive cultivation of sugarcane. So because of mechanization, they have been terraced, highlands have been terraced, and sugarcane acreage is increasing. And this is a full cover during the daytime, so AC sort of weather inside, and during dawn and dusk, animals are venturing out. So this is a big issue. So we have to think of conservation translocation. That's the only way out for a Junnar type situation is concerned. We are facing similar situation in Chalisgaon, in Ahmednagar, and in many other places down in Kolhapur circle too. Coming to the next presentation of elephant conflict, yeah, maybe this elephant conflict situation is quite new to the state of Maharashtra, particularly in Gadchiroli and Sindhudurga and Kolhapur district. It's a non-traditional elephant habitat. So the issues are multifarious. We are trying to combat the situation in a better way. And coming to the first presentation of man-animal conflict, so we are trying to implement whatever I have said before in this financial year, and let's see what results we are getting out of this exercise. So overall, all these 3 presentations were excellent and relevant, and I would say finally conservation leads to conflict, and conflict finally leads to fine-tuned conservation in a better way, which I don't know how we have to take up this issue in future. Yeah, many species, many areas actually, this locally surplus species are creating a lot of issues, not only in Maharashtra, in many other states of the country. So maybe some extreme measures like maybe sterilization or maybe culling or conservation translocation, some call should be taken, policy level decision has to be taken at the union level to take up these issues in future. And thanks for the opportunity.
I request Dr. Ajay Saxena to, you've raised your hand several times.
Yeah. With the permission of the chair, Ben, I got interested in that. In the end of the presentation number 1, all the 8 captured leopards were transferred to a facility outside your state. at what level this decision was taken? Because I could not ask the presenter because she may, but since you are coming from that state and you raised this issue of culling and shifting to other
Yes, it's a very pertinent question actually. It's quite obvious the DCF must not have taken a call. It's through the state government. CZA is not involved.
Why?
CZA is not involved. I don't know under which rule maybe.
Yes,
actually, sir, in the facility, captive facility in Junar, Angit may correct me if I am wrong. So in the limited facility, we have maybe around 38-40 animals already. So the facility was not there and a report was submitted by the DCF accordingly. If there are more demands from elsewhere, we are ready to consider.
So we had 3 excellent case studies, and the trends indicated that if areas which had less crop cover, more forest cover, less built up areas were the ideal areas with less conflict. And as far as management implications are concerned, tailored site-specific mitigation strategies can come up, and such studies that are science-based, evidence-based, will give inputs to policy implication for wildlife-human interaction mitigation strategies. So I think we should collate all these, and these 3 presentations, 2 are from Maharashtra, 1 coming from Vidarbha, 1 coming from Western Maharashtra, covering all those important protected area networks and the surrounding human habitations. And then the elephant conflict in Chhattisgarh is comparatively new, and then she talked about Jharkhand and Assam. Like in Rajasthan, what happened, we requested Animal Husbandry Department to do recruitments of vets so that more and more veterinary doctors can be made available at rescue centers at the circle level. So these kind of inputs will help in better management of wildlife in human habitats and decrease the negative interactions. So with this, I would request Parag to, like he was saying that recently something happened in Haridwar, so I would like him to share that.
No, with the conflict really going in, and these presentations have really opened up, they've opened up more areas to work on. So just discussing about this, electrocution has become a big thing, so that's again very strong for us to be talking about. As the chair and the co-chair both have spoken about, we need professionals to manage it, we need scientific management, but definitely thinking about the human aspect also. So that will be a comprehensive approach towards handling this. So just to say that we have to be more, the science is just supporting and the management is there to take in and interpret those scientific results which are there. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that.
Yeah. So with this, we close this session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. May I please request Dr. Ruchi Badola to come and give the token gifts to our chair and co-chairs. So both chair and co-chair are our former diploma trainees also. And Dr. Nigam has not trained any of them. Thank you, madam. Thank you for chairing the session. We will have a tea break. So I request all the research scholars who are having poster presentations, please remain present near your posters. So they will be evaluated. I mean, they are being evaluated, but they will be evaluated now. So we will have a 50 minutes break now. We will assemble at 5 o'clock for the last session. session of this seminar. I request Dr. H.S. Negi to chair this session. I request Sri Amit Malik to co-chair the session, and I request my colleague Dr. B.S. Adhikari to assist them in co-chairing the session. We have 4 presentations, 2 to be presented by research scholars and 2 to be presented by faculty members, 1 faculty from Wildlife Institute and the other from the Sakan Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vivas. Good evening, everyone. Welcome once again in the last session of this 35th Annual Research Seminar. In this session, we are having 4 presentations. 2 are on herpetofauna, 1 is on hispid here, and the last one is on swiftlet. So I will request Chairman Sir to have few words.
Thank you, Dr. Adhikari. At the outset, I wish to thank Director Wildlife Institute and the organizers for giving us this opportunity to chair the last session of the 35th Annual Research Seminar. And I could see people with smiling faces because we are approaching very close to the end of the 2-day seminar. Well, I am flanked and assisted by 2 dynamic co-chairs, Dr. Amit Malik and Dr. Adhikari, which will make my job easier. So without saying much, I think we need to proceed further with the presentations. Dr. Adhikari for the needful.
Thank you, sir. So first of all, I would like to request Mr. Bitupan to come on the dais. Mr. Bitupan is from Assam. He is working in WII since 2016 and currently pursuing his PhD. He has published a couple of papers which includes descriptions of 10 new species to science. Over to you, Bitupan.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction, and a very good evening to all of you. So this is the last session, and I will start this session with a question. Can we conserve a species about which we don't know? So this question has a larger implication on evading the nameless extinction of biodiversity. So I'll take you directly to a group which is a most diverse group among all the biodiversity and one of the most successful group of the vertebrates. So if you see this graph, so about 78% of endemic species of this group, herpetofauna, from Northeast India are listed as data deficient or like not evaluated. And overall, more than 25% species are not evaluated and or data deficient as listed as their conservation status in IUCN. So recent studies have showed that more than 50% of the data deficient species are threatened with extinction. Unfortunately, this group is the most threatened vertebrate group of the world. So why we have so many data deficient species or so many like conservation status for so many species is still not evaluated? So this is because we do not have information on distribution limit. We do not know about their actual identity. So here comes taxonomy. So is taxonomy only about naming a species or always changing a name? With this, I will start my talk. Can taxonomy contribute towards conservation? So I'll be talking with some examples or some case studies which we have carried out in the last couple of years. So this Northeast India, this region is located in a transition zone between two globally recognized biodiversity hotspots, that is Himalaya and Indo-Burma biodiversity hotspot. And this region also known as a gateway between Indian Peninsula and Indo-China region. Being at the transition zone, in the last 10 years, more than 18% species of the herpetofauna were described. So coming to our aims, so we aimed to delineate the species diversity using multiple line of evidences, that is morphology, molecular, and behavioral tool as acoustics, and to delineate the distribution boundary of the species, and finally, we aim to determine the phylogenetic status or evolutionary relationship of the species found in this region. So with all these aims, we address the Linnean shortfall, Wallacean shortfall, and the Darwinian shortfalls. Coming to the study area, we have sampled across the Northeast region, taking into consideration all the physiographic zones. And since 2019, we have carried out our sampling in more than 100 localities, which includes at least 21 protected areas in this region, spread it across an elevation range of 30 to 3 meter elevation. So however, I'm going to present the result of last 1 year. So for field sampling, we used nocturnal visual encounter survey to record the species. And also for basking reptiles, we used opportunistic survey at daytime. So as our main focal sampling unit, we focused on hill streams and riparian zones, which are most important for amphibians and reptiles. So for the species delimitation, we used, as I said, multiple line of evidences, which includes morphology, molecular, and acoustics. For morphological characters, we studied all the collected specimens which were registered in WII, and also we studied the historical museum specimens under a stereo microscope and using a digital caliper. For amphibians, we studied at least 50 meristic as well as metric characters for amphibians. Not only the adults, we also studied the larval morphology, which is a lesser known aspect of biodiversity. For reptiles also, we studied at least 50 synapomorphic characters, as you can see, like hemipeneal morphology, tuberculation, number of scales, number of lamellae, femoral pores, etc. To delineate the cryptic diversity, we used molecular tools where we have done sequence at least 5 mitochondrial genes and as well as 5 nuclear genes. And we applied Bayesian as well as maximum likelihood. And in addition to this, we have used various species delimitation analysis, as you can see here. So for comparative osteological studies, we prepared the specimens using a very, very long method that is called clear and staining method. And for this comparative study, we used at least 35 characters. As a behavioral tool, we use the real-time bioacoustics of a neurons. So for these, we recorded these calls in the field using a handheld recorder and an unidirectional microphone. Because amphibian shows have species-specific call properties as according to their adaptation to various kind of habitats. So all these recorded calls we analyzed and visualized later on in softwares like Ravenpro. So overall, using this integrated taxonomic approach, morphology, molecular, and acoustics, we delineate the species found in the region, and we delineated the species boundary. Also, we determined the phylogenetic status. So coming to our result of our first objective, so far we recorded 240 species which includes around 100 species of reptiles and more than 140 species of amphibians. This is not only recording of the diversity, but we are providing species richness or checklist of herpetofauna for at least 21 protected area using multiple line of evidences, which is the first of its kind. So you can see in the map, Namdapha, one of the most largest protected area, which is situated in the easternmost part of Northeast India, hold the richest number of diversity, that is 90 around. So this region is also a northernmost limit of tropical rainforest. So while delineating the species diversity, we came across many new species which in the last 1 year, like 2023 to 2024, we have described 9 species of herpetofauna new to science, so which includes 3 amphibian species. This is not only the new species, but we extend its geographical distribution into India for the first time. And most importantly, all the 3 species are from Namdapha National Park or Namdapha Tiger Reserve. In addition to this, we also describe 6 species new to science from a very morphologically cryptic group, that is Cyrtodactylus or bent-toed gecko from the region, where we incorporated our morphological characters and species delimitation analysis. Also, we have started developing some pictorial guidebooks for all the protected areas. You can see here for Namdapha and Kamlang already we released. So while delimiting the species, we have also identified the larval stages of at least 20 annuran species. So again, this was the lesser known aspects of biodiversity. For the first time, with a robust data, we are identifying these larval stages of endemic amphibian species. Also, we developed acoustic library for 30 annuran species, which includes at least 10 endemic annurans. Coming to result of our second objective, with this, we delineated the species distribution boundary for 13 endemic species of herpetofauna. So here is one example of one arboreal frog, which is tuberculated tree frog, which was originally described from Assam, but there was not much information on its distribution since the description. So based on our study, we found that this species is much more widely distributed across the region and also our neighboring countries. And also we have found that this species is much more or highly polymorphic. Another example of one data deficient species, which is like a stream-specific species described from Moplang. So we found that this species is now distributed in 3 states of the Northeast Indian region and on the southern bank of Brahmaputra River. So here another case of chaos in the assessment of conservation status. Here I am showing 2 species from Meghalaya. These 2 species are endemic to this state, Meghalaya. So we found that these 2 species, as you can hear, can be identified based on its call. And most importantly, what we found is what is already critically endangered as listed in IUCN status is much more widespread than the least concerned species, which is Shillong bush frog. So this suggests that while assessing the conservation status, we must be careful with the accurate or correct identification. Another case of errors in sampling, like sampling issues. So there was a species which was described from Arunachal, western part of the Arunachal Pradesh. So based on our study, we found that this species is widely distributed across the low elevation of Himalaya, and this species is nothing but a previously known species from Tibet region, which is Cyrtodactylus kaiwensis. So we have synonymized these species as a junior subjective synonym of the later one. So this also suggests that lower elevation species are much more widely distributed than the high elevation species. So we also reported 2 species of venomous snakes from India for the first time, and many amphibian species, although these species are found commonly in this region, but it was not so far reported. So we have described so many species, and we recorded so many species, but this is meaningless if we do not know their evolutionary relationship or like their phylogenetic status, because they have their own evolutionary significance according to their adaptation. So based on our robust data, we have generated more than 800 sequences. So based on these, we have determined phylogenetic status of 40 species, which includes many endemic species of the Northeast Indian region. So this was the first time we are determining the phylogenetic status for these species. Our study also suggests that there are a lot of species which are going to be described or already like present, but yet awaiting the discovery. So our result, findings also are helping in understanding the biogeography of this region, where we are understanding currently what hills or the valleys are shaping the biodiversity of this region. So coming to the conclusion, so our study suggests that integrative taxonomic approach is much more important in delineating the species identity, in delineating the species distribution, and this can contribute towards the conservation or conservation prioritization of a species. So taxonomy is not giving only a name to a species, but accurate or proper identification of a species is the fundamental unit towards the conservation. With this, I acknowledge our funding agencies, our institute, most importantly our forest departments of this region, and my friends, my field assistants. With this, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Bitupan. Now, the next presenter is Amrit Balan. He has pursued his master's in geology from Scott Christian College, Kanyakumari. Passionate in herping, and he is currently working in conservation of critically endangered species, Batagur baska. Over to you.
Thank you for the introduction, sir. Good evening, all. Today, I would like to present you one of the rare and elusive endangered species of turtle named Batagur baska. And before moving to the slide, I would like to give you a glimpse about how people perspective towards turtle exists. You all know that turtles are you all know that turtles are reverent, even though most of the species are poached for its meat. Today I would like to present about Sundarbanar Katha. As the title represents, this is not the story of Sundarban. I would like to tell about the story of a turtle from Sundarban and its conservation challenges. It is commonly called as Northern River Terrapin. The background of the study. Batagur baska is an estuarine turtle which is found throughout Southeast Asia till 2007. In 2007, Peter Prashant delineated the species based upon the morphology and genetic study into two species, which is Batagur basca, known as the northern river terrapin, and the Batagur affinis, southern river terrapin. And after the classification of the species, the wild population of Batagur basca is unknown. And most probably the Myanmar population has become extinct, and the only living population in Sundarban is available, which is in the captive centers. The threat for the species are habitat loss, such as nesting beaches due to the recent cyclonic erosion, and hunting and egg collection. And the species is considered as Schedule 1 as per Wildlife Protection Act, and it is in CITES Appendix 1. Study area. My study is confined to the Indian part of Sundarban, which is classified as a World Heritage Site in 1987. Sundarban has been shared between Bangladesh and India, where India possesses 40% of its region, which is approximately 4,260 square kilometers. Sundarban is known for its maze of estuaries, rivers, and small creeks and khals, and Sundarbans are much prone for cyclonic attacks and flood. For this study, I used three objectives. The first objective is to assess the current status of Batagur basca and to develop a long-term monitoring protocol, and to assess the genetic variation among captive individuals. Objective 1 of my study is current status of Batagur basca. For this, I used three methods, which is boat-based visual encounter survey. In this, two researchers will be accompanying, and they are searching the turtles in the banks and the river in the primary, tertiary, and secondary creeks. And beach transect survey was conducted for the signs of turtles and crawl marks and nesting signs. During this survey, we have also collected other parameters like beach width, soil temperature, and sand size temperature, as per the previous literature conducted for the study. And the questionnaire survey has been conducted to get the knowledge of the people's perspective towards turtle. We used a grid-based questionnaire survey, which is of 2 × 2 square kilometer area. The result of the study. In the boat-based survey, we have covered 2,625 kilometers in 3 different seasons. In the summer, the survey has been conducted from February to March, and the monsoon survey has been conducted from June to September, and the winter survey has been conducted from October to February. In this survey, we didn't get any direct evidence of Batagur basca in wild, but this survey gets into a detailed study about the potential habitat of the nesting turtles. So the next survey was conducted in beaches. The beach transect survey conducted in the 8 sea-facing beaches of islands of Sundarban. It didn't show any evidence of nesting or crawl marks. Earlier, the similar study has been conducted by Dr. Bhupati from Sakon in 1995. He has surveyed all the nesting beaches of the Batagur, and he found potential nesting sites of Batagur in Mechua and Kendo. The first 2 beaches which is available is the Chaimari beach and Bagmara beach, and the other 2 are Mechua and Kendo, where Bhupati sir has reported the species is eroded by the recent cyclonic event in the past 10 years. In this survey, we could conclude that the Mechua beach was 100% eroded, and the potential nesting site has been destroyed. But interestingly, Chaimari beach, which is from 0.06 hectare to 23.5 hectare, the beach area has been increased, 99% increase. In this video, you might see the beach dynamic changes throughout the year, and Mechua and Chaimari I have been focused on. Out of the questionnaire survey, we have got 422 respondents. In that, less than 1% of the respondents have cited Batagur basca, which is less than 3 people. Other people have identified freshwater turtle like Lismis punctata and olive release in the estuarine region. And still people of Sundarban are involved in turtle meat consumption, and 29 people have confirmed that they are involved in hunting and this meat consumption. And after 2016 cyclone, people of Sundarban believed that there is no turtle because of the increase in salinity in the estuarine region. And the second objective, development of long-term monitoring protocol. eDNA has been carried out, like water samples have been collected from village ponds and rivers of Sundarban Tiger Reserve. The collected water has been filtered using nitrous membrane filter paper through vacuum pump, and the filter paper is fixed in ATL buffer, and the DNA has been extracted. The extracted DNA is amplified using species-specific primer, and during gel visualization, we could found DNA traces from Sajnakali captive ponds. So this method can be employed for the future to develop a successful monitoring program in the wild. Habitat suitability modeling. For the habitat suitability modeling, we have collected 65 presence location of Batagur Baska. As everyone knows that Batagur Baska having been cited in the past 30 years, most of the literature were 3 decades old. And most of the literature have cited only the beach names. So we have cross-checked with the forest department, and the nest collected from the beaches location were added for this study. We have used 51 predictor variables which belong to 5 categories: topographic, land cover, bioclimatic, anthropogenic, and water quality. After doing Pearson correlation for multicollinear analysis, we have selected only 20 variables for analysis. We have used multiple algorithms like GAM, GLM, and Maxent using biomode ensemble model. The predicted results were classified of 0 to 1, and the result has been split into equal intervals. The result of the habitat suitable model. As the map suggests, majority of the suitable area falls into the Indian portion of the Sundarban, where 1,149 square kilometer area is highly suitable, and 1,238 square kilometer area is medium suitable. In this, 362 square kilometer area belongs to Sundarban Tiger Reserve, and 846 square kilometer area belongs to Sundarban Reserve, Sundarban Biosphere Reserve. And Odisha has a minimum distribution, like suitable area with 303 square kilometer. Variable contribution. As the sighting of Batagur is confined to mangrove and its coastline, because the species is more preferring this mangrove habitat and coastline for nesting. And mangrove coastline and bioclimatic layer 14, which is like a Objective 3, genetic variation among captive individuals, phylogenetic position and genetic variation. The blood samples collected for analyzing genetic variation, and the mitochondrial DNA extraction using Alexian blood kit, amplified using 4 primers, and the amplified DNA sequence are sequence using next generation sequencing, and aligned with Mega 7 and unchecked for ambiguities. And the annotation has been done with mitos, and mitogenome mapping is done with OGDRA. And the analysis for the phylogenetic tree, we used Beast software for constructing the phylogenetic tree, and for making the for studying the genetic variation, we used DNA SP, and for making the haplotype network, we used PopArt. The result: 38 mitogenome sequence using protein coding gene of Geomyridae species were used for constructing the phylogenetic tree, and we used Chaitra indica and Lismis punctata as the outgroup. And the samples collected, the Batagur samples are created a clade with Batagur affinis, which is known as a sister taxa, with a 3% deviation. Whole mitogenome and genetic variation. We have prepared a mitogenome, whole mitogenome for the first time, and we used whole mitogenome for constructing the haplotype network. In this, we could get this study shows that very low nucleotide diversity, but as per the haplotype tree, it shows more genetic diversity because it may be due to the lack of less samples. Conclusion. Batagur pasca population status still remain elusive in the wild. Habitat suitability model revealed India possesses more suitable habitat than other countries. Haplotype network revealed the population probably has low genetic diversity, which may result in genetic bottleneck. The developed eDNA monitoring protocol may help in large-scale sampling. Loss of nesting habitat may be crucial for survival of the species. Way forward. Survey using manual and eDNA technique, deploying camera traps for basking and breeding turtles, satellite telemetry, restocking the individual in the wild, marking all captive individuals, and large-scale genetic assessment in the captive population. I would like to acknowledge the following people, and I would like to acknowledge the West Bengal Forest Department for providing the support, and thank you.
Thank you, Amrit. Now the next presenter in this row is Dr. Anukul Nath. Anukul is an ecologist with a keen interest in addressing conservation challenges through interdisciplinary approaches. His research focuses on population, quantitative restoration, and landscape ecology. Okay. He joined WII in 2015 and as faculty last year. So just for a few minutes.
There is a small announcement, poster presentation. Some of the posters have not been evaluated. So those posters, those speakers, I would request to be near their poster now.
Thank you, sir, for the introduction. The Terai region is located along the foothills of Himalayas. The low-lying habitat is characterized by tall grasses, savannas, marshes, as well as wetlands, making it critical habitat for large and iconic wildlife species like tiger, rhino, swamp deer, hawk deer, and many other threatened grassland migratory species, including pygmy hog, hispid hare, and Bengal frolican. Historically, this area was hunting ground for Maharajas as well as also during British colonial era. Thousands of animals being killed, I mean to say hunted, in the part of Terai in Kuch Bihar, Duars, and my native hometown, Assam, mostly in western Assam. However, in the post-colonial era, with the control over malaria, Terai has seen much more devastating impact than what we have done during the pre-colonial era. It has all started after Second World War with the invention of DDT as well as other cheap drugs, which has helped humans to colonize in most of the part of Terai. And you can see this area now is one of the most populous region in the globe. The area is also very fertile because there are a lot of rivers flowing from Himalaya to the Terai landscape, and with the increasing population, there is a growing demand for agriculture as well as sugarcane, and management also planted previously shawls in this in the Terai grasslands. As anthropogenic pressure is very high, there are also unprecedented fire, as well as this area people love to eat dairy products, and because of that, there are a lot of cattle grazing, and that leads to proliferation of invasive species like Mycenia and Promonella. Also woody encroachment also very, very high. And now Lagestromia, Bombex, and Dalina pentagina can be seen in most of these Terai grasslands. What we have now is almost less than 1,000 square kilometers of grassland in the entire Terai. And we lost almost 40% of them in last 40 to 50 years. And these grasslands are now only confined to protected areas of Nepal and India, and these are highly fragmented. This is how the typical terai grassland looks like. You can see the Himalayas and followed by alluvial grassland. And this particular frame is from Manas, where the last remaining wild population of pygmy hog, hispid hare, and Bengal furicane are found. Yes, hispid hare, the hare is rare, and not much information is available on the species in terms of its natural history as well as ecology. So we tried to find out their distribution, habitat selection at different scales, to estimate the density, and also to understand their diet. And for the first time, we also try to find out their population genetics because the habitat is highly fragmented. As I mentioned, the hare is rare, and one of the reasons could be this. Because they are found in very tall grasses, where sometimes elephants are also not visible. And from the term hispid has come from the word bristle-like hare. And the bristle-like hare would be one of the adaptations to thrive in this kind of grassland, where the grass blades are very sharp. From the evolutionary point of view also, the species is very, very important. Because this is the only species in the genus Caprolagus, and this is from the monotypic genus. And the species is also more of a rabbit than hare. Phylogenetically, it is more closer to European rabbit, and its hind limbs and ears are also small compared to any other hare species. As I mentioned, the hare is rare, but we can confirm the presence of the species from its unique pellets. You can see the pellet of hispid hare over here. They are spherical, and compared to Indian hare, which are most often oval, and one end is pointed. And also we can find out the hair from the special foraging marks. For our study, we mostly rely on the pellets of the species, as I have only seen 4 times in the field. I have sampled across entire terai landscape, starting from Nandor in Uttarakhand to Diring in Arunachal Pradesh, including Duduva, Pilibhit, Katarnia Ghat, Jaldapara, Manas Reserve Forest, Manas National Park, and Diring. We mapped the entire grassland of terai using Google Earth engine, as well as digitizing satellite images and also Google Earth Pro, and validated those while we are surveying for pellet of hispid hare in the field. We let systematic grid and survey for the species on the basis of the pellet shape and size, and also pellets are validated using genetics. 2 observer mark recapture distance sampling was used to find out the population of the species. For habitat selection, we also gathered several remotely sensed variables, including climatic, topographic, anthropogenic, as well as fire data from farms for the last 22 years. For microscale habitat selection of the species, we rely on grass species assemblages, grass cover, grass height, and we also marked the fresh pellet of hispid hare. Here you can see the fresh pellet of hispid hare are greenish brown in color, and we marked them and fortnightly monitored them to find out their decay rate. Habitat selection at range scale using ensemble modeling in biomod, scale optimized habitat selection using GLMM. Also, we optimized various scale for each variable, starting from 100 meter to 1000 meter scale, and for population density estimation, we use mark recapture distance sampling. For diet of the species, we rely on metagenomics. We used a TRNL gene and sequenced them, and finally blast them with NCBI database. For population genetics, we rely on both the mitochondrial control region as well as microsatellite markers. Initially, we used 28 microsatellite markers, but finally, on the basis of amplification rate as well as polymorphic nature, we only able to use 7. We found that the hispid hare is now only confined to Manas, Jaldapara, Duduva, and Pilibhit. But in Pilibhit also, they are only confined to Lagga-Bagga grassland. And this Lagga-Bagga is contiguous with Shuklapanta. But majority of the habitat are in Manas landscape, including Manas National Park and Reserve Forest. So now we have almost 300 square kilometer of grassland where hispid hares are found, and out of which more than 50% in Manas. The hare probably got extinct from Barnadi, Baksha, and Katarnia Ghat Wildlife Sanctuary. We sequenced several pellet piles from this area, although we know those are Indian hare pellets, but there is no report of the species from our genetic analysis also. Deering is a special case. Previously, a researcher has recorded hispid hair parrot from those places, but we found very strange result. Neither hispid hair nor Indian hair found in Deering. Deering population actually, from our genetic data, it's much more closer to Burmese hair. Habitat selection of hispid hair is scale dependent. Fire and distance from the water showed occurrence probability changes at a broad scale, whereas grassland cover and human footprint at a smaller scale. Fire is important to maintain the grassland habitat and also to suppress the woody species. But if the fire is unprecedented and frequency is more, then it can also alter the soil properties as well as the grass species assemblage, and also sometimes it can also help in proliferation of woody species as well as invasive species. At the same time, water is important because during the grassland burning season, hispid hair mostly rely on the marshy areas where grass species like Phragmites as well as Orundodonyx can act as a refuge for the hispid hair. So in a mosaic landscape with water bodies or wetlands nearby can help full for hispid hair during the grassland management practice. For our microscale habitat analysis, we found that the hair is preferring Saccharum naranga, or either called Naranga porphyra chromo grass, and its association. And this particular association with the hispid hair is shown along the Terai landscape, starting from Manas to Pilibhit. And as these species are preferring tall grasslands, and also our data shows the same thing. Pellets, their pellet take a very long time to decay. It takes almost 4 to 5 months. And that's why wherever the hispid hair is present, we can find quite a lot of pellet. It doesn't mean that there are more hairs over there. For our mark recapture distance sampling, we found that there are 1 to 2 individuals per 10 hectare in Manas. Although Manas Reserve Forest has very low densities because this area is highly degraded, and as well as during the ethnopolitical violence, there are a lot of cattle grazing as well as woody species encroachment over there also present. Adding observer in the 2 observer distance sampling, mark recapture sampling, has a positive as well as after burning, if we do carry out the field sampling, have a positive impact on the detection probability. For our diet analysis from metagenomics, we also found here also that they are preferring Saccharum genus grasses. From our field observation, we found that grasses like Saccharum naranga, Saccharum spontaneum, Saccharum munja are fed by the species, along with Phragmites, Thymata, Imperata, and other grass species. And this pattern is similar in all the protected area wherever we have sampled. Our mitochondrial control region data show that there are 18 haplotypes from our sequence sampled, and haplotypes are also shared between Manas and Jaldapara. However, Dudhwa population is very unique, and I think during the last glacial maxima or even the Holocene, the species, this area being isolated. Our microsat data also show similar concordance with our mitochondrial control region data. There are structuring in the population, and this is also expected because the home range of the species as a dispersal ability is very, very less. So we can see there are structuring in Manas, Jaldapara, Dudhwa. Pilibhit, we have very few samples, but it's also showing its affinity towards Dudhwa population. To summarize, population is highly fragmented, and population also in the process of clustering. I forgot to mention that they are found in very narrow environmental range.